Chapter 450. At the back of the hall, Hua Zhongjie looked at the woman in Ning Chen's arms covered in blood. Although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help showing a complicated expression. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Hua Zhongjie regained her composure. She smiled and said, "You're really ruthless. My palm just now destroyed 70% of her life force, but it's not like she can't be saved. With the three kings' abilities, we should be able to save her in one night. Leave her with the Violet King or the Dark King. If they don't save her," while speaking, Ning Chen's eyes were full of murderous intent. He said, "Before dawn, bring Wulei back and kill them all." "As you wish." Hua Zhongjie stood up. Her eyes were serious, and she answered calmly. "I'll go to King Qing. I'll leave this to you." After that, Ning Chen put down Hong Wulei and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the former, Hua Zhongjie sighed softly. The young man seemed to have a heart of steel, but sometimes he was so stubborn that it made people feel sorry for him. Everyone had a mask, including Ning Chen and the three kings. As the old saying goes, you may know a person's face, but not his heart. After more than 10 years, all the truth had been buried in time. It was very difficult to find it again. The three kings were not fools. They couldn't let the flaw exist for more than 10 years. It could be said that the death of the Red King was untraceable. In terms of wisdom, 10 Hong Wulei added together couldn't compare with 1 Ning Chen. Therefore, many things that Hong Wulei couldn't see, Ning Chen could see clearly. The truth of the past was not so important, and it was impossible to restore it completely. The important thing was what role the three kings played in the death of the Red King. After making a decision, the rest would be much easier. It was not easy. She was not good at it, and neither was the chief. But for Ning Chen, it didn't seem to be impossible. In the past few months in the academy, she and the chief had almost the same evaluation of this boy. He was overly calm and terrifyingly wise. This kind of character would only appear in the old monsters who had lived for countless years. Unexpectedly, it appeared in a young man today. There was no natural monster in the world. It was not necessarily a good thing to be indifferent to honor and disgrace. This only showed that what had happened to this boy was unimaginable. She and the headmaster did not ask because there was no need to. Just as Ning Chen had said, once they had made their stand, the rest was not important. After Ning Chen left, Butterfly in the Flower closed her eyes and continued to cultivate the wish law. She felt sorry for Hong Wulei, but at the same time she rejoiced for this girl. It was not easy to invite Ning Chen, but since he was here, this trip would not be in vain. It was a cold night in Blue Frost City. In the palaces that were not very grand, kings dressed in blue were dealing with political affairs. In the middle of the palace, a king dressed in blue was calmly looking at the secret text in his hand, seriously annotating and dotting the ink. Prince Qing, by Chenkong. It wasn't an extraordinary name. Among the 4 kings, he was the coldest and most rational one. Even his subordinates were as rational and calm as King Qing. They were like machines that handled the affairs of the imperial city. If the Red King's personality was as fiery as fire, then the Green King's personality was as cold as ice. They were the two extremes. Therefore, ever since they inherited the throne, they had never gotten along. Outside the imperial palace, Ning Chen appeared. He walked forward step by step, not bothering to hide his tracks. In the palace, the king's officials immediately stood up. They did not look anxious, but they all pulled out their swords to block the path. In the next moment, the 13 kings' officials gathered their strength and slashed down. A terrifying blue sword light tore through the air and slashed towards the newcomer. However, the Red King did not move at all. The protective sword intent in front of him turned into a shield that blocked the sword light. In the imperial palace, King Qing put down the secret text in his hand and stood up. He calmly said, "You are a guest. You can leave and continue with your work." Yes. The 13 kings' officials accepted the order and returned to their positions to continue with their work. The two of them looked at each other. Ning Chen looked at the young King Tier. At the same time, King Qing also looked at the young man in front of him. Although neither of them said a word, the rising air currents around them kept surging and colliding violently. "Why have you come here?" King Qing asked. "I want to ask for your advice," Ning Chen replied. "My sword does not come out for matters outside of the imperial city," King Qing said calmly. "Does killing the Red King count as a matter of the imperial city?" Ning Chen slowly asked. King Qing's eyes narrowed. Rays of light flashed through them. "I did not kill the Red King. The verdant Emperor's sword cannot kill him. Rumor has it that the Azure King is righteous, and Azure King City is the most peaceful of the 4 cities. Azure King, do you think my sword has the power to break this peace?" Ning Chen's killing intent surged out as he calmly asked. "Before that, my sword will kill all threats to the imperial city." As he spoke, King Qing reached out and grabbed his sword. He slowly pulled out 3 parts of the imperial sword. In an instant, a bone-piercing coldness spread out, making people feel cold all over. Ning Chen was unmoved. He took out the red origin king ring and said indifferently, "King Qing, are you familiar with this ring?" "The red origin king ring," said King Qing coldly. "I'm not interested in how the Red King died, or who he died for, but I want to know how to control this king's ring. If you don't tell me, I'll kill everyone in Qing Shuang City. You should know that even if I can't leave Qing Shuang City safely today, I'll still be able to heavily injure it," said Ning Chen indifferently. King Qing's eyes flickered with coldness. After a long time, he slowly said, "Fine, but I have a condition." "Speak," said Ning Chen. "I want to know where the Red King's daughter is." "What I want," said Ning Chen calmly. King Qing waved his hand, and the table behind him split apart. A jade slip flew out of a secret compartment and into Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen glanced at it and then raised his head. "Hong Wulei is with the Violet King or the Dark King. But he only has half a breath left." King Qing's expression changed. "Is he with the Violet King or the Dark King?" "It's hard to say. It depends on what my friend chooses," said Ning Chen. "You want us to kill each other?" King Qing wasn't stupid. After thinking about it for a moment, he quickly reacted. "Smart." Ning Chen's lips curled. He took a step forward, transforming into a ray of light that shot into the distance. "King Qing, do you think the Violet King or the Dark King will be willing to waste their yuan qi to save her? Or do you think those 2 kings will fight over her?" His final words echoed through the King Qing palace. King Qing's expression was as cold as ice. This person was truly sinister. Back then, the Red King's death had caused an irreparable rift between the 3 kings. Now, this move was definitely going to cause the 3 kings to shed all pretenses. What a good way to benefit the fishermen when the sandpiper and the clam fight. In the Redbud Royal City, a blue-robed figure flashed past. In a luxurious palace, a purple-robed woman sat quietly. The luxurious palace decorations were beautiful, reflecting the woman's exquisite and beautiful face. She was the only female king among the 4 kings of the world. Her extraordinary aura attracted the attention of others. The saber god had charged into the palace. With a single peach tree, he had forced back all obstructions. When the saber god displayed his martial arts, it was difficult to distinguish who he was. Blades and swords flew and the palace guards couldn't block them. In the blink of an eye, the blue-robed woman had arrived within the palace. King Qing attacked and the peach wood blocked her attack. With a loud explosion, the entire palace shook violently. "Is this how King Qing greets his guests?" asked Hua Zhongdie indifferently. "Breaking into the palace in the middle of the night, what are your intentions?" asked Emperor Zi, narrowing his eyes. "Giving a gift." With that, Hua Zhongdie waved her left hand, and a letter flew out toward the violet-robed king. Seeing this, the Violet King condensed her yuan qi with her slender hands. Purple light surged as she caught the letter flying towards her. When he regained his composure, the blue-robed woman had already left. She disappeared into the night. King, there's an unconscious woman outside the palace. She should have been left behind by that person. The leader of the Imperial Guards appeared below the Imperial Highness and said respectfully, "Bring her in." King Qing opened the letter and said calmly, "Yes." As soon as he saw the ink on the letter, the Violet King's expression changed. He looked at the sleeping woman in front of him, and his heart began to pound like a storm. He couldn't control himself. He walked forward, step by step. He didn't know if he should be happy or sad. Wulei. King Qing reached out and touched the woman's face. He couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. Boundless violet qi from his king ring entered the woman's body. "Did you make the right choice?" Outside the palace, a beautiful figure in blue stood in the void. She narrowed her eyes and said softly as she looked at Hong Wulei, whose vitality was gradually recovering. Scheming, calculating, and judging people. It was really a headache. Only a monster like Ning Chen could do it so skillfully. She had to admit defeat in this aspect. She couldn't see any flaws in King Qing's plan. At the very least, King Qing had truly saved Hong Wulei. His sadness didn't seem to be an act. Hua Zhongjie felt her headache. She didn't want to think about it anymore. It was better to let Ning Chen worry about it. In the next moment, the blue figure in the void faded and melted into the night, disappearing without a trace. 2 hours later, a beam of light streaked across King Qing's palace. The letter was stabbed into the table. The person who had delivered the letter left without staying for even a moment. On the throne, King Qing opened his eyes. He had the temperament of a scholar. His qi was ordinary. It didn't match his title at all. He was one of the 2 kings that King Qing had a good relationship with when he was alive. Among the 4 kings, he was the most low-key one. His cultivation base was unfathomable. "Wulei, are you still alive?" After King of Darkness read the contents of the letter, he muttered softly and walked out of the palace. His dark robe fluttered in the wind. It was the first time in 10 years that the most mysterious king had left the palace. He walked out of the palace. In the royal palace of the tearless city, the butterfly in the flower appeared after finishing her task. Not long after, the void shook, and the red-robed figure gathered and returned as well. "Is everything done?" asked Ning Chen. "Yes." Hua Zhongjie nodded. She told him everything that had happened tonight, especially the reactions of the 2 kings. "Did you see anything? Is it King Qing or King Dark?" asked Hua Zhongjie. According to the 3 kings' attitudes and identities, King Qing, who had always been at odds with King Qing, was the most suspicious one. The other one was the mysterious King Dark. As for King Qing, according to what had happened tonight, he wasn't a suspect. Chapter 451. In the Divine Prefecture, 33 miles to the north of the Eternal Night Sect's old site, the white-robed Venerable Bodhi stood quietly, looking at the broken sword in the dust. Sadness flashed in his eyes. So Luo broke the sword, and Bodhi proved his Tao. He sacrificed his life for the common people without any regret. The Divine Prefecture paid the most painful price for the heavenly sin tribulation. Countless souls were buried forever, and the living also suffered endless pain in the cycle of reincarnation. Knowing destiny and Xia Zi, one had to bear the karma of killing the common people, and the other had to bear the endless demonic aura. Amit Ba. Venerable Bodhi pulled out the broken sword from the ground and was about to leave when a black-robed figure came from afar. The blood-red demonic mark on his forehead was unusually glaring, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. The former emperor who saved the world, the current demon fetus who brought disaster to the world, was surging with demonic aura. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Demon. Venerable Bodhi's face darkened. It wasn't that young man who was still on the verge of becoming a demon. The person in front of him was a real demon. The demon also sensed it and stopped, looking at the Buddha in front of him. There was no emotion in his cold eyes. 7 Buddhas, extradite to Thagata. In front of the demon, Venerable Bodhi focused. He spun the prayer beads in his hand, and one of the beads quickly transformed into Buddha words, blocking the demon's path. Doing justice for the heavens? The demon sneered, and demonic aura surged out of his body, blocking the golden Buddha light. Seeing that the demon was more difficult to deal with than the previous people, Venerable Bodhi waved the prayer beads, and hundreds of images appeared around him. He turned into a teacher, a blacksmith, and an old monk chanting scriptures. All of them were different, and they were all facing the demon together. Lippo Emperor Lippo, Chio 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 Di, Luo Nid. Nia Luo Emperor, Pai Lai Yu Emperor, Maha Jia Emperor, Zhenling Qian Emperor, Shapo. 7 Buddhas, Sanskrit power locked the demon, and sacred Sanskrit chants reverberated between heaven and earth, passing through the demon's body and reaching the deepest part of his consciousness. The demonic aura around the demon became even more terrifying. It was so thick that it almost condensed, blocking the Sanskrit chants from all directions. The demon's ability was shocking. He can't be converted? Subhuti sighed softly. There was no turning back for this devil. The Buddha made up his mind and waved the prayer beads in his hand, dispersing the Sanskrit chants. Immediately, a golden Buddha world descended. The Buddha moved to kill, no longer showing any mercy. Demon sword. The demonic cultivator clenched his right hand, and the demonic sword was unsheathed. When the demonic sword entered his hand, an even more terrifying demonic might spread out, crashing into the surrounding golden Buddha world. At this moment, the broken Esir Luo sword hummed softly. The sword that had once suppressed a demonic cultivator sensed the aura of the demonic cultivator in front of it and hummed continuously. A strange look flashed across Subhuti's eyes. The spirit of So Luo was actually pleading for mercy for the demon. Could it be that this devil was also one of the several powerhouses from the Divine Prefecture who participated in the Battle of Blasphemy during the Divine Tribulation that destroyed the world 10 years ago? At this point, Venerable Subhuti hesitated. If that was really the case, then this demon had saved the world, and the world owed him a favor. Buddha, aren't you going to make a move? I'm sure we'll meet again. As the demon passed by, his eyes remained cold as he walked west step by step. In the tearless city, in the moonless night, in the ruins of the royal palace, Ning Chen was lost in thought for a long time. The 3 kings' performances were all different. Based on their performances, it was indeed as Butterfly in the Flower had said. King Qing was the biggest suspect. However, before Hong Wulei woke up, this was just a guess. Let's go to the Redbud Palace, Ning Chen said after thinking for a while. Butterfly in the Flower nodded. The show was about to begin, and she couldn't wait. The two walked together and left again after a few breaths. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The battle between the 3 kings was about to begin. The 3 kings had the biggest motive for King Red's death. None of them could escape suspicion. At the very least, before the final result was out, the 3 kings couldn't be trusted. In the Redbud Palace, a king in a dark gray robe walked over step by step. His scholarly face didn't show any killing intent. If it weren't for the king's ring on his hand, it would be hard to believe that this seemingly weak scholar was the most mysterious and feared of the 3 kings. In the 3-flower palace, the Purple King, who had just used the power of the king's ring to stabilize Hong Wulei's vitality, looked exhausted. He reached out and touched Hong Wulei's forehead lovingly. Poor child. Soon, a cold wind blew, and a king's pressure descended. The guards couldn't block it, and they couldn't even touch the dark gray king's clothes. The dark king's appearance caused the entire 3-flower palace's aura to freeze. It was like a quagmire, making it hard for people to breathe. Hand over Hong Wulei, said the dark king calmly. I can't do that, said the purple king. Then I'll have to offend you. The dark king's figure flickered and a palm descended. A dark aura streaked through the air, and the space around it couldn't bear the pressure and suddenly split apart. Seeing this, the Purple King condensed her Yuan Qi in her hand. Purple light rose from her body as she met the attack with her palm. With a loud bang, the Purple King was forced back half a step. his blood qi roiled violently. He had used his true yuan to maintain Hong Wulei's vitality, so his cultivation technique was no longer at its peak. In front of the Dark King, he showed signs of being defeated in just one exchange. However, how could the dignity of a king be so easily blasphemed? The Purple King waved his hand, activating the power of the King's Ring. His vast true yuan transformed into a roaring violet flood dragon that coiled around him. You're not the only one with a King's Ring. The Dark King's eyes flashed, and his vast yuan condensed into the King's Ring on his right hand. In an instant, a tiger's roar shook the heavens. The three-flower palace immediately began to shake violently. The palace's protective formation flickered and then disappeared. The palace's 4 stone pillars all collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, they had all turned to dust. The Purple King was forced back several steps by the shockwaves. Her lips were red, and her gentle eyes were ice-cold. Dark King, you've gone too far. The Violet King wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His delicate hand moved, and a divine halberd with purple qi rose from the ground. In a flash, the King's Ring was taken off and inserted into the groove on the halberd. A terrifying oppressive force spread out. A shocking King's implement had appeared for the first time in the world. The Dark King's expression became grave when he saw the Purple King item appear. A king item that could suppress karmic luck was the foundation of a dynasty. It wouldn't be easy for him to take it away from the red tearless king item. In the next instant, the two kings exchanged blows once more. The Purple King's power suddenly increased with the addition of the King's Ring and king item. On the other hand, although the Dark King was in his peak state, he couldn't block the king item's power with his bare hands. He couldn't gain the upper hand for the time being. Just as the two sides were fiercely fighting, a ray of azure light streaked across the distance. An azure-robed king with a solemn expression charged into the three-flower palace. Dark King, Purple King, stop. The Azure King's sword blocked the divine halberd, and his palm blocked its power. Bai Qingkong, you came at the wrong time, said the Dark King indifferently. Taking advantage of someone's perilous state isn't the conduct of a gentleman. Dark King, you're close to the Red King, so you should know what he hates the most, said the Azure King. The Red King? Heh, he's been dead for more than 10 years. His bones probably can't even be found. What does his hatred have to do with me? Said the Dark King coldly. Hearing that, the Purple King's eyes flashed with unconcealable killing intent. He said, Dark King, watch your mouth. Today, I won't be able to save you, but next time, you won't be so lucky. After saying that, the Dark King turned around and walked out of the palace. The Azure King observed the two kings' expressions and then looked at the Purple King. He said seriously, Purple King, be careful. The Dark King's strength might not be limited to this. Thank you for helping me. I'll be careful, said the Purple King. The Azure King didn't say anything else. He sheathed his sword and left. Among the two figures floating in the sky above the palace, Hua Zhongye, who had watched the three kings show her entire life, found it hard to tell if she was real or fake. The Azure King seems a bit hypocritical. The Purple King is the most honest and doesn't hide his emotions. As for the Dark King, he's unfathomable. It's hard to say, said Hua Zhongye. Now, if I ask you to pick a murderer, who will you pick? Asked Ningchen. The Dark King, Hua Zhongye thought for a while and said. Ningchen nodded and didn't say anything else. Not long ago, the Azure King was the most suspicious. Now it was the Dark King. The three kings were all shrewd. The contents of the letters he sent to the three kings were all different. The Azure King didn't tell the other two kings about his existence. It could be seen that after the Red King's death, the three kings no longer trusted each other. According to tonight's judgment, the Red King's death wasn't set up by the three kings. It was just one of them. In fact, the possibility of the Azure King being the murderer was not high. As Bai Qingkong said, he couldn't kill the Red King. The reason was simple. The Red King and the Azure King had been at odds for a long time. They were both on guard against each other. It would be difficult for the Azure King to plot against the Red King without letting others know. As for the Purple King and the Dark King, one was the Red King's confidant and the other was the Red King's trusted friend. They had the best chance to kill the Red King. The two of them reminded him of one person. Duke Xiu, one of the 3 dukes of the great Xia dynasty, was the most patient person he had ever seen. After 40 years of ups and downs, he only showed his flaw at the last move. Fan Lingyue was the best in the world in terms of layout and overt schemes. Duke Xiu didn't lose to anyone in terms of scheming. However, scheming couldn't be done in the end. The death of Duke Xiu was the best example. Not long ago, what he said to the Chief Academy was actually not a joke. Out of the 10 talents in the world, Fan Lingyue had 6. The rest of the people had 4. He, Duke Xiu, and the other 3 kings were among the rest. Therefore, they weren't much better than the others. At least, compared to Fan Lingyue, he could only be regarded as a martial artist who didn't know how to scheme. But because of this, no matter how smart and patient the 3 kings were, they couldn't be flawless. As long as they were a fox, they would show their tail, no matter how old they were. Fortunately, his opponent was no longer Fan Lingyue. Unfortunately, his opponent would no longer be Fan Lingyue. Do you still want to watch the show? I'm leaving for 2 days. Ning Chen glanced at the girl beside him and said. Hua Zhongyue thought for a while and said, No, this little girl won't wake up for the time being. I'll come back in a few days. Okay, then let's go together. Ning Chen nodded and said. Hua Zhongyue took one last look at the palace below and then left with the former. Chapter 452. On the 10th day, the news about the demonic wheel ocean spread rapidly in the southwest region of the central continent. Originally, only the most powerful sects in the world knew about this forbidden area, but now everyone knew about it. There were immortals in the human world. This news undoubtedly shocked all the cultivators in the world. There were only 2 goals for cultivation: fame and fortune and immortality. Fame and fortune were easy to obtain, but immortality was hard to obtain. Xiantian took 300 years, supremacy took 800 years. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how talented they were, they couldn't escape the cleansing of time. 800 years was the limit. Demonic Wheel Ocean, Immortal Palace. In the Mizar dynasty, the Yuan Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. Although he didn't know who spread this news, there was no doubt that the central continent, which had been peaceful for so many years, would raise a huge wave. In the academy, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, the academy head, who was brewing tea, heard the report of the young man in white. Her delicate hand slightly trembled, but she immediately calmed down and sent him away. Ning Chen, what are you doing? The academy head looked into the distance and whispered softly. In the ruins of the palace in Tearless City, Hua Zhongyue looked at the young man beside her. The corner of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc. She smiled and said, Junior brother, you really are a dangerous person. Even your senior sister is a bit scared. Ning Chen smiled and said, Senior sister Dai, I'll feel ashamed if you say that. I've met countless people in my life, but only you have the best temper. Do you know why? Because I'm beautiful. Hua Zhongyue smiled like a butterfly. It was very dazzling and also very frightening. Ning Chen smiled and said, Senior sister is very beautiful, but the biggest reason is that you never deliberately hide your fickleness. In addition, you don't know how to write the 4 words propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Hua Zhongyue narrowed her eyes. She didn't take those words as sarcasm because Ning Chen was right. She was never a decent woman. She rarely personally killed people, but the number of people who wanted her dead was uncountable. Senior sister really likes you more and more. How about we make do? Hua Zhongyue walked forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her eyes were blurred. I have someone I like. Senior sister, you appeared too late. Ning Chen smiled and shook off the she-devil's arm. He didn't care and didn't put on an act. He rejected her without hesitation. I can be a concubine. If the first and second concubines can't, isn't there still the third concubine? Butterfly in the flower once again approached him, exhaling an orchid scent. Then senior apprentice sister will have to wait for a long time. Furthermore, senior apprentice sister should know that fickle men will first judge a woman's value, not her feelings, no matter how beautiful she is. Ning Chen looked to the east and lightly smiled. It doesn't matter. Hua Zhongjie leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. She smiled and said, "Don't you still have time? You are still too young. I still need to take care of you for a few more days. However, you have to grow up quickly. A woman's patience is very limited. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself." Senior Martial Sister, the demonic tribulation is very difficult. Be careful, Ning Chen said seriously, ignoring the former's crazy words. Of all the people he knew, Butterfly in the Flower was the first person who wanted to become a chosen. However, the demonic tribulation, the emotional tribulation, and the tribulation of all living beings were the three most terrifying tribulations on the path to becoming a chosen. The demonic tribulation and the emotional tribulation were even more terrifying. He wasn't lying. Although he had only known Butterfly in the Flower for a few short months, their tempers were the best. He didn't want this she-devil to be taken away by the heavens. There were too many good men and good women in this world. He had to give bad men and bad women a way to survive. Don't worry. I'll quickly eat you before I become a chosen. Otherwise, if I fail, wouldn't it be regretful? Butterfly in the Flower loosened her arms and smiled even more brilliantly. Ning Chen didn't say anything more. He knew this she-devil liked to sing, and she liked acting even more. Some words were best left unsaid. Butterfly in the Flower didn't continue to be so overbearing. She changed the topic. What about that little girl? She probably hates you to death right now. The Violet King treats her pretty well. I should go pay him a visit, said Ning Chen calmly. I'll go as well. Butterfly in the Flower's eyes began to shine. She returned to her usual appearance of wanting to see the world burn. You're only allowed to listen. You're not allowed to speak carelessly. You're also not allowed to casually attack. Ning Chen didn't refuse and reminded her. Senior apprentice sister is the most obedient. Butterfly in the Flower smiled cutely and replied. Ning Chen smiled indifferently. It would be strange if he believed her. However, as long as this she-devil's identity wasn't exposed, everything else was fine. As for Hong Wulei, he wasn't worried at all. The Academy head and the Red King were old friends. Hong Wulei wasn't an ungrateful person. She wouldn't reveal Butterfly in the Flower's identity and cause trouble for the Academy. Heartless people hurt others, but heartless people hurt themselves. Hong Wulei was kind-hearted. Even though she had been hit by his palm, she wouldn't vent her anger on the Academy. In addition, Hong Wulei could no longer trust the three kings without reservation. Do you regret it? Hua Zhongjie suddenly said. Humans were not made of iron or stone. How could they be heartless? A person's unreserved trust was the heaviest burden. She did not believe that Ning Chen's heart was not softened at all when he made that palm strike. I don't regret it. Ning Chen sighed. He didn't regret it, but he felt heartache. Even someone as fickle as him couldn't bear to see the look in that girl's eyes before she fainted. How ironic. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Perhaps his palm had been too ruthless. However, if he had to do it again, he would still make the same choice. If you feel guilty, then quickly find the culprit who schemed against the Red King, said Butterfly in the Flower softly. Very soon. Ning Chen nodded. He didn't have time to waste on the three kings. If nothing unexpected happened, there would soon be countless experts heading to the demonic we'll see. If there really were immortals in this world, would they be able to tolerate these intruders? Or perhaps a mortal would go against the immortals and break into the immortal palace, prying into the secrets of heaven that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years. In the Redbud Palace, two people walked over. Butterfly in the Flower's appearance had changed. She had restrained her aura and looked delicate and gentle, like a harmless little sister. In front of the palace, the Imperial Guard leader's expression immediately became grave when he saw the two of them. "Please inform them that the person who delivered the letter has come tonight," said Ning Chen indifferently. In front of the palace gate, when the leader of the guards heard this, he didn't say anything and immediately sent someone to report. Not long after, the Imperial Guard who had gone to inform them returned. He respectfully bowed and said, "The two of you, my king invites you in." "Many thanks," Ning Chen said and walked forward with Hua Zhongdia. After the two of them left, the Imperial Guard leader's stiff body slowly came down. The pressure that the red-clothed young man gave off was really frightening. His aggressive aura was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour people alive. In the Three-Flower Palace, the Violet King sat on his throne. The two of them walked in and politely bowed to the beautiful woman in front of him. "Honored guests, please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The Violet King stood up and walked down his throne with a smile. "You're too courteous. Wulei was injured by someone, and I was unable to save him. I could only send him to the Violet King. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Violet King for your help," said Ning Chen. "Your Excellency, do you know who injured him?" asked Zi Wang, narrowing his eyes. "I don't know." Ning Chen shook his head. "The person who attacked was too fast. I didn't have time to see his face." "That's a pity," said the Violet King regretfully. "How is Wulei's injury? Can you come out and see me?" asked Ning Chen seriously. The Violet King thought for a moment and didn't refuse. He signaled for a palace maid to bring Hong Wulei over. Wulei woke up and didn't eat or drink. She also didn't speak. It seems she suffered a huge blow. The Violet King's eyes were filled with pity. "Wulei asked me to help her investigate the truth behind the Red King's death. But I never thought that a moment of carelessness would cause Wulei to be plotted against," said Ning Chen guiltily. Hearing him mention the Red King, the Violet King's eyes dimmed. He sighed and didn't say anything. To the side, Butterfly in the Flower Palace followed their agreement and didn't say anything. She just smiled as she listened to the man's lies. Ever since she was young, she knew that men's words couldn't be trusted. It was just like a woman's promise. Whoever believed it was a fool. The atmosphere in the palace was a bit heavy. At this moment, the palace maid returned and respectfully bowed. "I've brought Princess Wulei." As he spoke, a woman in dark red clothes walked out from the back of the palace. Her delicate face was still a little pale, and she looked very pitiful and weak. "Wulei, the prince is here to take you back." Ning Chen revealed a wisp of an amiable smile when he saw the person that had arrived. Bang! Hearing this familiar voice, Hong Wulei shifted her gaze and subconsciously stepped back, knocking down the candlestick next to her. Panic and fear flashed across her pale face, and her delicate body kept shivering. Seeing this, the Purple King's eyes flashed. He stepped in front of Hong Wulei and looked at the young man in front of him. He said slowly, "You should be able to see that Wulei is still very weak. Why don't you stay and rest for a few more days?" "What if I say no?" Ning Chen's smile became even warmer. The Violet King's expression turned cold. "Then let's see if you have the ability to take Wulei away." "Ha!" Ning Chen chuckled. He glanced at Hong Wulei and softly said, "Wulei, recuperate well. The prince will come for you again." Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He turned and walked out of the palace. "How boring." Hua Zhongye sighed regretfully. In the next moment, her eyes flashed coldly. Her figure rushed out, grabbing at Hong Wulei. The Violet King's expression sank. He instantly blocked in front of her and raised his palm. With a bang, the stone floor shattered. The Violet King took a step back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The injured king had lost. "Senior sister, let's go." Ning Chen looked back and calmly said. Hua Zhongye nodded and chuckled. She turned and followed. Violet King, I'll come again in a few days. Please take care of Wulei's injuries. As they spoke, the two figures gradually disappeared. In front of the fallen candle stand, Hong Wulei's trembling body stopped. Tears lingered in her eyes, but this time, she held them back. The Violet King turned around and looked at the former. He sighed softly and said, "It's fine. With Aunt Lien here, no one can hurt you anymore." Chapter 453. The devil we'll see, war chariots and beast roars shook the heavens. The large sects had gathered, and one grand exalted after another appeared. Some of them were old monsters from hundreds of years ago who had half their bodies buried in the earth. Their lifespans had almost dried up, and their great medicines and heavenly pills were useless. They could only rely on the legendary immortals. The aura of King items surged. The Peak Grand Exalted had brought their sect guarding treasures. They wanted to use this king item to open the immortal palace and open a path to immortality. In the distance, a human sovereign opened his eyes and looked over, watching the various sects fight. At the same time, the void shook and two figures appeared. One was in red, one was in blue. They were at the peak of the sword, a god among sabers. They were calmly waiting for the various sects to attack the forbidden land of the human world. You're willing to take the bait. Should I praise you for being smart, or should I call you treacherous? Hua Zhongjie smiled. They want immortality, and I want an answer. We both take what we need, said Ningchen calmly. So what if you know the answer? Even if a power that surpasses the human world exists, how can a human control it? Hua Zhongjie's expression became serious. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he softly said, "The power of the human world cannot save her. If there really is no power above the human world, then there is no path ahead of me." Hua Zhongjie sighed. A Peak Grand Exalted Sword expert who had shocked the entire southern tomb had become powerless because of a woman. So what if he was unrivaled in the world? He could win the world, but he couldn't win against her. "Junior apprentice brother, where are you from?" Hua Zhongjie turned around, asking this question for the first time. She hadn't asked before because there was no need. But now she really wanted to know. "Senior apprentice sister, do you want to hear?" Ning Chen was silent for a moment before asking. "Yes." Hua Zhongjie nodded seriously. "I come from the Grand Xia dynasty of the Eastern Divine Prefecture," said Ning Chen slowly. Hua Zhongjie was startled. A moment later, her expression changed, and she slowly said, "Grand Xia, Knowledge Marquis." Ning Chen was silent. He didn't admit or deny it. He hadn't heard this name in so many years that he had almost forgotten it. Seeing his expression, Hua Zhongjie's eyes flashed. She really hadn't expected the legendary Martial Marquis to have been by her side this entire time. After the divine tribulation, the two supreme beings of West Earth took action to pull back the eastern region. However, because of the terrifying deterrence of the Netherworld King, most people deliberately avoided mentioning the eastern region. However, a few names still spread. Among them, the name of the great Xia Zhiming Marquis left the deepest impression. According to legend, he was one of the most important figures in the War of Blasphemy, and was also one of the few top experts who survived. The leader of the divine land, the great savior of mankind, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I apologize to you. Butterfly in the flower bowed and said pitifully, "No need for formalities." Ning Chen acted as if he didn't hear the teasing tone in the she-devil's voice, and played along. "You're not as strong as the legends say." Hua Zhongjie smiled and stood up. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded nonchalantly. It was easy to invite the devil in, but difficult to send it away. How could it be possible without paying a price? The fact that he was still alive was already the most extravagant thing. Therefore, he was very grateful to Changyu, very grateful, even if his main body had to pay the price of being trapped for dozens of years, or even hundreds of years. Today's words are a little secret between the two of us. In the future, don't tell anyone else, including the academy head. Butterfly in the flower smiled sweetly. Her smile was so beautiful that it dazzled people. Understood, Ning Chen said softly. Don't worry. When I become the sovereign, in this world, who dares to bully you, I'll kill them. Butterfly in the flower smiled seriously. Okay. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he replied. Although he was forced to call her senior sister at first, as he called her that, it became smooth. In the past, he didn't want to, but now he was willing. Just as Butterfly in the flower said, it was not easy for a cruel and unscrupulous man and woman to meet each other. Butterfly in the flower was not a normal person, but he was also not someone easy to deal with. He did not belittle himself, nor did he have anything to be proud of. He lived on while at death's door, and then did something that would not make him regret for the rest of his life. Until he could no longer go on. He missed Man. He couldn't leave. Why didn't that girl come to find him? Ning Chen looked to the west. It seemed that it had been a long, long time since he had seen her. And Senior, was he still as cold and callous as before? Senior sister, if there's a chance, I'll introduce you to a genius saber user, said Ning Chen softly. How genius is she? Butterfly in the flower didn't believe him. I can't say that she's a genius saber user. She's a genius martial artist. A true genius might not be someone who will be able to surpass her in the future, but there's definitely no one before her. Her spirit is clear, and she can understand everything with just a hint. It's just that she doesn't like cultivating and is a bit slow. But senior sister, you'll like her. Ning Chen smiled warmly. What does she have to do with you? Asked Butterfly in the flower. A princess who doesn't look like a princess once said she wanted to marry me, but I refused. Ning Chen's smile became even more brilliant. Cruel and unscrupulous. Butterfly in the flower didn't conceal her ridicule. She really is cruel and unscrupulous. Ning Chen admitted it very straightforwardly, just as straightforwardly as when he had refused to marry her. Their inappropriate conversation was interrupted by a heaven-shaking explosion. The grand elders of the various sects were charging into the Devil Wheel Sea. As soon as their war chariots entered, they saw black light surging from the ground. Strands of terrifying aura filled with deathly stillness that made them shiver. Amidst the terrifying aura, the 9 heavens changed, and dark clouds covered the sun. On the ground, coffins rose up and opened. In the next moment, corpse gods in ancient robes walked out. The powerful death chi caused the atmosphere to become suffocating. They had been ambitious and ruthless when they were alive, but now they were dead. They had been buried for who knew how many years. One of them soared into the air and smashed apart a war chariot with a single fist. Blood and bones filled the air. The grand elders of the various sects were shocked, but they quickly came back to their senses. They had seen their entire lives, and in the end, they had gambled their lives. How could they be so easily scared off? A king item flickered with light. It was unknown which sect had brought a Buddhist holy item. It was specialized in restraining dark karma, and the corpse gods that had attacked were sent flying. The great battle was intense. War chariots were smashed down one after another. However, the corpse gods that were protecting them also paid a similar price, suffering great losses. The grand elders of the great sects protected by king items possessed great fighting strength. For the sake of seeing immortal palace and fighting for long life, they didn't hold back at all. Corpse gods fell from the horizon one after another. Only, the corpse gods were sturdy like metal and stone, undying bodies. After falling, they would quickly stand back up again. While they were in a deadlock, the void surged. A half-supreme expert with half his body in the yellow earth walked out. He wore white clothes, and even though he didn't have much lifespan left, he didn't look old. With the long life sword in hand, he hacked out 1,000 zhang path. Alcade King. Someone recognized the male who took action, crying out in alarm. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He had also heard of this person. He was the Alcade Imperial Court's previous king, who should have passed away 100 years ago, yet he forcefully held on until this era. He was a legendary figure, his sword cultivation already reaching the peak, unmatched in this world. It was rumored that the Alcade King had long had the strength to become a supreme being. Only, in the final tribulation of love, he turned around and left, voluntarily giving up on his supreme being position. No one knew why, but this type of person definitely wouldn't lust after long life. It was because it was once within reach. A generation's heavenly talent. Hua Zhongye, who rarely praised others, also opened her mouth, slowly praising. There was a type of person in this world that not even human supreme beings were willing to rashly provoke. This was precisely the Alcade King before her eyes. Now there was still her. Hua Zhongye never underestimated herself. There was no need to. Moreover, there was no lack of human supreme beings among those who wanted to get rid of her. Unfortunately, she was still alive and well. Demonic, we'll see. Alcade King took action, corpse gods collapsing one after another. The brilliance under the sword couldn't be stopped by deities. The sword on sword that should have disappeared 100 years ago appeared again today, still stunning and shocking the world. Observing the sword, admiring the sword, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Seeing the sword on sword again today, it was worth it. Hua Zhongye gave the male beside her a look, not saying anything. Soon after, she continued to watch the battle ahead. She didn't understand the sword, but she understood that the sword on sword was also a sword on sword. Although the youth beside her was still lacking in cultivation, his attainments in the sword were already so high that countless people couldn't compare to him. Such a monstrous genius at such a young age. How could he possibly let others live? Thinking about this, Hua Zhongye suddenly laughed. It was inexplicable, like a mad woman. However, Hua Zhongye was very beautiful, so even if she was a madwoman, she was still pleasing to the eye. What are you laughing about? Ning Chen didn't understand. Looking at the demoness who was laughing like a blooming flower, he asked. You can't beat me. Hua Zhongye turned her head, giving him an even more brilliant smile. Seeing her smile, Ning Chen also laughed softly. So what if I can't beat you? Will senior sister attack me? When I'm singing, yes. Normally, no, said Hua Zhongye honestly. Then if you can't beat me, then so be it. Ning Chen smiled and shifted his gaze, continuing to watch the battle in the distance. The devil we'll see, the longevity sword, opened the path of life. The white-robed Alcade King looked like an immortal that had descended into the world. His sword was otherworldly, peerlessly elegant. The devil we'll see buried life, the corpse god's end, the clouds parted, the sun appeared, and the traces of the danger zone appeared. The huge dragon vein had already died, and everything within 100 miles became a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew. It had become the most terrifying place to bury dragons. A war chariot didn't stop. It had only gone 10 meters when a grand elder, whose lifespan had already withered up, died. He didn't even have the chance to react before falling out of the chariot. That shocking scene shocked everyone. The grand elder's expressions all became unsightly. Another person was unwilling to admit defeat. Using a king item to protect himself, he drove the war chariot into the danger zone. However, the drained dragon vein had become the bane of king items. The king item's karmic luck was instantly devoured by the dragon vein. The grand elder on the war chariot rapidly aged. He wanted to rush back, but it was already too late. The immortal palace had yet to appear. There was no path to the danger zone. In front of longevity, it was as far as the horizon. Ji Yaoguang, do you really want to go in? A voice rang out from the distance. A powerful aura caused even heaven and earth to tremble. A human sovereign had interfered in the situation of the Forbidden Zone. Yes. The Alcade King didn't explain anything. He only calmly nodded. His expression was as carefree as when he had given up the position of sovereign without the slightest hesitation. The human sovereign sighed and didn't try to persuade him any further. Separated by who knew how many territories, he sent the white-robed Alcade king off with a palm of praise. Chapter 454. In the end, Alcade king still stepped into the impasse. His sword intent rose endlessly, splitting the 9 heavens and severing the mortal world. The most shocking sword attack shocked the entire central region. The human sovereign used all his strength to help Alcade king resist the death chi of the dragon burial impasse. In front of everyone's eyes, the white robe gradually disappeared. The Taishang of various sects watched the legend from 100 years ago enter the impasse, but they could only shake their heads helplessly and retreat temporarily. They didn't have the help of the human sovereign, and they didn't have the strength of Alcade king. Today they were doomed to fail. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, the chariots left one after another. They were waiting for the day when they were ready to join hands and enter the forbidden land. Immortality is useless. Immortality is foolish. Looking at the scattered corpses in front of the impasse, Hua Zhongjie said lightly. Only the two of them could hear it. Ning Chen was silent. He didn't say anything. Immortality was indeed useless. However, her life hadn't started yet. How could she just sleep in a coffin? He still had many things to ask her. For example, why did she always wear a red wedding dress? Why did she always wear a red veil? She was obviously very beautiful, prettier than all the women in the world. Hua Zhongjie couldn't stand someone's calm appearance. She walked forward and forced a smile on his face. She said, "See, I told you that you're not a good person. Just one piece of news from you has harmed so many seniors of the great sections." Ning Chen struggled to get rid of the demoness. He thought for a while and forced a smile. He said, "Let's go back. The problem with Wulei hasn't been solved yet." "Oh, I thought you only cared about harming people and forgot about that little girl," Hua Zhongjie teased. "I can't forget," Ning Chen said in a soft but unquestionable voice. As for the demonic wheel ocean, since the world knew about it, he believed that from now on more people would come. Not everyone could resist the fear of death and the temptation of immortality. These great sects with thousands of years of history had to have some ability. He would quietly observe and wait for the day when they broke through the immortal palace. In the Redbud Palace, Hong Wulei sat on the couch with her hands hugging her knees. Her eyes were dull. She didn't speak, didn't even move. Zi Wang walked over and looked at the figure on the bed. She sighed softly and a gentle expression appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "Wulei, are you feeling better?" Hong Wulei raised his head and then lowered it again. From the beginning to the end, there was no change in his expression. The Purple King sighed. This silly girl's personality was almost exactly the same as her mother's. She was so stubborn that it made one's heart ache. "Just what happened? Tell me. Aunt Lien will support you." The Violet Prince sat on the bed, gently stroking his hair. She could see that Wu Lei was very afraid of the young man who came to visit that day. That kind of fear couldn't be faked. At the same time, in the palace of King of Darkness, two figures sat facing each other, drinking wine and chatting with each other. "Thank you for the letter," the King of Darkness said calmly. "You're too polite. However, I'm a little surprised that the Dark King couldn't bring Hong Wulei back." Ning Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. "Zi Wang is stronger than I expected. Furthermore, there's an endless supply of karmic luck in the palace. It's not difficult to defeat her, but it's also not easy," said the King of Darkness honestly. A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He put down his wine cup and looked at the scholarly king. "King of Darkness, who do you think is behind the Red King's death?" "Zi Wang or Qin Wang," said the King of Darkness. "Ha!" Ning Chen smiled. "What a clever answer. Of the current world's 3 kings, excluding himself, there were only 2 left." "King of Darkness, what do you think of the Red King?" asked Ning Chen casually. "He's arrogant and courageous. However, he's too arrogant and trusts others too much. In short, he's a boorish fellow," said the King of Darkness. "His evaluation doesn't seem high." Rumor has it that the King of Darkness is the Red King's best friend. That's a surprising answer, said Ningchen. That boorish fellow was the one who said the word friend. I've never acknowledged it, said the King of Darkness indifferently. In that case, the King of Darkness might be the one who joined forces with Bai Luomiashing to kill the Red King, said Ningchen. If I wanted to kill him, why would I need to join forces with others? Said the King of Darkness coldly. King of Darkness, you're really confident, said Ningchen. The King of Darkness didn't want to talk about this anymore. He drank his wine and calmly said, Since we've finished chatting, shouldn't you tell me why you're here? Ningchen smiled. I've come to make a deal with the King of Darkness. What deal? Asked the King of Darkness. I'll help the King of Darkness deal with either Qing Wang or Zi Wang. Once the culprit is killed, the King's ring will be mine, said Ningchen as he refilled their cups. The King of Darkness narrowed his eyes. How do you know who the culprit is? Whoever has the Red Origin King's ring is the culprit, said Ningchen indifferently. And if I don't agree? Asked the King of Darkness coldly. Ningchen didn't care. He slowly said, If the King of Darkness doesn't agree, then I'll go find Qing Wang or Zi Wang and repeat what I said today. It doesn't matter to me who the culprit is. My goal is only the King's ring. So if I'm unlucky and choose the culprit as my ally, then I'm really sorry. The King of Darkness's eyes became even colder. After a long time, the coldness disappeared. He said, Deal. I wish you a pleasant cooperation. I'll take my leave first. See you in front of the Qing Wang Palace tonight. Ningchen drank his wine in one gulp and stood up with a smile. The King of Darkness nodded calmly. Outside the palace, Hua Zhongye was waiting. When she saw Ningchen walk out, she softly asked, What do you think? I'll act tonight, said Ningchen. Didn't you say that Qing Wang was the least suspicious? Why did you attack him first? Asked Hua Zhongye. Qing Wang's existence is the key to easing the tension between the three kings. If something happens to Qing Wang, the King of Darkness and Zi Wang's conflict will become even more obvious. That's why Wu Lei's Red Yuan King ring is more valuable, said Ningchen. The three kings were now at odds with each other on the surface and did not trust each other. It was precisely because of this that his three letters were able to play the greatest role. Tonight, the triangular balance was broken, and many things would slowly surface. That girl will be fine, right? Asked Hua Zhongye worriedly. She won't. Right now, she's the safest. At least, before the Red Yuan King ring appears, neither the Zi Wang nor the King of Darkness will let anything happen to her, said Ningchen. Night fell, and the moon was in the middle of the sky. A cold wind blew against the withered trees. In front of the Azure King Palace, the king in dark gray robes waited quietly. Not long after, a beautiful figure in blue robes appeared. Step by step, she walked over. It's you. The King of Darkness recognized her. This was the woman who had delivered the letter that day. Her strength was unfathomable. Even he couldn't see through her. Let's go, said Hua Zhongye indifferently. Yes. The King of Darkness nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. With this woman cooperating with him, it was enough. Within the Qing Wang Palace, the king's subordinates all went about their duties as usual. Within the palace, the azure-robed young king was also meticulously handling state affairs. All of a sudden, a cold wind gusted as killing intent gushed forth. Two silhouettes walked out from the void, exuding a powerful aura that caused the countenances of the ministers present to turn heavy. In front of the table, the Qing Wang's hand paused. He put down his brush and stood up. Looking at the subordinates, he calmly said, You can all leave. My king. The expressions of the 13 ministers changed as they exclaimed anxiously, Leave. His green eyes turned cold as he shouted. They couldn't go against the king's orders. Although the subordinates were worried, they could only respectfully accept the order and unwillingly leave. After the subordinates left, the Qing Wang calmly looked at the King of Darkness. Was it you? No, denied the King of Darkness. The Qing Wang stared at the King of Darkness for a long time. He didn't say whether he believed him or not. He pulled out his sword and indifferently said, "You want to get rid of me? King of Darkness, are you prepared to pay the price?" "Thank you." The King of Darkness took a step forward. His aura rose rapidly. In the next moment, he turned into a gray light and instantly arrived in the palace. The palm and the sword clashed. The king's sword and the king's ring clashed, giving off a dazzling light. After a moment of stalemate, the long and narrow blade appeared. It was sharp and threatening. The king's sword changed its direction and blocked the deadly blade light. Then, it turned its palm and blocked the King of Darkness's powerful palm energy. With a loud bang, the palace trembled. The array patterns collapsed. It couldn't withstand the power of the three top cultivators and quickly scattered. Seeing that the opponent was extraordinary, the butterfly in the flower flashed. She used strange steps and her blade moved strangely. Her blade was extremely fast. She had never seen anything like this before. This strange martial art was astonishing. Bai Chenkong was fighting against two people at the same time. He was more focused than ever. The king's sword was magnificent and didn't want to back down. Outside the palace, the red-robed man in the sky gathered and watched the battle quietly. The king fought bravely and was unshakable. With the king's sword and the king's ring, the undefeatable king didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. "King of Darkness, are you still not going to use your full strength?" Ning Chen watched the battle and mumbled to himself. The butterfly in the flower would only use half of her strength. She couldn't use her full strength. The key to this battle was still the King of Darkness. In the palace, the blade, the sword, and the palm clashed again. The shockwaves spread and forced the three to back off. "Bai Chenkong, I'm sorry." The King of Darkness exerted force on his feet. The stone floor under the palace crumbled and rose up. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure spread out. A black divine weapon that looked like a blade and a sword appeared. Its oppressive aura stirred up the clouds above the palace. The king's weapon that hadn't appeared for 100 years had appeared again. Falling clouds Gufei. Seeing the divine weapon appear, the king's sword moved like the wind and emitted a dazzling green light. A resplendent sword light streaked across the palace towards the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness held his weapon and attacked. The divine weapon shook the king's sword. Suddenly, a dazzling red color dripped down the palace. "King of Darkness, you've lost." The blade appeared silently and was an inch away from the king's throat. It was cold and sharp like a poisonous snake. It seemed like it could devour someone at any moment. "The winner takes all. I have nothing to say. Let's fight." The King of Darkness' body stiffened but soon relaxed. He glanced at the two and said calmly. Chapter 455. In one night, the Dark King had attacked, the Azure King had been defeated, and the Violet King's ring had been lost. News of this quickly spread to the Violet King Palace. The Violet King, who was taking care of Hong Wulei, immediately changed her expression. Without a doubt, after the Azure King, the Dark King's next target would be her. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. But she didn't understand why the Dark King, who had endured for over 10 years, would suddenly attack the Azure King. "King, someone has broken into the palace." Just as the urgent report was heard, a figure in red flashed. In an instant, he was already in the hall. He glanced at the beautiful figure on the bed and said calmly, "Wu Lei, go back with young master." Impudent! The Violet King was infuriated. She slapped out a palm. Ning Chen snorted and dodged her palm. He clenched his right hand and the Yama King appeared. His sword slashed down and a fierce gale shot out. The Violet King flipped her palm and her true chi surged, blocking the sharp sword light. What is the meaning of this? The Violet King stood in front of the bed, looking at the red-robed youth. "I'm taking my maid back. That's a matter of course. I don't think I need your permission." Ning Chen raised his sword and looked at Hong Wulei. "Wulei, the Azure King is already dead. You've already avenged your father. Don't throw a tantrum. Return with the young master. Hearing this, Hong Wulei, who was on the bed, trembled and raised his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Return with me. Ning Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. Hong Wulei's body trembled once more. A look of struggle appeared on her face. In the end, she suppressed her fear and trembled as she stood up, wanting to walk over. Wulei, don't listen to him. He's lying to you, said the Violet Emperor anxiously, blocking the way. Violet King, don't challenge my patience. Since you saved Wulei once, let me take her away today. Then everything will be settled, said Ningchen calmly. Wishful thinking. The Violet King's expression turned cold. The ground shook, and a divine halberd slowly rose into the air. When it appeared in his hand, the wind howled and violet lightning crackled. Originally, I didn't plan to fight today. But now, it seems that I have no choice but to fight. The green elemental king ring appeared in Ning Chen's hand. He waved his hand and a green king sword appeared. The king ring was embedded in it, and a powerful aura surged. The reappearance of the king weapon shook the entire palace. I'm not late, right? As he spoke, a cold wind blew by. A beautiful figure in blue with bare feet slowly walked over. The long and narrow embroidered knife in her hand was longer than half her body. She didn't hide her killing intent at all. It was cold and threatening. In the meeting of the top three, the air pressure in the surroundings gradually dropped. The stifling atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. Just as the great battle was about to begin, Hong Wulei walked forward and reached out to stop Redcoat. He pointed at himself and then at the latter. What he meant was, I'll go with you. No! The Purple King was enraged. He grabbed Hong Wulei and refused to back down. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had gone overboard. Wulei, don't be fooled by him. The Green King isn't your father's murderer. The Dark King is. He's colluding with the Dark King. If you go with him, you'll die, raged the Purple King. Hong Wulei was startled. He looked at the former, then at Redcoat. At this moment, he didn't know who to trust. Ha! Ning Chen smiled and casually said, Did I kill the wrong person? That really is regretful. Purple King, how about we also make a deal? What deal? Asked the Purple King. Kill the Dark King and the King Ring will be mine. You can also take revenge for the Red King, said Ning Chen. Why should I trust you? Asked the Purple King unhappily. Easy. Ning Chen tossed the King's sword to Hong Wulei. Kill the Dark King and return the Green Elemental King Ring and King Sword to me. Is that enough sincerity? You really are a businessman. The Purple King's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone chases after profit. There are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies. There are only eternal benefits. I'm just doing what I should do. Ning Chen's lips curled up. When? Asked the Purple King calmly. Tonight, I'll bring the Dark King here. I'm sure the Purple King doesn't need to worry about me doing anything, said Ning Chen. I'll be waiting, said the Purple King. Senior apprentice sister, let's go, Ning Chen said before he turned around and walked out of the hall. Hua Zhongjie nodded and followed after him. Within the hall, Hong Wulei stared blankly at the two of them. Her heart throbbed with pain. Don't look. He's just using you as a chess piece to disturb the relationship between the three kings. Such a heartless person isn't worth your grief, advised the Purple King gently. Hong Wulei looked back at the king's sword in her hand. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Was that really the case? Outside Redbud Imperial City, Hua Zhongjie looked at the silent Ning Chen and asked, What are you thinking about? Won't the culprit be found tonight? I'm thinking about that girl Wulei. She seems to have noticed something, sighed Ning Chen. It's not strange. She's been by your side for so long. It's impossible that she didn't notice anything strange, said Hua Zhongjie with a smile. Be careful tonight. The Dark King's strength is unfathomable. He's not easy to deal with, reminded Ning Chen. Yes. Hua Zhongjie replied softly and said, The Violet King isn't someone easy to deal with in the Redbud Imperial Palace as well. Looks like if we want to draw them out, at least one of us will have to suffer some injuries. It's worth it, Ning Chen said calmly. Now that the Azure King was in trouble, the two kings couldn't back down. After waiting for so long, it was finally time to reel in the net. Within the Dark King's palace, the Dark King stood in the hall, looking at the scenery outside. His expression was calm, without the slightest ripple. King. A blue-robed strategist walked forward. Looking at the king in the hall, worry flashed across his face. He said, "My king, do you really want to go? That young man's goal is clearly the Four Kings' ring. Such a person can't be trusted. Businessmen pursue profit. He wants the king's ring, and I want the Purple King's life. It's fair and just. As for what kind of person he is, that's not important," said the Dark King slowly. "My king, have you thought about what will happen after the Purple King dies? He already has the Azure King's ring, and with that woman, he's not any weaker than you. If he also obtains the Purple King's ring, even you will have a hard time suppressing them," said the strategist worriedly. "I know. There's no need to say more," said the Dark King calmly. He had waited for more than 10 years. He didn't want to wait any longer. This young man couldn't be trusted. However, their relationship was never stable. Once they defeated the Purple King, their cooperation would immediately end. Even if they met, he wasn't completely defenseless. In the Redbud Imperial Palace, the sky gradually darkened, and the lanterns were lit. Hong Wulei looked at the king's ring and king's sword in her hands. Her beautiful eyes became more and more confused. She couldn't tell which face was the prince's real face. What was he thinking? In the Three-Flower Palace, the Purple King was resting with her eyes closed. She was making her final preparations for tonight's battle. Although she didn't fear anyone in the Redbud Imperial Palace, she also knew that the Dark King wasn't easy to deal with. Furthermore, the red-robed young man had a businessman's nature. He pursued profit above all else. He was fickle and heartless. He wasn't easy to deal with either. 3 palaces, 3 people, 3 different thoughts. They didn't trust each other. Tonight, no one would know who was scheming against whom, and who would obtain the final victory. When midnight arrived, a blue-robed figure appeared in the Redbud Imperial Palace. The Dark King walked over after her. Looking at her, he frowned. Is he still not going to act this time? The Purple King is a careful person. He'll definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. Junior apprentice brother will secretly pay attention in case something unexpected happens, said Hua Zhongye. Hearing that, the Dark King didn't say anything else. In this situation, neither of them could completely trust the other. It wasn't strange for them to keep each other's trump cards. In the Three-Flower Palace, a maple leaf fell. The red-robed young man appeared and then disappeared. The Purple King opened his eyes. After receiving the warning, his expression gradually became serious. Had he come? Suddenly, the white light poured down like a waterfall. The extremely fast saber, without any sound, was closing in on his life. The Purple King leaned to the side, avoiding the saber light. Immediately after, he turned his palm and condensed yuan, slapping down the figure that had suddenly appeared. Hua Zhongye's saber moved in the opposite direction. It didn't meet the attack head-on. Instead, it moved away as soon as it came into contact. The saber's movements were crafty and crafty. The Purple King focused and avoided the annihilation-killing light. His palm surged like a sea, forcibly shaking off the battle. Purple lightning shatters the city. The divine halberd appeared and the king's ring was inserted. Boundless divine might surged in all directions. The Purple King gripped the halberd and used it to shatter the city. Hua Zhongye met the attack head-on. The saber and halberd collided, and the shock waves rippled out. The palace's formation was instantly destroyed and dissipated. After a moment of deadlock, a dark figure flashed past. A divine weapon that seemed like a saber but wasn't a saber. It seemed like a sword but wasn't a sword. However, it flickered with the coldest black light. The instant it streaked across the battlefield, the space 30 meters around it cracked open. Seeing that, the Purple King's expression sank. His halberd shook off the saber and met the Dark Yuan King weapon. When the King weapons collided, a shocking explosion occurred. The Purple King retreated half a step. His blood chi was churning. He was at a disadvantage. Purple King, pay with your life. The Dark King's expression was extremely grave. His divine weapon condensed Yuan Qi. He took a step forward and his body shot forward. The Purple King retreated half a step to avoid the Dark Yuan King weapon. Immediately after, he turned around and exchanged a few moves. In the blink of an eye, the halberd broke through the sky. Hua Zhongjie saw that and used her saber to block the halberd. However, with a bang, she was forced back a few steps. Blood dripped onto her blue clothes. Hua Zhongjie had been injured for the first time facing a king. Outside the palace, Ning Chen calmly watched the battle, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The ending would only be known at the very end. However, the process in the middle was also very important. Whether or not Hua Zhongjie could perform the first half of the play was very important. The battle in the palace was becoming more and more intense. The Dark King was powerful, but the Purple King was also not easy to deal with. The two kings had exchanged 100 moves, but it was still difficult to determine a victor. This move will send you to the underworld to repent for your sins. Seeing that the battle was in a deadlock, the Purple King circulated his true yuan. His halberd condensed the power of the 8 directions. Thunder roared and the wind and clouds churned. His halberd broke through the 3-flower palace. The King of Darkness's face darkened. The divine weapon in his hand also transformed into vast origin energy, reaching the peak of the King realm. Black light illuminated the 9 heavens, parting the clouds and revealing the moon. The moment the two attacks collided, the saber light changed direction and pierced through the Dark King's chest. "You!" The Dark King groaned. His eyes were filled with anger. Enduring the pain in his chest, he forcefully counterattacked with his full power. The blue clothes blocked the attack. But with a bang, the blue clothes were sent flying. When they landed, they staggered and vomited blood. Chapter 456. The sudden attack heavily injured the Dark King, and he sent Hua Zhongjie flying with a palm. The Violet King's attack followed, and a terrifying aura swept through the 300-meter area. The entire 3-flower palace collapsed and rapidly vanished. Facing the incoming killing move, the King of Darkness was enraged. He raised his weapon and channeled all of his energy into it. Black chi spread out endlessly. It looked like a blade but not a sword. The 100-meter-long sandstorm clashed with the Purple King's killing move. The Dark King was the most mysterious king of the current world's 4 kings. His crown shattered, and his black hair danced in the wind. He shot forward, instantly arriving in front of the injured Hua Zhongjie. His king item seemed like a saber but not a sword. At this critical moment, the Yama King's divine sword appeared, and a cold violet light blocked the fatal attack. Why? The Dark King only had one question for one answer. He looked at the person in front of him, his face filled with killing intent. There's no reason. If you die, your king item and king ring will be mine. Unfortunately, that attack missed, said Ning Chen indifferently. Crafty little bastards, you'll experience the Dark King's fury. The King of Darkness didn't hide the anger in his eyes anymore. It was like a blade but not a sword. His Grand Yuan was extremely vast. The black chi started to spiral rapidly. In the next moment, the sky above the palace was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Senior apprentice sister, you should retreat and heal, said Ning Chen calmly. Be careful. Red Butterfly nodded and dragged her injured body away from the battlefield. Violet King, I've already shown my sincerity. Now it's your turn, said Ning Chen gravely as he looked at the furious Dark King. The two of you can go to hell together. The Dark King took a step forward, and the ground around him split apart. His peak king aura shook heaven and earth. His divine weapon slashed down with unstoppable momentum. The Purple King knew that he could not hesitate any longer. With a flip of his palm, he activated the fate of the Purple Thorn's royal city. In an instant, endless purple chi gathered on the divine halberd. With a swing of the halberd, he resisted the king's might. This was the most extreme battle between kings. Their ultimate moves collided, and the shock waves caused space to twist and collapse. Cracks spread out for thousands of meters. The two kings retreated in unison amidst the violent winds and raging waves. The corners of their mouths turned red. The King of Darkness covered the wound on his chest. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed his clothes red. The strongest king had encountered the greatest danger of his life. Just at this moment, a purple light flashed past, and an extremely fast sword appeared in front of him in an instant. It was fast, ruthless, and accurate. There were no tricks, and each sword was deadly, without the slightest bit of mercy. The Dark King Tiuan fought again, blocking the extremely fast sword light. Suddenly, he staggered and his consciousness became dizzy. There was poison on his saber. At this moment, the Dark King finally sensed the abnormality in his body. He raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. Despicable! Thank you for the compliment. Ning Chen snorted coldly and moved again. In a flash, he waved his sword to block the attack. At the same time, the Violet King waved his halberd and attacked. Amidst the purple chi, lightning crackled. It was so powerful that it suppressed the invincible king's weapon. With the two of them working together, the heavily injured and poisoned King of Darkness finally couldn't hold on any longer. He retreated again, and the dizziness in his head kept assaulting him. He could faint at any moment. Knowing that he couldn't drag this out any longer, the King of Darkness suppressed the dizziness in his head and forcefully raised his Zhen Yuan to gamble on his final move. His Zhen Yuan erupted, and a black chi appeared on the king weapon. Endless undercurrents soared into the sky, covering all the light in the world. The world of darkness instantly became devoid of any light. It was as if the world had died. Yellow Spring's falling sun, how can I save life? Within the darkness, the King of Darkness' only weapon seemed like a saber, but it wasn't a sword. It gathered the energy of the world of darkness, and with a single move, it cut open the sky and opened the path to the Yellow Springs. The Violet King waved his halberd and condensed his Zhen Yuan. Boundless purple chi surrounded him, forming a protective barrier that blocked the king's final move. With a muffled groan, the Violet King was knocked back several meters. Blood spurted out of his right chest, dyeing the ground red. After the ultimate move, the world of darkness gradually dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Within the surging sand, the King of Darkness looked ahead with unwillingness before collapsing. Violet King, so the King of Darkness's hatred for you is even greater than his betrayal of me. Ning Chen walked up and took the king weapon from the King of Darkness's hand. The final move had actually been aimed at the Violet King alone. Otherwise, even he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. I'll leave this person's life to you. But before that, shouldn't you return the Azure Origin King Sword and King Ring to me? Ning Chen looked at the Violet King and smiled. The Violet King suppressed his injuries and opened his eyes. He looked at the youth in front of him and said, "Thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get revenge for the Red King by myself." "We both took what we needed," smiled Ning Chen. The Violet King nodded and didn't say anything more. He transmitted, "Wulei, hand over the King Sword and King Ring." Not long after, Hong Wulei appeared with the king weapon. He looked at the youth in front of him and handed over the king weapon. "Wulei, do you want to return with the young master?" Ning Chen opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, a palm landed on his back. Hong Wulei's pupils shrank. His eyes were completely red. The red-robed figure fell to the ground with a bang. Blood dripped from his mouth, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The Violet King's expression was no longer gentle and dignified. Instead, it was ice-cold. She walked up step by step and bent down to pick up the Black King weapon. Then she looked at the red-robed youth and indifferently said, "How is it? The feeling of being betrayed isn't bad, right?" "It's you." Ning Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's too late to realize that now." The Violet King turned and looked at Hong Wulei. He calmly said, "Wulei, give me the King's sword and King ring." "Oh right, and the Red Origin King ring." Hong Wulei recovered from his shock and retreated several steps. He didn't know what to do. "You won't give it to me? Then I'll take it myself," the Violet King said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Futian. With a flip of his palm, Yi Futian gathered Yuan with a single palm strike. In that moment of crisis, Hong Wulei flashed in front of him. The Yama King unsheathed his sword and slashed out, forcibly blocking the Violet King's palm. With a bang, Hong Wulei retreated half a step. Taking advantage of the momentum, he moved to the side. "You're actually fine?" The Violet King narrowed his eyes. "I don't like leaving my back to people I don't trust." "Does the Violet King think you're trustworthy?" Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. With a flip of his palm, the black tortoise heart armor flew out from his back and landed in his hand. The black tortoise heart armor, which had always been indestructible, actually had cracks on it at this moment. The Purple King's palm was truly shocking. "Girl, back up a bit. After this fight, I'll apologize to you," said Ning Chen warmly to Wulei. Hong Wulei nodded with tears in his eyes and obediently withdrew from the battle. Ning Chen waved his hand, sending the unconscious Dark King out of the battle. This king was truly shockingly powerful. Fortunately, Senior Apprentice Sister Dai's medicine was tyrannical enough. The Violet King icily watched this scene. Pointless struggle. "With just you, you won't be able to escape death today." "Is that so? What if I'm included?" Azure light condensed in the sky, and the azure-robed king walked out. His powerful aura was as dazzling as a divine furnace. "Azure King." The Violet King's eyes sank. He turned to the red-robed youth and icily asked, "When did you begin to suspect me?" "From the start, you've always been the person I couldn't trust the most," said Ning Chen calmly. "Is that so? Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, you'll still lose without a doubt." As he spoke, the Purple King plunged his halberd into the ground and absorbed the strange power of the dragon vein beneath the palace. Purple chi surged out like an ocean and entered the divine halberd. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to sink, shaking the heavens and earth. "Qing Yuan." The Azure King's expression froze. He clenched his right hand, and the king's ring and king's sword flew out from Hong Wulei's hand. Ning Chen moved at the same time. His body turned into a blur, and his sword cut through the wind and clouds. The Violet King's palms collided with the two swords. He no longer held back his cultivation base, raising it to its peak. The three of them retreated at the same time. The Violet King flipped his palm and raised his halberd. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, he once again attacked. Purple rainbow piercing the sun. The purple rainbow shot toward the two of them. The Azure King focused, and his king's sword's power sword. He used 3 swords to block the Violet King's ultimate attack. Sword style. At the same time, Ning Chen activated Yama's sword. Bloody light shone around him, and his sword cut through the air, helping the Azure King. Sword light and halberd light collided, and killing light surged. The three of them were dyed red, and their blood did not stop flowing. Hong Yi instantly turned back, and his sword moved at an extreme speed, blocking the Violet King's opportunity to attack. The sword and halberd collided at an extremely fast speed. With a piercing sound, the Violet King's left shoulder was torn apart, and blood flowed out. The king's expression became angry, and he resisted the sword head-on. He urged his vast origin energy to move mountains and overturn seas. The Azure King leaped forward, and his king's sword gathered thousands of cyan lights to block the Violet King's attack. With a loud bang, heaven and earth tilted. The combination of speed and power fought the Violet King, who was supported by the dragon Vane. The battle was in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the outcome. The Violet King's face gradually showed impatience. He flipped his left palm, and a scarlet light rose. A bright red furnace appeared. After 14 years, the Red Origin King artifact reappeared in the world. Seeing the King artifact appear again, Hong Wulei's body trembled, and his eyes filled with tears. "Be careful." The Azure King's expression froze. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. He clenched his left hand, and a fiendish saber appeared. The Grand Elder had said that the Red King's King artifact had played an important role in making him the leader of the four kings. "Now I'll show you the scenery of hell." The Violet King activated the Red Origin King artifact in his left hand. Scarlet light immediately illuminated the world, and a bloody hell rapidly spread. A mountain-like pressure descended, and hell appeared in the world. The Azure King and Ning Chen immediately felt their bodies sink. Their cultivation techniques were severely restricted. At this moment, a barefoot figure walked into the battle. A long, black saber appeared in her hand. The bells on the saber jingled like the tears of a saber. They had never heard of such a strange divine weapon. Even Ning Chen was seeing it for the first time. Flower burial tears. Seeing the divine weapon in her hand, the Violet King's pupils constricted, and his expression changed. Chapter 457. The appearance of the flower burial ground shocked the kings. The divine weapon that had disappeared for hundreds of years had appeared again today, revealing the identity of the newcomer. Saber God, butterfly in the flower. Her face changed. A beautiful face appeared, but at this moment, it was as cold as ice. "All right, the two of you can rest. Leave this person to me." Butterfly in the flower burial flower glanced at the two of them. Emperor Qing recovered from his shock, and looked at the red-robed young man beside him with a questioning look in his eyes. At this time, it's best to listen to her. Ning Chen's saber and sword disappeared. He turned and left the battlefield. It was clear that this demoness had been enduring for a long time. At this moment, he didn't want to provoke her. The Azure King narrowed his eyes and walked out of the battlefield. He had heard of Saber God's name for a long time, but this was his first time seeing him. The butterfly in the flower was just like her name. She was more beautiful than the flower, but her saber was more beautiful than the butterfly. Butterfly in the flower burial flower looked at the purple-robed king and said indifferently, "What we fought before doesn't count. Let's start over." Butterfly in the flower, we have no enmity. Why must you get involved in this mess? The Purple King's eyes flashed with fear as he spoke in a deep voice. "Only I can bully the fool behind me. You'll have to pay for that palm with your life," said Butterfly in the flower burial flower. "Arrogant!" The Violet King was infuriated. He didn't say anything else. Stomping his foot, his halberd unleashed a force that could shatter mountains. Wind and thunder converged as he slashed down with his halberd, causing the clouds to turn chaotic. The heavenly might shook the mountains and split the seas. "Ning Chen, watch carefully. I'll only show you this once." Butterfly in the flower burial flower's tears shone with a black light. Frost fell from the sky and flowers bloomed on the ground. Red, orange, yellow, green, 100 colors bloomed. Frost sky burial flower, 100 colors of mountains and rivers. A beautiful blue figure flew out of the beautiful ice flowers. The saber slashed and the butterfly danced. A red streak fell and the frost stopped. "No, impossible." The Purple King's eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, a bloody mist gushed out from his throat, obscuring his final line of sight. Her unwilling body fell to the ground, filled with regret that she could not believe until the end. Green bamboo snake, a woman's heart, will not rest until death. In the past 100 years, there had always been a legend in the four regions. It was said that there was a female devil who used a blade in the Central Plains. Her strength was no less than that of a human sovereign, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Now that they had seen it for themselves, they were all shocked. After the battle was over, Hua Zhongyue turned around and walked over to the two of them. She glanced at the Azure King and said indifferently, "Pretend you didn't see anything today." The Azure Sovereign's cold tone didn't hide his killing intent at all. The Azure Sovereign's body tensed up. After a moment, he recovered and nodded. After getting the answer, Hua Zhongyue looked at the young man in red in front of her. Her cold face disappeared and she smiled like a blooming flower. She put her arms around the young man's neck and asked, "Junior brother, am I powerful?" "Amazing." Ning Chen hurriedly nodded his head. The cold sweat on his back had yet to dissipate. He had always known that this demoness was very powerful. However, it was only now that he realized what true valiance was. "Then in the future, will you listen to what I say?" Hua Zhongyue's smile became even more brilliant. "Listen." Ning Chen nodded decisively again. "Good boy." Hua Zhongyue happily pinched his face. Normally, this fellow was like an old monster, neither happy nor sad. That was a huge blow to her. Today, she had finally gotten back some face. "Little girl, come here." Hua Zhongyue looked at Hong Wulei and beckoned her over. Hearing the former's beckoning, Hong Wulei first trembled and then quickly walked over. "Junior brother, hurry up and apologize." "I'm waiting." Hua Zhongyue giggled. Ning Chen helplessly flipped his hand and the red origin king ring appeared. He immediately grabbed Hong Wulei's hand and placed the king ring in her hand. "Little girl, I'll apologize to you. But only this time. There won't be a next time." Tears unconsciously flowed down Hong Wulei's face. In less than a month, she had cried half her life's worth of tears. The excitement of regaining what she had lost made her unable to control herself. She took the king ring and took a step forward, tightly hugging her young master and crying silently. Ning Chen gently patted her head and sighed. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to apologize this time. "All right, you've apologized. Don't take advantage of your young master. Only I can take advantage of him." Seeing her junior brother being taken advantage of by someone else, Hua Zhongyue was very unhappy. She pulled the little girl away from a certain someone's embrace. Ning Chen helplessly smiled. This demoness face really changed faster than flipping a book. Hong Wulei wiped away the tears on her face. She pointed at herself and then pointed at Hua Zhongyue. She made a sign that the latter couldn't understand. Seeing this, Hua Zhongyue was confused. Was this girl scolding her? "Wulei says thank you." Ning Chen understood and translated. "How did you know?" Hua Zhongyue was puzzled. Even she couldn't understand, so how did he know? "High comprehension is also one of my strong points." Ning Chen smiled. Hua Zhongyue wasn't happy, but she couldn't refute him. Although this fellow's strength was only SOSO, his brain was frighteningly smart. This was the first time she had seen such a freak in all these years. Ning Chen glanced at the blood-red cauldron floating in the air. He waved his right hand and took the king weapon. He handed it to Hong Wulei and said softly, "The red origin king weapon's power is extraordinary. It far surpasses the other 3 king weapons. The purple king didn't have the king's ring, so he couldn't unleash the full power of the king's weapon. That's why he lost so miserably. Your father put in a lot of effort and didn't hesitate to give the king's ring to you." Ning Chen paused for a moment before continuing. "Also, Yi Jie isn't dead yet. However, I won't interfere in this matter. Whether or not you can defeat this person will depend on yourself." Hong Wulei nodded and remembered every word that the young master said to her. After that, Ning Chen turned and looked at the Qin King, who was currently healing the Dark King. "Qin King, thank you for your help today." "It was nothing. How can I cure the Dark King's poison?" asked the Qin King. "Here." Hua Zhongyue stepped forward and took out a pile of jade bottles from her bosom. She threw them over and said, "I forgot which bottle is the antidote, but you'll be fine if you take the other pills. Try them all. Hearing this, the Qing king's forehead was covered in cold sweat again. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He took the antidotes in front of him and tried them one by one. After testing a pile of antidotes, the poison in the Dark King's body was cured. His injuries were no longer serious. The four of them left with the Dark King. Although this battle had ended, there were still many things to be done. 5 days later, in the Dark King's palace, the two of them said goodbye. The Dark King personally sent them off. He looked at the red-clothed young man beside him and said calmly, "Wulei told me to tell you that she's going into seclusion to absorb the Red Origin King item's power. Therefore, she won't be coming to send you off." Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything. He glanced at the woman beside him and said, "Senior sister, let's go." "Okay." Butterfly in the flower responded softly and left with the former. Within the palace, the Dark King watched the two of them leave. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Wulei, they're already far away. Come out." A red-clothed figure walked out from behind the palace. Looking at their departing figures, tears silently dripped from her eyes. "Girl, if you want to help him, you have to quickly absorb the Red Origin King item's power," said the Dark King softly. Hong Wulei nodded and clenched her fist. Her gaze became resolute. She would cultivate well. There would be a day when she would no longer be a burden to her master. The two of them walked side by side through the wilderness. It had already been a month since they left the academy. It was about time for them to return. After walking for an entire day, the sun began to set. Just as the two of them were about to stop and rest, an azure bird flew over and landed in front of them. "Something has happened at the academy. Return quickly," said the azure bird. The academy head's voice rang out in their ears. His voice was filled with worry. Hua Zhongyie's expression changed. Without saying anything, she pulled Ning Chen and immediately flew back to Whitefoot Academy. In the wilderness, two figures flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could see them clearly, they had already disappeared into the night. At Whitefoot Academy, a great battle had begun. Outside the array, a white-clothed man stood in the void. Behind him, tens of thousands of beasts stepped out of the primordial land and continuously attacked the Academy's array. Among the beasts, 9 wild beasts stood out. One of them was the silver leopard that Ning Chen had fought in the primordial land. 1 energy-shaping realm, 9 quasi-energy-shaping realm, and hundreds of thousands of powerful wild beasts formed a terrifying lineup. The atmosphere of the entire area was oppressive. "Yao Qiluo, this is the second time you've provoked the Academy. Have you forgotten the agreement between the human world and the primordial land?" Yiqingqiu looked at the white-clothed man in front of her and said in a low voice, "Agreement? Ha, it's been too long." Yao Qiluo smiled faintly. With a flip of her right hand, her palm energy swept out. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. The terrifying power shocked everyone in the academy. Yiqingqiu stepped forward and stood in front of the array. Similarly, she struck out with her palm and blocked the demon lord's attack. The academy was in danger. The old gatekeeper, the 3 seniors of the academy on the 2nd floor of the Jingluan Pavilion, and the scholar on the 1st floor all walked out and appeared in front of the array. They no longer concealed their aura. Vast amounts of true vitality corresponded and strengthened the array. "Only you guys? Looks like the academy that forced me to enter the mountain has also declined." Yao Qiluo glanced at the 5 of them. A hint of mockery flashed in her eyes as she said, 100 miles west of White Sovereign City, a young man in a purple and red robe stopped. He looked at the dark clouds in the distance and frowned slightly. At this moment, a black-clothed guard appeared and said respectfully, "Fourth Prince, the primitive emperor summons you back to the palace immediately." Yixuanmiao frowned again. He took 2 steps forward and disappeared. "Go back and report to my father that I'll be back soon." At the same time, 100 miles north of the academy, 2 figures sped past. They were getting faster and faster. The Academy was in danger, and the primordial land was making trouble. No one knew if it was a coincidence or something else, but in White Sovereign City, orders were issued one after another, summoning all the princes and servants in the nearby cities. In the central heavenly court of Mizar Imperial Palace, the primitive emperor sat cross-legged in the endless purple fate. His cultivation level was constantly rising. With the help of the fate of the dynasty, he was once again trying to break through to the human sovereign realm. Chapter 458. In the Bailu Academy, the formation trembled as the primitive land launched a large-scale attack. The continuous attacks put the Academy in a precarious situation. In the sky above the Academy, the human sovereigns and the energy-shaping realm demon lords engaged in an intense battle. The sky and earth were in danger as the space within 100 miles twisted continuously. Below, the gatekeeper, the 3 seniors on the second floor of the Jingluan Pavilion, and the scholar on the first floor worked together to stop the 9 quasi-energy-shaping realm wild beasts. They were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, and the situation was getting out of hand. At the moment of crisis, a sorrowful sword appeared in the distance. In an instant, a purple-red figure walked into the battle. With a turn of the sword, several beams of sword light shot out, forcing the 3 demon kings back. His eyes were cold and emotionless. His sword danced with a blue radiance. He was like Wu Dai in the wind, proud and unyielding, handsome and extraordinary. 4th Prince. In the Academy, many disciples of the nobles recognized the attacker. Yi Xuanmiao was the most talented among the dozen or so princes of the Kaiyang imperial city. He was named the Crown Prince, and had the right to inherit the throne. However, he had no interest in the throne and had never participated in the fight for it. The leader of the 9 kings, Silver Leopard, saw this and turned into a flash of white light, rushing towards the 4th prince of the Kaiyang imperial dynasty. Cyan Moth Reverse Rainbow. The cyan moth sword in Yi Xuanmiao's hand turned around. The tough sword twisted and turned like a blue waterfall, wrapping around Silver Leopard's claws. In an instant, the soft sword turned into an extremely tough weapon, stabbing into Silver Leopard's stomach, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The unique sword was both tough and soft. Silver Leopard did not expect this and was injured in one move. The situation of the battle changed. The other 8 demon kings sensed this and immediately split up to fight the 4th prince together. Yi Xuanmiao's expression did not change at all when the 2 demon kings worked together. The blue sword hummed, suddenly tough and soft. One sword was strong, the other skillful. It trapped the 2 demon kings, and was not at a disadvantage at all. In the sky, Yao Qilua sensed the change in the battle below and frowned. Her figure flashed, and her palm formed a destructive force that fell from the sky. Yi Xuanmiao looked up with a serious expression. His soft sword turned into a divine blade, spinning into the sky to block the killing intent falling from the sky. At this moment, a beautiful blue figure appeared. A black blade slashed through the sky. With a loud explosion, the 9 heavens collapsed. Amidst the raging winds, Butterfly and the flower stood in the void. She looked at the demon venerable in the sky with undisguised killing intent in her eyes. Below, Hong Yi walked over with a sword in hand. Thousands of sword wills surged, and with a single slash, it broke through the mountains and split the sky. The terrifying sword beam roared as it sped forward. Thousands of desolate beasts were instantly killed. The 3 closest Fey kings were alarmed as they opened their mouths to breathe in and out beast essence. They joined forces to block the sword beam. Yao Qilua, do you still want to fight? Hua Zhongdia held the flower burial tear in her hand and said indifferently. What an extraordinary expert. It was worth it to be able to lure you out. Retreat. Yao Beautiful Lua waved her hand, and the beast kings retreated. The beast horde then retreated in an orderly fashion towards the primitive lands. See you next time. I hope the Academy will have such good luck. The beast horde retreated, and Yao Qilua's lips curled up slightly. Her white clothes scattered and she disappeared. In the sky, Ichingchio watched the demon venerable leave. Her eyes flashed with a dignified look. There were signs of chaos in the primordial land. In front of the academy, Yi Xuanmiao sheathed his sword. He glanced at the red-clothed youth not far away and nodded. Ning Chen also nodded. Although they had not spoken a word during their 2 meetings, the 4th prince of the Kaiyang dynasty had left a deep impression on him. He had a feeling that if he used his full strength, Yi Xuanmiao's strength might not lose to the primitive emperor. Of course, the primitive emperor had hidden too deeply, and he could not see everything. However, no matter what, the 4th prince's strength was the strongest of the younger generation he had ever seen. 4th prince, thank you for your help. Ichingchio walked down from the sky and looked at the former with a serious expression. It's nothing. Yi Xuanmiao calmly replied and continued, Father has summoned me. Xuanmiao cannot stay any longer. See you next time. See you next time. Ichingchio nodded. Yi Xuanmiao turned and left. After a few steps, he disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen waved his right hand and King Yama disappeared. His feet moved and he also disappeared. Where is he going? Ichingchio's eyes flashed as she asked. Kaiyang Imperial Palace. Hua Zhongjie slowly said. In the sky above the Kaiyang Imperial Palace, Hongyi appeared. Without any delay, she turned her hand and drew her bow. Arrow light directly shot towards the primitive emperor of the central heavenly court. The old eunuch was furious. His horsetail whisk turned into 3,000 silver threads, blocking the arrow light. However, within the arrow light a sword appeared. The sword fell from the sky, and the entire central heavenly court shook. With a bang, the old eunuch's mouth was overflowing with blood, and he retreated a few steps. After the sword move, the sky-piercing arrow light shot out again. 3 arrows chased after the moon, and the terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Rascal, it's you again. A red spear light filled the sky, and the 13th prince appeared. With a heroic appearance, he waved his spear to block the arrows. With a bang, he retreated a step and blocked an arrow. With a piercing sound, the arrow light streaked across Yi Hongmian's left arm, and blood spurted out, dyeing his clothes red. On the other side of the palace, a man in purple and white clothes silently watched. His eyes were deep and calm, and he had no intention of going forward to help. Crown Prince. An armored guard knelt on the ground and respectfully said. How is it? Asked Yichaohui. As Crown Prince expected, the Whitefoot Academy is being attacked by the primitive lands. However, the 4th prince also went, reported the armored guard. 4th brother. Yichaohui frowned slightly. His father had summoned all the princes back to the palace. For his 4th brother to go to the academy at this time was undoubtedly openly disobeying. Of all the princes, the one he feared the most was the 4th prince, and the one he was least worried about was his 4th brother. He didn't know what his 4th brother was thinking, but he didn't believe there was someone in this world who didn't care about power. Where's 9th brother? Has he returned? Asked Yichaohui. The 9th prince is on his way back to the palace. He should be back before daybreak, said the guard respectfully. Yes, I understand. You can leave, said Yichaohui calmly. Yes. The guard bowed and turned to leave. Father, if you become a chosen, how long will I have to wait for this position? Yichaohui's gaze grew heavier and heavier. In the central heavenly court, the arrow light was like a rainbow, and the sword intent surged. One after another, it cut through the void, and there was no way to avoid it. The old eunuch and the 13th prince were both stained red, and it was getting harder and harder to block. The invisible opponent was shockingly powerful. Seeing another arrow coming, the 13th prince suddenly staggered. The arrow flew past his right arm and headed straight for the primitive emperor. It was unknown whether it was because he was out of strength or it was done on purpose. However, at this moment, another arrow light cut through the central heavenly court and collided with the arrow light in front of the primitive emperor. The two arrows collided, and the aftermath spread in all directions. The old eunuch reacted, and the horsetail whisk in his hand turned into a barrier, blocking in front of the primitive emperor. The Zhao family. Above the void, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the primitive emperor was wary of him last time, and had reached some kind of agreement with the Zhao family. In the central heavenly court, an old man in blue appeared. His old face was haggard, and in his hand there was a dark bow that was cold and piercing to the bone. It was very extraordinary. After 10 years, seeing the Zhao family again, Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless. When he was in the Divine Prefecture, he had a general understanding of the Zhao family from Senior Sword Bodhi. Later, when he saw Luo Xingqian, he was even more aware of the terrifying background of this family. His impression of the Zhao family was very ordinary. Even Luo Xingqian, who betrayed the Zhao family, wasn't someone easy to deal with. If it wasn't for the chaos of the Nether King, he would have fought with this freak. The broken death bow was drawn, and the phoenix vitality gathered, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered into a blood-colored arrow light. The next moment, the blood arrow flew out, tearing through the void, and headed straight for the central heavenly court. In front of the primitive emperor, the old man in blue focused and drew his bow. At this moment, a purple-red figure walked over, and after 2 steps, he was in between the two. The green moth was unsheathed, and the sound of a sword rang out. The sword broke the arrow, and the aftermath surged. In the void, Ning Chen put away his bow, no longer attacking, and turned to leave. He rushed to the Mizar Imperial Palace before the 4th prince because he didn't want to confront him head-on. Now that Yi Xuanmiao had returned, it was impossible for him to attack the primitive emperor again. Below, Yi Xuanmiao looked at the blurry figure in the darkness, and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He didn't chase after him. 4th Imperial Brother. The 13th Prince stepped forward with a smile on his face. "How's your injury?" Yi Xuanmiao glanced at the former and asked calmly. "Thank you for your concern, Imperial Brother. Hongmian is fine." The 13th Prince responded. "That's good. You stay here, I'm going back." After saying that, Yi Xuanmiao didn't stop and walked back to his own palace. No one noticed that at this moment, the primitive emperor opened his eyes in the dense purple mist. Looking at his 4 sons leaving, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. After a short moment, he concealed his emotions and closed his eyes again. This son was the one he valued the most, but also the one he feared the most. Before entering the human sovereign realm, maintaining the current relationship was the best choice. In front of the Bailu Academy, after a great battle, there was a scene of devastation. The teachers of the academy led the students to clean up the corpses outside the academy. In the lake pavilion on the east side of the academy, 2 women sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. "What happened?" Hua Zhongye asked. "I'm not sure. In the month that you left, the primitive land has been very active. According to my guess, there should be a second energy-shaping realm demon venerable in the primitive land. Otherwise, Yao Qilua alone wouldn't dare to break the agreement between the primitive land and the human realm." Yi Qingxiu said with a heavy expression. "If that's the case, then we're in trouble." Hua Zhongye said. "There's something more troublesome." Before she finished speaking, a red light gathered and Ning Chen walked out. Looking at the 2 in the lake pavilion, he said seriously, "The primitive emperor will enter the human sovereign realm soon. We can't stop him anymore. I'll go and kill him." Hearing that, Hua Zhongye stood up and said in a deep voice, "There was already enough trouble now. With the addition of the primitive emperor, the academy's situation was really dangerous. Don't be rash." Ning Chen shook his head and stopped her. "In the central heavenly court, the primitive emperor's strength will be greatly increased. With senior sister's strength, you may be able to defeat him, but it's almost impossible to kill him. Are we just going to sit and wait for death?" Hua Zhongye's eyes flashed coldly. Ning Chen was silent. He walked into the lake pavilion and poured himself a cup of tea, and said slowly, "Give me some time to think." Chapter 459. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, cold waves reflected the moon. Ning Chen sat in the pavilion, thinking for a long time. At this moment, Yi Qingqiu and Butterfly in Hua did not disturb him. They waited quietly. The situation of the academy had now reached the most dangerous moment. The royal family was disloyal, and the primitive land was ready to make trouble. It was difficult to take care of both sides. As the night deepened, the withered leaves fell into the lake, causing ripples. The quiet atmosphere was slightly depressing. Butterfly in Hua could not bear it any more. She suddenly stood up and said, "I don't care so much. I'm going to the Kaiyang Imperial Palace now." Quiet. Ning Chen looked up and said lightly. His words were calm and emotionless. For some reason, Butterfly in Hua's heart trembled and sat down subconsciously. Yi Qingqiu's eyes flashed with a strange color. What happened just now? Words were the law. Yi Qingqiu suppressed the shock in her heart. Did she see wrongly? The young man in front of her was only in the fifth tribulation of the innate realm. Even if his attainments in the sword were shocking, he should not have touched the power that could only be seen in the great fulfillment. Words were the law, and celestial phenomena were coming. Only those who stepped into the supreme realm were qualified to have a glimpse of the top realm of the human world. However, less than 1 in 10 people could really master it. Just now, even if it was a coincidence, it was really too incredible. In front of the stone table, Ning Chen did not notice the expression of the chief opposite him. He was still thinking quietly. After another quarter of an hour, he looked up and said, "There is a way, but it's risky. Would you like to hear it?" "Please say it." Yi Qingqiu came back to herself and said seriously, "Half a move." Ning Chen said slowly, "This was the last half move. Including the moves of the Book of Sun that the chief and Butterfly in Hua had promised, he had all the moves." "Deal." Yi Qingqiu agreed without hesitation. "Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf." Ning Chen said calmly, "How do you drive the tiger?" Yi Qingqiu frowned and asked. Ning Chen picked up the slightly cold tea and took a sip. He said softly, "The most eye-catching heritage of the Academy. You should know what it is. The Book of Sun, the Heavenly Fire Pagoda, and the Venerable Heaven Elixir." Yi Qingqiu replied, "There is one more person." Ning Chen looked at Butterfly in Hua and said seriously, "Senior Dai." Hua Zhonggye's eyes flashed with surprise. "Me?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Dai, with your strength, if you were to fight an autarch like Yao Qiluo with your full strength, what do you think the outcome would be?" 37. Butterfly in the Flower thought for a while and said honestly. She had yet to reach Jizuan realm, so even though she could still put up a fight, she would still be limited by her cultivation. As such, her chances of victory were less than 50%. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for a supreme being to defeat her. That's enough. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen put down the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, "The Academy has guarded the primitive lands alone for thousands of years. Now, it's time for the other great sects to contribute some strength." "What do you want to say?" Hua Zhonggye narrowed her eyes. "It's very simple. Since everyone knows that the Academy has been on good terms with the Mizar royal family for generations, we will use this to our advantage. The Academy will announce to the world that we will give the revered Heaven Pill to the Mizar royal family as a gift. In addition, we will invite the 4 crown princes to the Heavenly Fire Pagoda to express the Academy's goodwill. In the world, the one who wants the primitive emperor to die the most isn't me, nor is it you. It's the 4 crown princes. Therefore, the 4 crown princes aren't the most direct enemies of the Academy. I believe that the 4 crown princes will be happy to accept the Academy's goodwill. As for the primitive lands, I have always suspected that the primitive emperor is in contact with the primitive lands. No matter if it's true or not, we must be on guard against this matter. However, no matter how bold the primitive emperor is, he wouldn't dare to join hands with the primitive lands openly. Senior sister Dai, your identity may not be hidden for long. Why don't you take the initiative to show yourself and attract everyone's attention here? At this point, Ning Chen looked at Butterfly in the Flower and said seriously, Senior sister Dai, from tonight onwards, the opera singer in the Jingluan Pavilion is dead, and Butterfly in the Flower is the murderer. Moreover, she has stolen the Book of Sun from the Academy. No. Hearing this, I Chingqiu immediately rejected without hesitation. She said in a deep voice, the primitive emperor is already half a step into the supreme realm. After obtaining the supreme heaven elixir, he will completely step into it in less than 2 months. At that time, the Academy will be in a more difficult situation. In addition, Butterfly in the Flower's whereabouts must not be exposed. Otherwise, there will be more than one half-supreme and human supremes who will attack us immediately. On the side, Butterfly in the Flower pondered quietly. After a moment, she said, this method may work. Ning Chen doesn't like to be taken advantage of, and he won't let me die. Let's listen to him. After that, Butterfly in the Flower got up and walked to the back of the young man in front of her. She wrapped her arms around him and leaned on his body. A seductive smile appeared on her beautiful face. She exhaled and said, Junior brother, this time I've even bet my life on you. You have to be responsible for me. Don't get too close. You're dazzling me. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and pushed away the beautiful face that was close to him. Junior brother, you've changed your mind so quickly? Butterfly in the Flower in the Flower in the Flower in the Flower's eyes were filled with grief. Seeing that Butterfly in the Flower 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 in the Flower, I Chingqiu was helpless. Did this demoness really trust him that much? Enough, you two can go to the side. Don't disturb my rest. I Chingqiu waved her hand to drive them away. Palace head, please rest. I'll be taking my leave. Butterfly in the Flower stood up and bowed. Then she dragged the person who was still drinking tea away. Senior sister, I can walk on my own. Ning Chen was having difficulty breathing as he was dragged away. Who told you to be so fierce to me? Quiet, quiet my ass. Just because you're smart, you dare to be so rude to your senior sister? Butterfly in the Flower was extremely annoyed. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. For a woman to take revenge, she could not wait for even a moment. In the northern plains, snowflakes fluttered. A white-robed figure was walking alone. Her peerless face was perfect and flawless, as if she had walked out of a painting. No one could bear to blaspheme her. A cold wind blew, causing her hair to flutter. In front of a valley wrapped in silver, the white-robed figure stopped. After a moment of silence, she once more walked in. Miss, please stop. Wind and snow surged as a flying carriage descended. Within the carriage was a woman playing a zither. I am Mu Qingxue. I request an audience with the Heavenly Music Pavilion's master. The Heavenly Music Pavilion doesn't receive guests. Please leave, said Wu Qingman. I have an important matter to ask of you. I hope you can make an exception, said Mu Qingxue sincerely. Wu Qingman's expression turned cold. I'll say it again. The Heavenly Music Pavilion doesn't receive guests. If you don't leave, you can't complain even if you die. Mu Qingxue sighed. He didn't say anything else. His figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed forward. Impudent! Wu Qingman's face was filled with fury. She plucked the zither with both hands. Wild zither waves immediately surged out. Killing intent filled the air, blocking the path ahead. Mu Qingxue frowned and stepped away, dodging the zither waves. Cheng-Ying! The Cheng-Ying sword appeared, and her figure transformed into a blur. She disappeared in an instant, but when she reappeared, she was already in front of the carriage. The zither was sent flying and fell into the snow. The zither music disappeared and the world returned to normal. Thank you for letting me win. Mu Qingxue softly said. Just as he was about to move forward, he stopped. A strange light flashed in his eyes. In front of him, wind and snow drifted, and a celestial figure appeared in the snow. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the zither. Her delicate hands plucked the zither, and celestial music shook the wind and snow. "Qingman, you can leave," said the woman softly. "Yes." Wu Qingman didn't dare to disobey. She coldly glanced at the woman in front of her, put away her zither, and left in the carriage. "Miss Qingman's character is impatient, and her words have offended you. However, the Heavenly Music Pavilion truly doesn't receive guests. Please leave," said Wu Qingying softly. "Can't you make an exception?" asked Mu Qingxue. Wu Qingying was silent for a moment. "If you really want to enter, you can only defeat me. But miss, you should consider this carefully. The Lyoya zither's power will greatly increase in this heavenly music valley. Even I can't completely control it. I have no choice. Please leave," said Mu Qingxue. "Please forgive me." Wu Qingying sighed. She didn't try to persuade him anymore. She plucked the zither, and red zither waves rippled through the valley. The celestial music was decadent and demonic. At the same time, Mu Qingxue's body moved. His white robes were flawless, and he quickly moved through the zither ripples. Azura's silence. Wu Qingying's hairpin was broken and her hair was messed up. Her gentle expression immediately turned ice-cold. Blood seeped out of her delicate hands and dyed the zither red. She plucked 4 strings and a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Endless snowflakes flew into the air. Her power was terrifying. Mu Qingxue calmed himself down and quickly moved away from the red zither ripples. His sword spun rapidly, and thousands of sword intents formed a sword that pierced through the air. "Evil ghost, open!" Wu Qingying plucked the zither with both hands. Blood splattered, and the zither demon surged. Destructive zither music spread through the sky. With a loud bang, the sword intents dissipated, and the red zither ripples crisscrossed. Their destructive power caused the entire heavenly music valley to tremble. The 6 karmic demonic sound was destructive. 30% of the formation patterns in the valley instantly dissipated. Mu Qingxue waved his sword to block the demonic sound, and retreated 3 steps. His right arm was dyed red. After 2 moves, there was a sudden silence. In the next moment, the demonic figure in front of the zither plucked the zither with 6 fingers. Instantly, the world became boundless, and wild red waves roared out of the zither. There is no Tao in the human world, and all living souls are lost. The terrifying zither demon destroyed everything in its path. In front of the zither, Wu Qingying's body staggered, and she vomited blood. She could not bear the backlash of the 6 karmic demonic zither. Mu Qingxue focused and jumped up. Endless sword lights gathered in the sky, forming a huge blue sword wing. At the same time, a dark yellow light gushed out from the ground. It was a martial art that had never been seen before, shaking the heaven and earth. It was the 3 scrolls parallel flow technique. Heaven and earth move, red dust point. Red dust sword, red dust point. A sword light flashed past at an extremely fast speed. The white clothes disappeared, and only the sword was left. After the sword passed, the world became silent. The zither string broke, and it signaled the end of the battle. The sword was close to her body, and Wu Qingying's eyes reflected the figure in white clothes. Her hand that was about to pluck the zither stopped with a light sigh. As the zither fell, the sword disappeared. Mu Qingxue walked around the former, and walked towards the valley. "Was it worth it?" Wu Qingying asked softly. "Yes." Mu Qingxue stopped and replied calmly. Then, he continued walking. Chapter 460. On the 8th floor of the Heavenly Flame Tower, a red-robed man was practicing martial arts. His sword split apart the wind and clouds. Heavenly suns revolved around him. The Heavenly Yang Book displayed its world-shaking power. In the distance, Hua Zhongjie and Yi Qingqiu were quietly watching. The Sun Volume's martial arts had once again appeared in the world. To reach the 8th floor of the heavenly flame tower under the 3 calamities, this child's ability is truly shocking. Ichinchio sighed as she watched the red-robed figure amidst the endless heavenly flames. The top floor of the heavenly flame tower was a place that only those at the peak of the great circle could enter. The youth in front of her was able to reach the 8th floor with his 5th tribulation cultivation. That wasn't something that could be explained by common sense. He said that he was once punished by the heavenly flames for breaking an oath. Perhaps that's why he was able to reach the 8th floor, said Hua Zhongdia softly. Heavenly punishment? Ichinchio frowned. Someone was actually able to survive heavenly punishment. That was inconceivable. The flames within the tower were boundless. Blue flames soared with destructive power that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. The sword within the flames was hard within the sword. Sword light flashed. The red-robed man's sword was both fast and slow. The wind and clouds were thrown into chaos. The heavenly suns rose. 9 became 1. The peak of the sword was shocking. Die, said Ichinchio. Yes. Hua Zhongdia nodded. She clenched her hand and black light gathered. The flower burial tear appeared. She stepped forward and her figure flashed. Her saber split apart the heavenly flames. The saber light was dazzling. The saber and the sword clashed. Immediately after, it was fast, so fast that it fell in an instant. 1 saber and 1 sword clashed in the sea of fire. Red light and blue light moved around. It was the intersection of life and death. The moment it shone in the eyes, the calm eyes, was life like a play, or a play like life. Her sleeves twirled. A black saber came out of her sleeve. Ning Chen leapt up and brandished his sword. His sword spun and his body spun, shaking the saber light. The clashing of the saber and sword let out ear-piercing screeches. The clash became more and more intense. Above the two of them, the sound of swaying chains resounded throughout the heavenly flame tower. This shocking phenomenon was the world's response to the peak of the saber and sword. Nirvana! A sword of nirvana, a magnificent confrontation unfolded. Soon after, an endless stream of swords shot out. Hua Zhongdia calmed herself down. She turned her sleeves, held her sword and slashed out. The peak of martial arts reappeared in the world. Snowflakes drifted about. Black light surged from the blade, breaking through the heavenly flames and surpassing the limits. It was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon as it soared into the 9 heavens. The collision of the two extremes caused an instant of silence. Soon after, raging waves roared out. The frightening shock waves made it difficult for space to contain them. The entire heavenly fire pagoda actually showed signs of collapse. 2 lunatics. Ichinchio's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and instantly entered the battle. She condensed her essence and flipped her palm, suppressing the violent and chaotic aftermath. Are the 2 of you trying to destroy the heavenly fire pagoda? Ichinchio glared at the 2 of them and reprimanded them with lingering fear in her heart. Seeing this, Hua Zhongdia stepped forward and kicked a certain someone, yelling, "It's all your fault. Don't you know how to restrain yourself?" Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. He smiled helplessly and said, "All right, it's all my fault. I won't do it again." Reason? Since he was 4 years old, he had stopped believing that women were reasonable creatures. Academy head, senior sister Dai, is there anything you need from me? Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the 2 of them. Let's talk outside. After saying that, the academy chief turned around and walked down the stairs. Ning Chen and Hua Zhongdia followed. The former whispered, "Senior sister Dai, has the supreme heaven pill been sent over?" The latter whispered back, "Yes, but the primitive emperor hasn't broken through to the supremacy realm yet. He probably didn't dare to take it." The former said, "Of course not. The primitive emperor is very scheming. The academy suddenly gave him such a big gift. It would be strange if he didn't suspect anything." The latter said again, "Such a good supreme heaven pill was wasted just like that." While speaking, Hua Zhongdia's expression flashed with regret. Before sending the pill, this kid had secretly opened a trace of the spiritual seal. As long as the primitive emperor didn't take it in time, the spiritual energy of the pill would quickly dissipate. To be honest, the Supreme Heaven pill isn't as magical as the legends say. The primitive emperor will definitely step into the great perfection realm. It's just a matter of time whether he has the Supreme Heaven pill or not. In comparison, the Supreme Heaven pill has more hidden dangers. The Mizar imperial family is different from the Academy. The Academy has the Academy head. Whoever wants to take the Supreme Heaven pill must first weigh their own ability. Although the primitive emperor is very patient, it has also become his flaw. No one is afraid of a dying emperor. Therefore, there are definitely a lot of half-supremacy experts eyeing this Supreme Heaven pill in the world. If nothing goes wrong, someone will soon help the Academy to find some trouble for the primitive emperor. Ning Chen said as he walked. Junior brother. Yes. You're really evil. He well said. On the second floor of the Jingluan Pavilion, the stage was empty. The Academy had already released the news that the opera singer was severely injured by Hua Zhongjie. Therefore, the opera singer's voice could no longer be heard in the Academy. The three old men sighed as they sat below the stage. The days when there was no drama to listen to were really boring. On the first floor, the scholar was still reading. It seemed that no matter when, the scholar never put down the book in his hand. It was said that this scholar was the chief student 100 years ago, and the chief teacher 30 years ago. Now, he was sweeping and doing odd jobs. There were many weirdos in the Academy. The three bored old men, the female devil who used a knife, and the bookworm who read books. Compared to these people, Ning Chen thought that he was still normal. At least, he was more normal than them. When the moon was dark, the three people came. In front was the Academy head, behind was the female devil and the normal man. The scholar bowed and continued to read. The female devil mocked him as usual. The scholar smiled and didn't bother about it. The normal man nodded and smiled in a friendly way. On the second floor, the three old men saw the arrival of the Academy head and stood up to greet him. Ning Chen was the lowest in seniority and was ordered by the female devil to bring chairs for them. Miss Dai, aren't you going to sing? One of the three old men asked with expectation. Hua Zhongjie shyly hugged the arm of the man next to her and said, "My junior brother won't let me sing." The three old men's gazes immediately became unfriendly. They looked at a certain person and said unhappily, "Hey, kid, Miss Dai hasn't married you yet. Young people these days are really immoral. They even tried to steal people from the Academy." "Senior. Don't call us senior." "What senior? Are you talking about the generation that died before us?" Ning Chen didn't say anything. He knew that there were no normal people in the Academy. Others were arrogant because they were unreasonable, but these weirdos didn't know what was reasonable. Ning Chen, a supreme being, has gone south. Ichingqiu didn't care about these people's nonsense and said seriously. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. He immediately restrained his emotions and looked at Hua Zhongjie beside him. He said gently, "Senior Sister Dai, sing a play. I want to hear it too." "Okay." Hua Zhongjie nodded. She got up and walked to the inner hall. She took some rouge and put on yellow flowers in front of the mirror. "When did this happen?" Ning Chen slowly asked under the stage. "Yesterday. Because of the conflict between Hua Zhongjie and him, I was worried and sent people to keep an eye on him," replied Ichingqiu. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, "Tonight, after listening to this play, I'll leave the Academy with Senior Sister." "You're also leaving?" Ichingqiu's eyes flashed with surprise. "Yes." This was originally a dangerous move. "I'm worried about Senior Sister leaving by herself," said Ning Chen calmly. "Think about it carefully. Once you and Hua Zhongjie appear together, you'll be facing a true supreme being in the future," reminded Ichingqiu. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded. He didn't care what Hua Zhongjie's reputation was outside. Although this demoness had a bad temper, and was sometimes good and sometimes bad, she had never said no to his matters. When he asked her to help, she would help him. When he asked her to fight, she would fight. She even helped him lure out the Red King's murderer. She was willing to hide her strength and was injured by the Dark King. He knew how difficult it was for such a fearless and arrogant demoness to do all this. So he wouldn't shrink back just because his enemy was a supreme being. He didn't like to be taken advantage of, but he also didn't like to owe people favors. The Academy had given him the heavenly tomes, and he had returned the Academy's peace. Hua Zhongdia had lowered herself for him, and he would face the impending calamity with her. In the inner hall, not long after, Hua Zhongdia finished her makeup and walked out in a bright red costume. At this moment, her beautiful face was enough to make all living things go crazy. Her sleeves beat the drums. The play began. The audience was silent as they watched the woman on the stage blossom into her most beautiful moment. Suddenly hearing the sound of the golden drum and the painted horn, it awakens the lofty aspirations of my heaven-breaking gait. Thinking back to those days when I rode on the peach blossom horse, the blood of the enemy splattered all over my skirt. I have to fulfill my duty as long as I am alive. How can an inch of land belong to others? Her beautiful figure danced, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. The final play of the Academy echoed through the night. From now on, there would be no more female performers in the Academy. After the play, the two of them left. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to Qi Yanxia. Junior apprentice brother, once I become a supreme being, I'll kill anyone who dares bully you, said Hua Zhongdia. Her voice was soft, but it contained an unprecedented firmness. I'll remember that. But senior apprentice sister, you have to hurry. I have many enemies, many, smiled Ningchen. In the east, the first rays of dawn illuminated the land, driving away the last of the darkness. Just at this moment, an azure-white figure slowly walked over. Each step was steady, and a powerful aura shook heaven and earth. The space around him constantly twisted, making his figure even more blurry. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Yi Qingqiu's expression froze. She looked to the north. He had finally come. The head of the 13 great bandits of the Central Plains, Mo Qinbai. In the blink of an eye, this azure-white figure arrived at the pavilion. Looking at the woman in front of him, he smiled. Esteemed Qingqiu, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Yi Qingqiu's expression didn't change. Mo Qinbai picked up a cup of tea in front of her and drank a mouthful. Good tea. It's been a long time. Esteemed Qingqiu's tea skills have reached a new level. Mo Qinbai, you didn't come to the academy just to drink tea, right? Asked Yi Qingqiu. Of course not. Mo Qinbai put down his teacup. His smile faded. I came to see this old friend of yours and kill Hua Zhongdia while I'm at it. Chapter 461. 10 years ago, the Saber God went north. Of the 13 bandits in the north, 4 were killed and 1 was crippled. 10 years later, Reverend Qinbai went south to kill the Saber God. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was overflowing with killing intent as the two reverends faced each other. A moment later, Mo Qinbai chuckled and left. Yi Qingqiu waved her hand and pointed at the blue bird. The blue bird sent a warning to the two. In White Emperor City, Hua Zhongdia looked at the blue bird in front of her. A strange light flashed through her eyes. Boss, your price is too outrageous. 7,000 taels is enough to buy a prince's mansion. On the side, the two were haggling. Ning Chen's expression was full of dissatisfaction. Sir, give me a price. This is a blessing. If I wasn't in a hurry, I wouldn't be willing to sell it, the big-bellied profiteer said with a smile. 1,000 taels, Ning Chen said without hesitation. The big-bellied profiteer's expression stiffened. His smile disappeared and he turned to leave. Ah, what a pity. I originally wanted to give more, but I didn't expect this person to be so impatient. But it doesn't matter. In any case, the imperial city lacks everything, but it doesn't lack houses. Ning Chen muttered to himself. When the big-bellied profiteer heard this, he stopped and unwillingly turned back. He looked at the young man in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Sir, if you really want to buy it for 1,000 taels, no less. 3,000 taels, that's all I have. I don't have a tael more." "Oh right, boss, can you provide a meal tonight?" Ning Chen took out a stack of banknotes and handed them over. The big-bellied profiteer's expression changed again and again. He gritted his teeth and took the banknote. "I'm going away tonight." "About dinner, sir, you should think of another way." After saying this, he slapped the deeds into Ning Chen's hand and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a second longer. "Boss, take care. Good people are rewarded." Ning Chen waved his hand and said goodbye. The big-bellied profiteer's back trembled. He immediately sped up and left this place that made him sad. Hua Zhongdia walked up and asked in confusion, "How do you know he's in a hurry to sell his house?" His eyes were eager and he was wavering. In addition, he came in a hurry, but his clothes were neat and formal. "He clearly has something important to do," Ning Chen casually replied. "It's a pity you don't go into business," Hua Zhongdia said. "Heh!" Ning Chen chuckled and said, "Let's go in. This place is not far from Yang Imperial Palace. It's a good place to watch the show." Hua Zhongdia nodded and followed him into the house. The quiet courtyard was paved with bluestone. The main hall was clean and spacious, directly facing the courtyard door. Behind it were the side rooms. There were a total of 6 rooms, and they were also very clean. It seemed that the owner had just moved out. Hua Zhongdia took off her shoes, revealing her fair feet. She immediately walked to the bed and lay down with her arms and legs spread out. "Junior brother, accompany senior sister to go shopping and buy some rouge and face powder." "I don't have any money," Ning Chen said honestly. Hua Zhongdia was stunned. She sat up and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say that you didn't have any money to fool him?" "No, I really don't have any money left," Ning Chen said honestly. "Junior brother, come here," Butterfly in the Flower said with a bright smile. Ning Chen felt that something was wrong, but he still walked forward obediently. It was broad daylight and the world was clear. Could this she-devil still eat him? Seeing Ning Chen coming, Hua Zhongye rushed over and strangled his neck with her arms. She said angrily, "How dare you buy such an expensive house with such little money? Don't you know that your senior sister needs to buy rouge and face powder?" "Senior sister, I can't breathe," Ning Chen struggled and said with difficulty. "I don't care. I want to buy rouge and face powder." Hua Zhongye's arms were getting tighter and tighter. She threw herself at him and threatened unreasonably. "You don't have any money?" Ning Chen was in no mood to enjoy the beauty in his arms. He forced himself to open a gap and gasped for breath. "You are so smart. Can't you think of a way?" Hua Zhongye tightened her arms again and said angrily, "Let go of me first." "I'll think of a way now," Ning Chen said with difficulty. Hearing this, Butterfly in the Flower loosened her arms. The anger on her beautiful face immediately disappeared and a sweet smile appeared. "No rush. Sit down and think slowly." Ning Chen rubbed his neck that was red from being strangled. He helplessly sat at the side. It was true that a single coin stumped a hero. When he was young, he had heard stories about those heroes who flew around as if they always had an endless amount of money to spend. They never had to worry about money. As expected, the legends were all lies. He could also fly around now, so why did he always have no money? "Senior sister, the academy head just sent a message." "What did he say?" Ning Chen asked. "Mo Qinbai is coming. He's probably looking for me all over the world," Butterfly in the Flower said indifferently. "Is he alone?" Ning Chen asked again. "How is that possible?" Disdain flashed in Butterfly's eyes. "I killed 4 of the 13 great bandits and crippled 1. Aside from Mo Qinbai, there are 7 left. They are all on their way here." "Just in time. The person who sent the money is here." Ning Chen's lips curved. He was in a rare good mood. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Butterfly in the flower in the flower in the flower's eyes brightened. She immediately hugged him and gave him a kiss. Her smile was enchanting. Ning Chen raised a hand to wipe his face. His hand was red. Female rogue. When are we leaving? Asked Butterfly in the flower in the flower in the flower in the flower. Tonight. I'm resting now. Ning Chen spread his arms and collapsed on the bed. After dealing with the matter of the three kings, he had cultivated in the heavenly flame tower for nearly a month. He hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath before leaving the academy. He still had to fight at night. Do you need a senior sister to serve you? Butterfly in the flower in the flower in the flower in the flower also lay down. No need. The bed isn't big. You're taking up too much space. Ning Chen refused without the slightest hesitation. There was no way she could occupy his bed. Senior sister, you don't have to take up space. Butterfly in the flower whispered into his ear. Ning Chen decisively turned around, ignoring this demoness harassment. He had been running around for days. Once he relaxed, exhaustion washed over him. After a few breaths of time, the sound of steady breathing could be heard. Hongyi closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Butterfly in the flower 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 in the flower. She looked at the man sleeping beside her and touched his face. The more she knew about his past, the more she could feel the heavy pressure on him. She knew that he had been trying to find a way to enter the sea of demonic wheel. She couldn't stop him, so she tried her best to help him. At worst, she would just accompany him on this trip. Life and death were just the beginning and end of the play. She didn't care. She only had this one junior brother in her life. He wasn't scared by her bad reputation and was willing to play with her. He was even willing to face the sovereign of the human realm with her. Other than her, if anyone dared to bully him, she would kill their entire family. No matter how beautiful the butterfly in the flower was, it couldn't hide the fact that she was a disaster to other flowers. Butterfly in the flower 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 in the flower, no matter how beautiful she was. When night fell, Ning Chen woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pretty face in front of him. It was as beautiful as a flower, so beautiful that it made him dizzy. My face is big, I'm dizzy. Ning Chen raised his head and pushed away the face in front of him. Then he sat up and looked out the window. He jumped in fright. How had it gotten dark so quickly? He thought he had just slept for a while. Junior brother, you should go earn money for your senior sister's cosmetics. Butterfly in the flower in the flower in the flower in the flower in the flower's arms. Yes, I'll go right now. Ning Chen got off the bed. The two of them went out. White Emperor City at night was peaceful and quiet. Only the flower alley seemed to have opened up a new world. It was abnormally lively. The light in the night disappeared in a flash. Hongyi put on a devil mask to cover her face. The two going north spread out their spiritual senses, looking for the 13 bandits going south. Of the 13 bandits, other than Emo Qingbai, there are 4 half-step venerables and 8 third calamities. 10 years ago, I killed 4 third calamities and crippled one of them. So tonight, I'll hold back the remaining 3. You deal with the remaining 4. Kill as many as you can, said Butterfly in the flower. All right. Ning Chen nodded. 4 third calamities was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't impossible to deal with them. If possible, he would do his best to keep them here. That way, when he faced Emo Qingbai in the future, it would be much easier. In the boundless wilderness, a bonfire jumped. 7 figures were sitting cross-legged. Just at this moment, an evil spirit opened the door. Hong Yi and a demon saber appeared. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared with the fluttering of butterfly clothes. The flower burial tear shone brightly under the moonlight. Butterfly in the flower. The expressions of the 3 half-step venerables immediately sank. This woman really was brazen. She actually dared to provoke them by herself. The three of them automatically ignored the red-robed figure. At most, the pressure of a first calamity was no threat to them. Be careful. Finish this quickly. Butterfly in the flower softly warned them. Her white feet stepped into the air. Light flashed, and the saber divinity displayed her martial art. The three half-step venerables blocked at the same time. But there was a loud explosion. The ground around them shook and collapsed, sinking dozens of feet into the ground. Flower burial tear appeared and the demon saber followed. Before they could blink, Hong-yi disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already dead. The four half-step venerables who had underestimated their enemy didn't have time to react. They were startled to see a saber light cut through their throats. Blood gushed out from one of their heads, dyeing the sky red. This sudden change shook everyone. They were immediately enraged. They flipped their palms and counterattacked. Hong-yi quickly retreated, bringing the three half-step venerables out of their field of vision. Seeing that they were far enough away, a sneer appeared beneath the evil spirit mask. He waved his hand, his killing intent surging out. The sun has risen. With a whisper, the phoenix fire rose and the sword of the heavenly sun appeared. One by one, they circled around his body. In the next moment, the sword of the heavenly sun opened the night sky, revealing the martial arts of the heavenly sun book. Book of the Sun, 9 suns burning the heavens. The sword attracted the 9 suns. Heavenly fire descended. In an instant, heaven-burning flames roared out, scorching everything within 1,000 feet. Pung-pung, the figure that was sent flying back vomited vermilion blood. Before he could recover from his shock, the tip of the sword had already arrived in front of him. It was as if it was about to take his life, not giving him the slightest chance to breathe. The three half-step venerables couldn't say anything. They were unwilling to die. The three half-step venerables fell to the ground. They saw the heavenly book's martial arts for the first time, and finally saw the peak of the world's sword. Chapter 462. The 9 suns fell, and the 3 calamities were defeated. The red-clothed figures rushed towards the distant battlefield. In the wilderness, the saber god fought the 3 bandits. Her sleeves danced, and saber light appeared in her sleeves. Despite fighting 1 against 3, she did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Her small, fair feet moved in the air, her movements strange and difficult to distinguish. Her blue sleeves swirled around her halberd, and saber light appeared, chasing after souls. At the moment of crisis, a vast palm blocked the saber. The shock waves shook the area, and the 2 axes chopped down, splitting mountains. Barbaric bull! Hua Zhongjie wrinkled her nose and pulled back her sleeves. She held her saber and blocked the 2 axes. With a loud boom, she sent the former flying. I'm also very strong. The saber god used his martial prowess, suppressing the 3 bandits with 1 saber. He was a shocking expert, displaying his martial prowess. The 3 bandits worked together, halberd, axe and palm, surrounding the saber god. Despite fighting 3 against 1, they were suppressed. Although they were all half-venerables, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Unwilling to be suppressed, Ba Hong used his 2 axes, and a heavy black light rose. He used his ultimate move, wanting to cut down the saber. Just at this moment, the heavenly sun shone in the distance, and a purple sword arrived. The sword drew the 9 suns, breaking through the air. Ba Hong was shocked. He used his 2 axes to block the sword. The 9 suns burned around the 2, and the extreme heat caused the space to distort. Ugh! Suddenly, 9 suns appeared. Ba Hong could not condense his essence in time. He groaned, and the corners of his mouth turned red. He had suffered quite a bit. It's you. Where are Feng Lin and the others? Ba Hong's expression sank when he saw the person who came. An ominous feeling rose in his heart, and he shouted angrily. They're dead. However, you will meet again soon. Ning Qin waved his sword, and the heavenly sun rotated. The peak of the sword was a half-venerate expert. The sword and axe clashed, and the shock waves shook the area. The power of the saber god and the phoenix flame burned the sky, adding to the peak might of the sword. They clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. The two axes opened the Yellow Springs Road, and the divine sword crossed the bridge of helplessness. Black light and purple light continuously intersected. It was the cycle of life and death, reflecting everyone's shadow. On the other side, the twin bandits of the Machete Deity Society swayed the wind and clouds with extreme martial prowess. Their blue sleeves danced with the aura of death, and the blurry shadows of their blades intertwined to form an endless path to hell. Dia Wu Qing Ping. His sleeves were wrapped around a saber, and a saber appeared from within the saber. A white saber was drawn from the flower burial ground. With a ripping sound, their clothes were torn. Saber wounds appeared on the bodies of the two bandits. Blood dyed the sky and sprinkled down. The situation became more and more dangerous, causing the two bandits' expressions to become more and more serious. They brandished their halberds, emitting dazzling green light. Their vast palms surged, and their divine might shook the heavens. However, within the halberd light and palm wind, it was difficult to distinguish the butterfly shadows. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the saber again. The saber broke the halberd, and he waved his hand to shake the palm. With a loud rumble, the space collapsed one after another. Dense mists sank into oblivion, and heaven and earth seemed to have died. One blade broke the halberd, and another arrived right after. The two blades joined together, burying flowers and taking lives. There was a muffled groan as the black saber pierced Xiao Chen's heart. Blood spurted out, filling the air with a red hue. Luo Hui. Jing Hua was infuriated. He turned his palm over and raised his yuan, slapping the executioner in front of him. When the wind from the palm reached him, his sleeves pulled out a saber. With a bang, he met the palm's might head-on. In the aftermath, a figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. A great bandit of a generation had died. Jing Hua's anger was difficult to suppress, but he also knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely die. He turned his palm and pushed the saber away. Looking at the distant battle, he shouted, "Ba Hong, retreat!" On the other side, Ba Hong didn't want to continue fighting. He used two moves with his axes and quickly tried to escape. "I can't retreat." Ning Chen's feet moved, and he quickly moved to avoid the axes. Shortly after, he used his sword and saber at the same time. Phoenix flames surged out of his body, and he used the two moves of the heavenly book. 9 suns burning the heavens, rising sun shining east. 1 was the beginning of numbers, and 9 were the end. The two moves of the heavenly book condensed into one move. In an instant, the heavenly sun fell, and the mortal world suffered a calamity. With a loud rumble, 10 li of land collapsed. The two bandits were trapped, and there was no way forward. Ba Hong, who was the closest, couldn't bear the might of the heavenly sun. He took 3 steps back, and the corner of his mouth turned red again. On the other side, in front of Jing Hua, the flower burial tear blocked the way. There was no way to retreat. Before hell, there was no way to escape. Without any other choice, Jing Hua's face sank. He clenched his fists together, and lightning surged. A desperate move appeared for the first time. Furious lightning strikes the heavens. The collapsing furious lightning roared between heaven and earth. Huge spatial rifts appeared one after another. The terrifying power shook the 9 heavens. Seeing the opponent's desperate move, Butterfly in the flower's expression turned serious. She pulled back her sleeves and held her saber. In an instant, frost filled the sky and the earth shook. The ultimate martial reappeared. Through the ages, the only one in 100 generations, a blade in spring and autumn, a beauty that can topple cities. The peak move appeared, and the universe trembled. Endless saber light soared into the sky, absorbing the saber aura between heaven and earth. It roared and rushed. In an instant it fell rapidly. The ultimate move that could topple cities, and the world was vast. In an instant, the infernal road spread out in the mortal world. Ugh! With a painful groan, the saber light cut down the bandit. Blood gushed out, and mist covered his eyes and the sky. His unwilling eyes didn't get to see the mortal world for the last time. In the next moment, he fell directly into the infernal road. Capital! Ba Hong was infuriated, but before he could grieve, the saber light in front of him flashed once more. A blazing phoenix flame lit up the sky, blocking the bandit's path of retreat. A moment later, the saber god arrived. The black saber light brought with it a dazzling waterfall of blood. Qingbai, help us get revenge! With a furious roar, Ba Hong's qi exploded. Terrifying quintessence poured out, and he self-detonated his cultivation technique. When the two of them saw this, they hastily retreated. But then they heard an earth-shaking explosion. Everything within 100 miles became as bright as day. The mountains shook and the earth trembled. A wild sandstorm swept through the 9 heavens. Butterfly in the flower blocked in front of Ningchen. Her saber spun, and a black light slashed out, forcefully blocking the wild sandstorm. A pool of blood appeared, and Butterfly in the flower's mouth was dyed red. She retreated half a step, her internal organs slightly injured. Ning Chen's figure flickered, and he landed on the ground with her. He asked with concern, "How are you?" "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a moment." Butterfly in the flower raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked a bit tired. "You rest first. I'll be back soon," said Ningchen softly. "Yes." Butterfly in the flower sat down cross-legged and circulated her quintessence to suppress her internal injuries. Ningchen walked over to the 2 half-step venerables who had died in battle. He flipped his right hand, and rays of light shot into his sleeve. Senior apprentice sister wanted to buy some rouge and powder, so he couldn't forget about it. The wilderness was a scene of devastation after a great battle. Everywhere was a mess. After Ning Chen retrieved his spoils of war, he went to Butterfly in the flower's side and calmly waited for her. A quarter of an hour later, Butterfly in the flower woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at the figure beside her. She got up and smiled. "Let's go back." "Yes," said Ningchen softly. "I'm injured. Carry me on your back." Butterfly in the flower's eyes rolled around. "All right." Although Ning Chen knew the demoness in front of him was faking it, he still nodded. If Butterfly in the flower hadn't blocked that big bandit's self-detonation for him, he would have been the one injured. Butterfly in the flower jumped up and wrapped her delicate arms around the former's neck. Then, her whole body leaned on his back. "Let's walk slowly. In any case, there's nothing to do when we go back," said Butterfly in the flower. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. The woman on his back was so soft that she seemed boneless. Butterfly in the flower's flower was like the girl next door. She didn't have any piercing sharpness to her. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, tickling his face. Butterfly in the flower's flower gently smiled. She pinched a strand of hair and gently brushed it against his ear. "Stop messing around," Ning Chen softly reprimanded her. Looking at the rising sun, he quickened his steps. "Do you have to go to the devil we'll see?" Hua Zhongdia hugged the former, her small face leaning on the latter's shoulder, exhaling. "Yes," Ning Chen softly replied. The devil we'll see was his only hope of saving the ghost woman. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to go in at least once. However, he wouldn't throw away his life for nothing. Before going in, he would do his best to find a way to save his life. "I might not be able to defeat Mo Qingbai." Butterfly in the flower tightened her arms. "I'll help you deal with this problem first," promised Ningchen. "Let's make it clear. Before I deal with Mo Qingbai, you're not allowed to leave." Butterfly in the flower's arms tightened around him. "Yes." The morning sun rose from the east. The light of dawn scattered across the land, driving away the cold of the night. Butterfly in the flower's flower gently fell asleep. She would occasionally smile as if she was dreaming of something happy. White Emperor City was bustling with people. When the two of them entered the city, Butterfly in the Flower woke up. Looking at the bustling city, she smiled brightly. Rouge, rouge. The Yangji Chamber of Commerce's top-quality rouge. Don't miss it. In front of a rouge shop, Butterfly in the Flower stopped and looked at the former. She didn't conceal the desire in her eyes. The shopkeeper was a sharp-eyed person. He immediately saw that the two of them had extraordinary auras. He immediately went up and laughed. Miss, do you want rouge? I have all the Yangji Chamber of Commerce's top-quality rouge. If you miss it, you won't be able to buy it again. Which one do you want? Pick one yourself, softly said Ningchen. Junior apprentice brother is the best. Butterfly in the Flower sweetly smiled and let go of his arm. She ran up and picked up a box of rouge. Ningchen also walked over. Looking at the dazzling array of rouge and powder, he couldn't tell which one was good and which one was bad. He didn't understand women's things, but as long as Butterfly in the Flower was happy, it was fine. I want this one, and this one. Butterfly in the Flower picked out 3 boxes of rouge and smiled. Miss, you really have good taste. These are our 3 best rouges. They're worth more than gold. The shopkeeper praised while hinting. Thank you, shopkeeper, for your praise. May I ask how much it is? Butterfly in the Flower smiled. 10 taels of gold, sincerely said the shopkeeper. Butterfly in the Flower stuck out her tongue and pitifully looked at the person next to her. She didn't say anything, but that was more important than any words. Here. Ningchen didn't haggle this time. For once, he was generous. He took out some money and handed it over. Butterfly in the Flower, 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 in the Flower's flower. She took the rouge and gently touched it to her lips. Immediately, her lips were dyed red. Does it look good? Butterfly in the Flower asked. It looks good. Ningchen nodded. You really have good taste. When Butterfly in the Flower heard this, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons. Their faces and peach blossoms reflected each other's crimson red, and their smiles could topple cities. Chapter 463. In a small residence in the eastern part of the city, there were many people coming and going in the red light district. Not far away, Hong Yi was thinking about something as she strolled. When she reached the bustling pavilion by the riverside, she slowed down and looked at the people coming and going in the pavilion. She revealed a smile of reminiscence. Young master, come in and have a drink. Upon seeing this, a young woman in the prime of her youth, who wore a light green veil, immediately stepped forward. Her bright clothes revealed a large portion of her fair body, and her faintly discernible allure caused one's mouth to go dry. No need. Ningchen shook his head and softly refused. Come, young master is wearing such thin clothes. Come in and warm up. The young woman walked up and grabbed his arm, dragging him into the hall. The spring flower and autumn moon pavilion was bustling with activity. Ningchen didn't refuse after being dragged in. He ordered a jug of wine and calmly looked at the scholars and beauties coming and going. Young master, do you know any girls? How about Lu Ying help you call over a few girls to accompany you? The young woman walked up and smiled. Thank you, but there's really no need. I'll just drink some wine to warm up, said Ningchen calmly. If young master is cold, drinking wine will take too long. How can it be faster than having a girl help you warm up? Half of the woman's body was pressed against him. Miss, I'll just drink by myself. You can go entertain the others. Ningchen took out a silver ingot and handed it to the woman. Lu Ying was startled. There were quite a few rich and powerful people in the Spring Flower Alley who were generous. However, this was the first time she had seen an idiot who gave money instead of a girl. Then young master, drink slowly. If there's anything you need, just call me. Lu Ying took the silver and got up from his body. Ningchen nodded and raised his cup to warm up his body. On the first floor, guests came and went, and the sounds of women chattered endlessly. On the stage, dancers danced. Their beautiful faces and enchanting figures made the blood of the men below boil. they constantly cheered. "Brother, let's have a drink together?" At this moment, a well-dressed young master appeared. He held a folding fan in his hand, and had a jade-like complexion. His fair and delicate face was a little too delicate, and he didn't have the slightest bit of masculinity. He sat across from him and waved his hand to summon two ladies. He hugged one in each hand and smiled frivolously. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile when he saw this person, and then he shook his head and said, "I don't have any silver. If young master wants to drink, then pay for it yourself." "Brother, there's no need to worry. I'll treat you this time." Young Master Jia waved his hand and said with a heroic expression. Ning Chen smiled again and didn't say anything else. He didn't know which family's child was from, but he actually disguised himself and came to this brothel. However, judging from their family background and upbringing, they shouldn't be the descendants of ordinary nobles. On the stage, there were songs and dances, while below the stage there were all kinds of people. It was hard to say whether they were ugly or beautiful. Some people spent money, some laughed along with them. Everyone was willing, so it was hard for others to judge. Suddenly, the earth trembled and the pavilion swayed. Everyone cried out in alarm and ran outside. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He put down the wine cup and a piece of silver and walked out of the hall. "What happened?" Young Master Jia ran out with a panicked expression. In the distance, the imperial palace rumbled and the world swayed. A shocking collision resounded through all of White Emperor City. Multicolored light rose up, and the sound of swords rang out. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared beside young Master Jia and reached out to grab him. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold, and he used his fingers to form a sword to block young Master Jia's hand. With a bang, an extremely small area of space collapsed. Ning Chen grabbed young Master Jia, and the sword in his fingers cut through the line between life and death as it pressed against the illusory figure. After a brief exchange of extreme speed, with a ripping sound, the sound of clothes being torn apart rang out. Specks of blood splattered out, piercing the eyes of others. "Retreat!" The illusory figure immediately retreated. It came and went without a trace, and its strange cultivation technique made it difficult for people to catch it. "Little girl, with your status, it's best if you don't sneak out," said Ning Chen calmly. Young Master Jia panicked and retreated 2 steps. He trembled. How did you see through me?" Ning Chen didn't want to say anything more, so he turned and walked east. Zhao Liusu immediately ran forward and followed behind him. She didn't say anything and just followed in fear. After 100 steps, Ning Chen stopped, turned around and said, "Don't follow me anymore." "I have nowhere to go," said Zhao Liusu with a sobbing tone. "Go back to your home," said Ning Chen. "The palace gate is already closed," said Zhao Liusu in a panic. Ning Chen frowned. "Someone from the palace? What's your name?" asked Ning Chen, puzzled. "Zhao Liusu." Ning Chen didn't know what to say. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He even met someone from the Zhao family here. There shouldn't be a lack of palace maids with the surname Zhao in the palace. However, the little girl in front of him was obviously not a palace maid. Thus, her identity was obvious. A few days ago, when he explored the Kaiyang Palace at night, there was someone from the Zhao family in the primitive emperor's central heavenly court. This girl was most likely a descendant of the Zhao family. In that case, the person who attacked Zhao Liusu just now should be an enemy of the Zhao family. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have bothered with this matter. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he was. Ning Chen turned around and left. Someone was looking for trouble with the Zhao family, and he ruined it. How depressing. After another 100 steps, the little girl behind him was still following closely. Ning Chen frowned again. Does this girl really think that she's lucky? There's movement in the palace. At this moment, the void shook and a blue figure walked out. After seeing the little girl behind Ning Chen, she was slightly stunned and asked, "Who is she?" "From the palace, she's from the Zhao family," said Ningchen honestly. Hua Zhonggye's eyes flashed, and she immediately understood what was going on. She walked forward and looked up and down, and the corner of her mouth curved up into a strange smile. She's from the Zhao family? Yes. Zhao Liusu subconsciously hid behind the man beside her, not daring to look at the girl in front of her. Who is the old man in the Kaiyang Palace to you? Hua Zhonggye's interest grew as she asked. Ji grandfather, stuttered Zhao Liusu. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Hua Zhonggye smiled and looked at the palace that was shaking more and more violently. We'll talk about this girl later. Let's go take a look at the palace first. Okay. Ningchen nodded and waved his hand to bring the little girl behind him, and they directly flew towards the palace. Butterfly in the flower also took light steps and turned into a stream of light to follow him. Kaiyang Palace, Central Heavenly Court. Shockwaves spread everywhere, and the battle became more and more intense. Both sides were using all their skills. The two half-venerables joined hands and engaged in an intense battle. Half of the sky shook from the intense battle. Within the purple fate, the primitive emperor sat as steady as Mount Tai. His body was surrounded by purple qi, and nothing could penetrate it. In front of him, the old eunuch and the 13th prince, Yi Hongmian, were fighting a demi-sovereign. The old man from the Zhao family was using his bow to lock onto the soul, and arrow light constantly streaked across the sky to support the two. Even so, the three of them were still having a hard time fighting a demi-sovereign. Their red spears and horsetail whisks were dyed red. On the other side, the 4th prince was fighting a demi-sovereign alone. His blue sword was like a waterfall at times, and it was like a graceful swan at other times. His peaked sword art gently played a mournful sword cry that reverberated in everyone's hearts. The demi-sovereign was shocked. He turned his palm to block the sword, but the sword suddenly twisted and twisted. The tip of the sword was like a snake's tongue, swallowing cold light. Duguxiu tilted his head to avoid the sword light, and his right arm's quintessential yuan shook away the sword. The Kaiyang dynasty actually has an expert like you. You've made me look at you in a new light. Duguxiu looked at the torn clothes on his right arm, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to take half a step forward, said Yi Xuanmiao calmly. Then let's see if you have the ability. With a cold snort, Duguxiu turned his palm again, and vast quintessential yuan swept through the clouds. Its power was several times stronger than before. Cyan bore a reverse rainbow. Yi Xuanmiao waved his sword, and a blue light rapidly soared. Thousands of rays of light converged and turned into a rainbow, crashing into the incoming palm. With a loud bang, heaven and earth tilted in all directions. Rays of sword light surged out, and terrifying waves rushed into the 9 heavens. Endless violent waves descended, destroying mountains and splitting rocks. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the two retreated several steps, both vomiting blood. Suddenly, a scarlet arrow pierced through the air, passing through the gap between the two and shooting straight for the Yuan Emperor. Unable to dodge or block, the scarlet arrow carried the momentum of splitting the heavens and smashed into the Yuan Emperor. Within the purple qi, the Yuan Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the scarlet arrow rushed into the purple qi and crazily spun, moving forward inch by inch. When the arrow came within an inch, it shattered bit by bit and drops of blood fell. The Yuan Emperor barely managed to block this arrow. At this time, another arrow followed the previous arrow's trajectory and directly pierced the Yuan Emperor's chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the Yuan Emperor's aura surged violently, and a waterfall of blood spurted out. Unable to endure it any longer, he took a step forward and flew into the sky. However, the void was completely empty. There was not a single person to be seen. Damn it! The Yuan Emperor covered his bleeding chest and looked at the void that was still nowhere to be seen. His old face revealed extreme anger. Who was it that ruined his plans time and time again? Below, the battle had yet to continue. The Yuan Emperor returned in anger, and a shockingly powerful aura erupted at this moment. Duguxiu and the other half-venerable were shocked. Seeing that things were not going well, they quickly retreated. "Do you think you can leave?" the Yuan Emperor roared, and his palm sealed the path of survival. The vast divine might swept the central heavenly court's quintessential Yuan Emperor and slammed it towards the two. Duguxiu was shocked. He barely avoided the sword light in front of him, and wanted to block the palm, but it was already too late. With a shocking explosion, the half-venerable couldn't block the Emperor's palm. The quintessential Yuan surged, and his body exploded. Blood and bones splattered all over the sky. The half-venerable died, and his soul dissipated. The other half-venerable turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night. The battle ended, and the central heavenly court was devastated. Blood and bones were everywhere, and the ground was dyed red with blood. "Father!" The 13th prince knelt on the ground and lowered his head. The shock in his eyes was unconcealable. All along, he knew that his father was hiding his strength, but he didn't expect the real emperor to be so powerful. On the other side, Yi Xuanmiao waved his hand and put away his sword. He walked forward and half knelt. "The bandits have retreated. This son will also take his leave." Without any superfluous words, Yi Xuanmiao got up and walked out of the central heavenly court. From beginning to end, his expression didn't change at all. Chapter 464. In a small house in the eastern part of the city, two people were staring at each other. Zhao Liusu, who was in the middle, had tears in her eyes. She felt extremely wrong. In front of her, the two people looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Send her back? Definitely not. This girl had seen what they looked like. Kill her? Putting her under house arrest? That was fine, but when would this girl stop crying? What should we do? Hua Zhongye, who had always been ruthless, also had a headache at this moment. It was easy to say that she would rather die than submit, but her crying was annoying. "We can't send her back yet," Ningchen replied. Hearing this, the drizzle on Zhao Liusu's face immediately turned into a downpour. She started crying. "Anyway, I don't want to take care of the child," Hua Zhongye quickly said. Ningchen had no choice. He looked at the little girl in front of him and said, "Zhao Liusu?" "Yes." The little girl nodded timidly. "We can't send you back now, but we won't make things difficult for you. I saved your life, so I'll let you stay for a few days. It's fair, right?" Ningchen tried to reason with her. "Yes." Zhao Liusu cried as she thought about it. It seemed that the person in front of her did save her last night, but he was still a bad guy. "Are you hungry? What do you want for breakfast?" Ningchen continued to ask. "Steamed buns with tofu filling. No green onions," Zhao Liusu replied while sobbing. Ningchen was helpless. She knew how to be picky. It seemed that this girl was fine. "I want meat filling. More meat and less vegetables," Hua Zhongye said promptly. "Eat what you buy. Why are you so fussy?" Ningchen glared and scolded. This she-devil was even more outrageous. Why didn't she fly to the sky? Junior brother likes the new and hates the old. Now that you have a new lover, you don't care about this old senior sister anymore. Hua Zhongye hugged his arm and said pitifully with tears in her eyes. Ningchen decisively broke free from the she-devil's hands. She was taking advantage of him again. Can I have another serving of soy milk?" At this time, Zhao Liusu said in a trembling voice. "I want you to," Ningchen subconsciously replied, but when he saw that it was the little girl and not the demoness who spoke, he forcefully swallowed the last word and nodded stiffly. "Okay." Seeing that the former was defeated, Butterfly and Flower's bad mood became much better. She patted the person beside her and said, "Go and come back quickly. They are all waiting." Ningchen left with a sour face. Hua Zhongye then looked at the little girl in front of her with a smile. She looked her up and down. Not to mention that she was wearing men's clothes, she was not bad looking. She was not as pretty as her, but she was still passable. What's the status of the old man in the palace in the Zhao family? Hua Zhongjie was bored, so she sat on the bed, swinging her white jade-like legs. Supreme Elder. Zhao Liusu pinched the corner of her clothes and whispered. What's your ranking? Hua Zhongjie asked further. Fifth. Zhao Liusu answered honestly. Hua Zhongjie's eyes flashed with surprise. The Taishang of the third disaster was ranked fifth, which meant that there were at least 4 other old guys who could live longer than this person. Being old did not necessarily mean that one was strong, but living long was often a kind of ability in itself. In Zhongzhong Prefecture, the existence of the Zhao family had always been one of the behemoths that all the major inheritances feared the most. The water in the water was unfathomable. Now that she had caught a little girl, she could ask more questions. She now somewhat admired Ning Chen's luck. He went out for a walk and casually went to a brothel, and he could catch the little princess of the Zhao family. Could this be the reward for saving the world? She looked good. Sister, how long do I have to stay here? Zhao Liusu bravely raised her head and asked, obviously lacking in confidence. Not necessarily, it depends on that guy's mood. If he likes you, then it's hard to say. I'm just a concubine of the 3rd or 4th branch, and I can't make the decision for you. Hua Zhongjie did not hesitate to pour dirty water on someone and said. Hearing this, Zhao Liusu's eyes unconsciously filled with tears again. She pouted and was about to cry again. Don't cry, or you won't have any buns to eat later. Hua Zhongjie threatened fiercely. Zhao Liusu immediately stopped crying and wiped her eyes. Feeling wronged, she said, I'm not crying. For the rest of the time, the two of them casually chatted. After a long time, Ning Chen came back with buns and soy milk. He placed them on the table and said, Let's eat. Zhao Liusu consciously went to wash her hands. In the face of food, she decisively gave up on her deep hatred. Hua Zhongjie gave him a look meaning, she's a foodie, easy to fool. Ning Chen quickly returned a look, saying, Watch closely, don't let this girl run away. She'll cause a lot of trouble. Hua Zhongjie raised her eyebrows and replied, Who do you think I am? Can't I watch over a little girl? After replying, Hua Zhongjie felt that something was wrong. Anger flashed through her eyes, and she glared fiercely at Ning Chen, meaning, I won't watch over the child, so don't try to fool me. Eat. Ning Chen acted as if he did not see. He turned around and called out, then walked to the table and sat down first. He really did not know when the last time he ate was. It seemed that taking care of this girl would require a lot of effort in the future. Zhao Liusu sat over. After hesitating for a while, she chose to sit opposite a certain someone. After a while, Hua Zhongjie also walked over with a smile and sat down next to a certain someone. She picked up a bun and took a bite. Seeing that it was stuffed with tofu, she did not eat it. The bun was stuffed into a certain someone's mouth. Hua Zhongjie wanted to take it again, but Ning Chen hid her hand with his chopsticks. Don't take it. This girl didn't buy many buns. The one that instantly wrinkled is your meat bun. Ning Chen finished the tofu bun in his mouth in 2 bites and scolded angrily. You should have said so earlier. Hua Zhongjie picked a meat bun and happily took a bite. Her eyebrows curved like crescent moons. Zhao Liusu, after eating, disguise yourself. I'll take you to buy some clothes to change into. You might not be able to go back in 3 to 5 days. Ning Chen reminded. Okay. Zhao Liusu nodded sadly. Eating her own tofu bun, she asked softly, Can I go out to play? I don't want to run. You can have someone to accompany you. Ning Chen nodded, giving the captive the greatest freedom. The day after tomorrow, there will be a lantern festival. I want to see the lanterns. Zhao Liusu raised her head and requested. Ning Chen looked at Hua Zhongjie. What he meant was, are you free? I'll take this girl out the day after tomorrow. Don't look at me. You agreed, not me. I'm very busy every day. Hua Zhongjie directly rejected a certain someone. What are you busy with? Ning Chen asked, puzzled. It's none of your business. Hua Zhongjie rolled her eyes and replied. Ning Chen was helpless. These people were really hard to get along with. After thinking for a bit, he looked at the little girl and said, "I'll take you out the day after tomorrow." Zhao Liusu nodded. Although she was unwilling, she had no other choice. Having someone to accompany her was better than not being able to go out. After eating, Hua Zhongjie went to the courtyard to sing and practice dancing as usual. Ning Chen took a small stool and sat in front of the door as an audience. Zhao Liusu also took a small stool and sat to the side to watch Hua Zhongjie sing. "Do you know who attacked you yesterday?" Ning Chen asked. The person who attacked her last night had an extremely strange cultivation technique. It was difficult to detect him. If this girl hadn't been by his side, he probably wouldn't have been able to save her in time. This person was either in the same group as the two half-step venerables who had entered the palace yesterday, or it was just a coincidence. However, no matter what the reason was, there was no doubt that this person wasn't on good terms with the Zhao family. The bow in his hand would attract the Zhao family's people sooner or later. He didn't mind having a few more people cause trouble for the Zhao family. Hearing this question, Zhao Liusu thought hard and then bitterly shook her head, saying, "I don't know." Ning Chen wasn't disappointed. He was just casually asking, "If this girl knew, it would be strange. Right? Does the Zhao family have any techniques or treasures that can help them avoid disaster?" Ning Chen turned his head and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Zhao Liusu looked at him warily. "I'm bored. I just want to see if there are such things in the world. Also, the Zhao family's defenses are so tight. What do you have to worry about?" Ning Chen casually replied. Zhao Liusu hesitated for a moment, but still honestly said, "There are 2 scapegoat talismans in the hands of the sect master and first supreme elder. I heard grandfather say that these scapegoat talismans can save you from death. However, it's only useful for half-step venerables and below. Nothing can interfere with the life and death of human sovereigns." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. So there really was such a thing in the world. He had only suspected that if the Zhao family had such a scapegoat talisman, then the other top inheritances should have similar things. The 4 regions' worlds were much more complete than the divine prefecture. The inheritance's foundations were also unfathomable. It seemed that he had to be extremely careful when facing these inheritances in the future. In addition, the demonic We'll See was full of dangers. If he wanted to enter, it would be very troublesome. Before that, he had to find a way to save his life. Otherwise, he would lose his life before he could find the immortal palace. Mournful rain, mournful wind, mournful red maple leaves by the riverside, hazy people, hazy rain, the woman's singing voice echoed through the small courtyard. It was very pleasant to listen to. The figure dancing with her sleeves was like the world's most beautiful fairy. It was very intoxicating. "Big sister is so beautiful," said Zhao Liusu softly, infatuated. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. When this demoness wasn't crazy, she was indeed very beautiful. Of course, when she was crazy, she was also very demonic. Not long after, the singing stopped and the dancing figure stopped. She walked up and hugged a certain person. "How was it?" "Senior apprentice sister Dai, men and women shouldn't touch each other." Ning Chen struggled with all his might. "In any case, I'll be yours sooner or later. I don't care." Hua Zhongjie's arms tightened. "I care." "What do you mean you'll be mine? When did I agree?" Ning Chen struggled again. He had just praised her for being beautiful, but his true nature had been exposed. "Excuse me, is there anyone here?" At this moment there was a knock on the door. It was a familiar voice, but it was also the person who had come. Ning Chen's expression froze, and he immediately stood up. It was him. Chapter 465. "You two go in. Senior sister Dai, don't let this girl make a sound." Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said seriously, "Okay." Hua Zhongjie nodded. She didn't want to mess around in front of a serious matter. She waved her hand and took Zhao Liusu inside. Ning Chen walked to the small courtyard and opened the door. Seeing the purple-robed figure in front of him, he said, "Fourth Crown Prince, may I ask why you've come? Can I go in?" Yi Xuanmiao asked calmly. Ning Chen turned to the side and opened up a path, indicating for him to enter. "Thank you," Yi Xuanmiao said softly. The two entered the courtyard. Ning Chen asked them to sit at the stone table and immediately went into the room to get tea. He poured 2 cups and placed them in front of each of them. "Fourth Crown Prince, how did you know I was here?" Ning Chen didn't understand. "The day you bought the deed, I was in front of the mansion and just happened to see you." Yi Xuanmiao picked up the cup and took a sip. "Ha, what a coincidence!" Ning Chen smiled. "I heard that Mr. Ning and Hua Zhongjie worked together to murder the Academy's opera singer. Is that true?" Yi Xuanmiao asked. "As Fourth Crown Prince can see, I'm hiding everywhere." Ning Chen smiled. "Although I don't know what happened, I've seen your sword. With your sword heart you wouldn't do such a thing," Yi Xuanmiao said calmly. "It's hard to draw a tiger's skin but not its bones. Fourth Crown Prince, how can you determine a person's character based on the fate of meeting them twice?" Ning Chen picked up the cup and said slowly. "People can lie, and their faces can change, but their sword heart won't lie." Yi Xuanmiao said slowly. "Maybe." Ning Chen didn't argue anymore and changed the topic. "Fourth Crown Prince, you didn't come here just to say this, right?" "It's nothing. It's just that the granddaughter of the Zhao family's 5th Grand Elder went missing. Father sent me and my 13th brother to look for her. We just found this place and came to take a look," Yi Xuanmiao said honestly. "Do you need me to go in and check?" Ning Chen drank the tea in his cup and asked softly. "No need. I'm just doing my job. With Mr. Ning's ability, even if Zhao Liusu is here, no one will find her." Yi Xuanmiao said lightly. "You think too highly of me." Ning Chen put down his teacup and replied. "I still have matters to attend to, so I'll bid my farewells first. Thank you, Mr. Ning, for the tea. I hope that in the future I'll have a chance to compare swords with Mr. Ning. Your sword contains the firmness that I've always been looking for." Yi Xuanmiao stood up, his expression serious. "Let's talk about it when we get the chance," Ning Chen replied calmly. He didn't explicitly agree, but he didn't refuse either. "Until we meet again." With that, Yi Xuanmiao didn't stay any longer and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing the former leave, Ning Chen glanced at the room and said, "Come out, he's gone." After saying that, Hua Zhongjie walked out with Zhao Liusu. Looking at the closed door, a strange light flashed in her eyes. She said, "This 4th prince really has a sharp sword heart. He's different from the primitive emperor. He won't be an enemy of the Academy, but he might be trouble for you and me," Ning Chen said calmly. It was hard to judge a stubborn person with common sense. It was impossible for Yi Xuanmiao to not have noticed the primitive emperor's intentions. However, the fetters of the bloodline inheritance still allowed this amazing 4th prince to repeatedly block the primitive emperor's murderous intent. The primitive emperor took an arrow from him and his body was damaged. It wasn't that easy for him to reach perfection. As long as he didn't enter the sovereign realm, once he left the central heavenly court, the primitive emperor's power would sharply decline, and he wouldn't be much of a threat to the Academy. The most troublesome thing now was Mo Qingbai's existence, which was always a problem that needed to be solved. Although Mo Qingbai was the only one left of the 13 great bandits, a true human sovereign's power was immeasurable. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. "What are you thinking about?" Hua Zhongjie asked curiously after seeing the former didn't speak for a long time. "Nothing." Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled, saying, "Little girl, get ready. I'll accompany you to buy a change of clothes." "Okay." Hearing that they could go out, Zhao Liusu's eyes lit up and she was about to run out. "What's the rush? Let's put on your makeup first." Hua Zhongjie grabbed the little girl and dragged her into the room to change her makeup. Ning Chen walked to the door and leaned against the door frame. Seeing the little girl being tormented in front of the dressing table, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Liusu glanced at the former's smile from the corner of her eyes. Her small mouth twitched, and her mood became even worse. After a while, the little girl's face was changed beyond recognition. Coupled with the men's clothes she was wearing, it was impossible to tell that she was a little girl. Seeing her own figure in the mirror, Zhao Liusu's eyes almost filled with tears again. Was this still her? Okay, go early and come back early. Hua Zhongjie patted the little girl's head. She was in a good mood. Ning Chen brought the little girl out. He didn't deliberately hide his face. They had been waiting for Mo Qinbai all along. If a human paragon wanted to find someone, they wouldn't be able to hide for long unless they went far away. Mo Qinbai wasn't a fool. Even if he knew the whereabouts of Ning Chen and Hua Zhongjie, he wouldn't act rashly if he wasn't confident. If he couldn't hide his identity, it would only make Mo Qinbai more suspicious. Bringing the little girl out to buy clothes was very troublesome. Although Zhao Liusu was a captive, she was first and foremost a woman. Women represented trouble, especially when they were shopping. In the beginning, Zhao Liusu was a bit timid. However, she gradually realized that although the man beside her looked unreasonable, he was actually easy to talk to and easy to bully. I want this. Yes. I also want this. Yes. I also want this. Yes. Ning Chen's hands were filled with clothes. However, he still allowed the little girl to torment him. As long as she didn't run away, she could do whatever she wanted. Zhao Liusu's mood became better and better. For the first time, she realized that being a captive wasn't bad. Compared to when she was with the Zhao family and her grandfather, she had much more freedom. When the two of them returned, it was already dusk. Even with Ning Chen's Xiantian cultivation, he still felt a bit tired. Zhao Liusu, on the other hand, was abnormally excited. It was true that when a woman went shopping, her combat strength was immeasurable. Hua Zhongjie was startled when she saw the two of them coming back with all kinds of bags. To be exact, Ning Chen was carrying all kinds of bags, while Zhao Liusu just came back with a stick of candied haws in her hand. Big sister, this is for you. Zhao Liusu took the stick of candied fruit and offered it to the beautiful big sister in front of her. She could see that in this family, the beautiful big sister's words were the most important. Hua Zhongjie took the stick of candied fruit and immediately smiled. This little girl was very sensible. Kaiyang Imperial Palace, Central Heavenly Court. An armored guard knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Emperor, Mr. Ning, who is wanted by the Whitefoot Academy, has appeared in the city today. Have you seen Hua Zhongjie? Asked the Yuan Emperor calmly from within the purple cloud. No, said the guard respectfully. Don't alert him. You can leave first, said the Yuan Emperor indifferently. Yes. The guard bowed once more and turned to leave. Within the purple cloud, the Yuan Emperor's eyes flashed. This person actually dared to appear so brazenly. Was he not afraid that the Academy would attack? The Academy's recent actions were becoming more and more unexpected. With his understanding of the Academy head, whether it was the Empyrean Heaven Pill or inviting the 4 crown princes to the Heavenly Flame Tower, it didn't seem like the noble and pure Empyrean Qingqiu's style. There had to be something he didn't know about. But as for what it was, he still couldn't see it. 2 days passed in a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city. It was quiet and peaceful. Nothing happened. The Lantern Festival was approaching. Lanterns were hung in front of every house in the city. It was very lively. Ning Chen looked at the excited little girl in front of him and smiled. Those carefree days really made him miss them. Back then, he had been as carefree as this girl. When he got into trouble, he had his eldest grandson to protect him. When there was danger, he had big sister Qing Ning to protect him. Unfortunately, time always passed too quickly. Don't always act like an old man. You're not much older than this girl. If you smile more, you won't age so quickly. Hua Zhongjie walked forward and caressed the former's face. Her eyebrows were filled with heartache. Senior apprentice sister, I might have to face the 3 calamities, whispered Ning Chen. Are you confident? Hua Zhongyie's expression became serious. Originally, I had 30% confidence. But after cultivating the Sun Scripture, I should have 50% confidence, said Ning Chen honestly. What can I help you with? Asked Hua Zhongyie. You don't need to do anything. You just need to draw Mo Qinbai out as quickly as possible. I might not be able to last much longer. Ning Chen's expression softened. You want to pull Mo Qinbai into the karmic flame tribulation? Asked Hua Zhongyie. Yes. With my killing karma, once the karmic flames descend, even a chosen won't be able to escape unscathed, said Ning Chen. No, that's too dangerous. Hua Zhongyie immediately rejected him. When a chosen entered the karmic flame tribulation, its power would rapidly increase. At that time, Mo Qinbai wouldn't be the only one who wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. My body is condensed from the phoenix origin and phoenix blood. It is of the fire attribute, and I don't fear any fire essence in the mortal world. Perhaps I can even use this karmic flame tribulation to make another breakthrough. Are you always going to shoulder the danger by yourself? Hua Zhongyie's eyes flashed with tears as she scolded. That's because senior apprentice sister is someone I cherish. Don't worry, before I save the ghost woman, I won't die. The Nether King won't be able to take my life, and neither will the heavens. Ning Chen smiled. The Lantern Festival is about to begin. Let's go. Just at this moment, Zhao Liusu ran over and pulled on Ning Chen's arm. Ning Chen was dragged 2 steps away. He smiled apologetically at Hua Zhongyie and followed the little girl out of the door. Within a room, Hua Zhongyie was sitting in front of a dressing table. She was facing a mirror, putting on yellow flowers and putting on heavy makeup. One stroke at a time, her beautiful face was completely covered. She had a feathered crown, a pheasant's tail, a spear and a tear blade. She was a martial goddess of the mortal world. The Lantern Festival had already begun in Imperial City. Every house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. They were guessing riddles, releasing river lanterns, singing operas, and watching the Lantern Festival. There were also talented men and beautiful women who were gathering and expressing their feelings. During this joyous festival, everyone was exceptionally lively. People who had worked hard for a year had all put down their burdens and come out to celebrate, releasing the pressure in their hearts. In the distance, Ning Chen brought Zhao Liusu out. The chattering in his ears didn't seem as headache-inducing as it usually was. Chapter 466. Beside the Wishing River, countless men and women put down their lanterns and silently made wishes. Legend had it that on the day of the Lantern Festival, if you put down a lantern in the river and wrote down your wish, it would come true in the coming year. Zhao Liusu also bought a lantern and wrote down a very long wish. She excitedly put it in the river and watched as her lantern floated away. In the crowd, a white-robed figure walked past the river bank, passing by the red-robed figure. His emotionless eyes spoke of the ruthlessness of the martial path. What's the wish written on the lantern? Ning Chen asked casually as he glanced at the floating lantern by the riverbank. I'm not telling you. Zhao Liusu hurriedly shook her head. Little girl, there's no need to keep it a secret. Ning Chen smiled. Humph. Zhao Liusu wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at a certain person. You're a captive. Ning Chen reminded her. So what? Captives also have human rights. Zhao Liusu didn't have the slightest awareness of being a captive. Heh. Ning Chen smiled and didn't argue with the little girl. Looking at the bustling crowd, he said, Let's go somewhere else. Don't you want to see the lanterns? Yes. Zhao Liusu nodded and immediately forgot about the argument. She bravely squeezed into the crowd. Ning Chen followed behind unhurriedly. When he encountered someone who wanted to take advantage of him, he would secretly slap them away. Although this girl was a captive, she didn't have any bad intentions. There weren't many beautiful things in the world, and he didn't want to personally destroy them. Hurry up. Zhao Liusu turned around and saw the man behind her walking unhurriedly. She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. She grabbed his arm and quickly walked forward. Didn't your family teach you to be careful between men and women? Ning Chen asked casually. Even my beautiful sister isn't afraid. Why should a little girl like me be afraid? Zhao Liusu confidently replied. Ning Chen smiled. Just now he was angry that she was called a little girl, but now she admitted it herself. There's a lot of people over there. Let's go take a look. In the distance there was a huge crowd. Seeing this, Zhao Liusu's interest was piqued and she quickly walked over. It's lantern riddles. After arriving, Zhao Liusu squeezed her way in and found out that it was a lantern riddle. Her face immediately turned bitter. In the past, she had never guessed the riddle during the Lantern Festival. The rewards for the lantern riddles were pretty good. If he guessed 5 riddles and got 3 or more correct, he would be given a Kongming lantern and a small flower lantern. Zhao Liusu wanted a present, so she looked at the man beside her eagerly. He should be a little smarter than her. Take a guess. It's nothing. Ning Chen handed over a small piece of silver and said softly. How many do you want? Zhao Liusu asked softly. You can have as many as you want. Once you've guessed enough, I'll get him to give me the change. Ning Chen chuckled. All right. A smile immediately appeared on Zhao Liusu's pretty face. She handed over the silver and prepared to wash away the shame of many years. However, after seeing the first riddle, the smile on the little girl's face froze. The riddle on the lantern. There is a hole but no worm. There is a nest but no peak. There is silk but no silkworm. There is an umbrella but no man. Zhao Liusu thought hard. Then, there was no then. I can't guess, the little girl said bitterly. Lotus root. Ning Chen whispered to help her cheat. Zhao Liusu's eyes lit up. She quickly wrote down the answer and handed it to the stall owner. Little girl, you're so smart. Do you want to continue? The stall owner chuckled. He could also tell that the answer was secretly told to her by the young master just now. However, this lantern festival was just for fun. The gifts weren't expensive. It didn't matter if a few were taken away. Guess. Zhao Liusu said happily. The second riddle on the lantern. Red lady climbed the tall building. Her heart hurt and tears flowed. Zhao Liusu was dumbfounded again. Candle. Ning Chen continued to help her cheat. Then, the third riddle. This flower has never been planted since ancient times. It only blooms in the middle of winter. It has no roots and no leaves. It's really strange. Snowflake. It was still cheating. Someone answered for her. Little girl, do you want to change the type? The stall owner handed over the reward and smiled. Okay. Zhao Liusu quickly nodded. She was sure that this type of riddle wasn't suitable for her. Ning Chen didn't stop her and let her do whatever she wanted. Guess animals. The stall owner was kind and specially found a simple one for her. The first animal riddle. The boat is hard and the boat is high. 4 oars slowly rowing. Zhao Liusu saw this and pouted. She whispered, I don't know how to turtle. Ning Chen quietly helped to answer. He was speechless at this girl's IQ. She didn't even answer one of the 4 riddles. It wasn't easy. Little girl, enjoy the cool night. With a lantern, it shines. Firefly. With flowers and wings on its head, it wears a colorful chong sam. Traveling all day long, it only knows how to be happy. Butterfly. The animal riddle was also cheated by someone. She finally answered it. Handing the reward to the little girl, the stall owner glanced at the young man in front of him and smiled. Young master, you can guess a few. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. It was quite embarrassing to always help this girl cheat. The stall owner chose and took out the more difficult Chinese medicine riddle and placed it in front of the table. The first riddle. In the human world, all the beauties are gone. Ning Chen thought for a while and wrote 3 words. Missing in the spring. The second riddle. Returning from the flower, the butterfly circled the knee. Ningchen thought for a moment and wrote 2 words. Fragrance. The third riddle, talking non-stop. Ningchen looked at the little girl. The latter quickly shook her head and said, I don't know. Ningchen chuckled and didn't expect the little girl to know. He picked up the brush and wrote 3 words again. Changliushui. Young master's knowledge is really admirable. The stall owner sighed. This was already a very difficult riddle. The young man in front of him was really extraordinary. You're too kind. Ningchen responded and then looked at Zhao Liusu. Do you still want to guess? Not anymore. Zhao Liusu pouted and shook her head. He knew all of them, but she didn't know any of them. It was too frustrating. Then let's go. Ningchen smiled. Okay. Zhao Liusu nodded obediently this time and responded. Young master, my family's young miss invites you. Can you come with us? Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, a servant girl walked up and said respectfully, No. Zhao Liusu hugged a certain someone's arm to show her ownership. Sorry, please go back and tell your family's young miss that she really can't leave right now, so we won't disturb her. Ningchen replied politely. Then, he led the little girl to the other side. The servant girl walked back to the flower boat and respectfully bowed. Young miss, he refused. Yes, there's no need to force him. Let him go. Behind the beaded curtain, a hazy figure opened her mouth and replied. Yes. The servant girl accepted the order and turned to leave. In the crowd, Ningchen softly asked, Where are we going now? Zhao Liusu looked around and saw a large stage not far away. She pointed and said, Let's go there and watch the show. Isn't it better to go back and watch your sister Dai sing? Ningchen didn't understand. Since we're already here, let's watch for a while. If it's not good, we'll go back. Ningchen nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed her to the stage. On the stage built by Bai Mu Lin, the flower lady was tender and beautiful, and the dragon lady was celebrating the festival. With the sound of bells and drums, the actresses left and Wu Dan went on stage. She wore a crown and a pheasant's tail. She was dressed splendidly, and her makeup was incomparably gorgeous. It's Sister Dai. Zhao Liusu immediately recognized the woman on stage. Yes. Ningchen nodded. He hadn't expected senior apprentice Sister Dai to come here. In the distance, a man in azure and white robes stood there. Looking at the woman on stage, he frowned. It was her? The sound of bells and drums rang out once more. Wu Dan was performing. Her spear danced like a dragon, shocking everyone present. Below the stage, Ningchen was observing. Gradually, his martial soul began to revolve. His spiritual yuan unconsciously merged with heaven and earth, causing heaven-shaking changes in the sky. With a rumbling sound, the clouds in the sky changed. The sky that had been clear just a moment ago was now filled with dark clouds. A torrential rain began to fall from the sky. The originally lively lantern festival was immediately filled with startled cries. People rushed to find a place to hide from the rain. Not long after, on the empty street, there was only the sound of Wu Dan singing. There was a young man in red, a little girl who was dressed like a man, but everyone could tell that she was a girl. There was another person, a man in green and white. Liusu, go back first. Don't run around. In a few days I'll send you back to the Zhao family, said Ningchen. Yes. For once, the little girl was obedient. Braving the rain, she ran away. Hua Zhongye and the Academy's Mr. Ning. Old friends and new friends are all here. Mo Chi Bai smiled. Esteemed Chi Bai, is it just you? Asked Ningchen. Of course not. Although I'm confident, if I want to deal with the 2 of you, it'll be too troublesome if I don't find a helper. Mo Chi Bai smiled. As he spoke, a flower boat calmly floated over. The boat stopped and a woman holding an umbrella walked out. She stepped onto the stage. Let me introduce you. This is Luoshan and Mi Fei, said Mo Chi Bai. The woman bowed and politely said, Greetings. I was entrusted by someone, so I'm only doing what I can. Sorry. Ning Chen's pupils constricted. This wasn't the power of a human supreme. But this seemingly calm pressure was even more dreadful than Mo Qingbai's. Alright, let's begin. 2 against 2. That's fair and just, isn't it? Mo Qingbai's lips curled up with cold killing intent. Senior apprentice Sister Dai, it's time to go all out, said Ning Chen. Yes. Hua Zhongye walked off the stage and casually tossed her spear to the side. She clenched her hand and black light condensed into a cold and slender saber. Killing intent sword. Luotian stepped forward and blocked the red-robed youth. She softly said, Sir, if you don't interfere, Mi Fei won't do anything today. Is that all right? Sorry, I can't do that. Ning Chen clenched his right hand. Violet light appeared, and the Yama King's divine sword appeared in the world once more. The killing karma that flowed through it made people go crazy. The battle was about to begin. The situation could erupt at any moment. Just at this moment, a purple-red figure walked over. Behind him, 3 men with different appearances and extraordinary auras appeared at the same time. The Mizar dynasty's 4 crown princes appeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, black-robed figures with dragon patterns appeared. Their powerful auras blocked out the moon. Everyone, this is Imperial City. If you have personal grudges, please move elsewhere, said Yi Xuanmiao calmly. Chapter 467. In White Emperor City, the 4 most outstanding crown princes appeared together. Behind them were black-robed consecrators guarding them. This powerful formation was shocking. At the same time, in the distant central heavenly court, a pair of emotionless eyes coldly watched the situation. The primitive emperor, who could no longer endure, revealed his sharpness. The stalemate between the 3 powerhouses made the stormy night even gloomier. No one dared to act rashly. But at this moment, the woman holding the umbrella, who seemed the calmest, was the first to raise her right hand. Seeing this, Ning Chen's Yama sword also gathered its sharpness. Killing karma coiled around his body. His sword intent was unparalleled. The battle was about to begin. Yi Xuanmiao waved his hand, and the cyan moth sword came out of its sheath. Senior apprentice sister, let's go somewhere else, said Ning Chen softly. Hua Zhongye nodded and took light steps to the west. Ning Chen retreated, and with a flash of red light, he disappeared into the rain. Mo Qingbei didn't say anything and chased after him. Under the umbrella, a faint smile flashed on Luotian's flawless face. She soared into the sky and left. 100 miles away from White Emperor City, 4 figures flashed and continued west. Behind the academy, in the primordial land that stretched for thousands of miles, 2 figures appeared. Then Mo Qingbei and Luotian chased after them. Not running any more? Asked Mo Qingbei coldly. I've already chosen a place for you to die. Are you satisfied? Asked Ning Chen calmly. Ignorant brat. Don't think you can forget how strong you are just because you have some accomplishments in the sword. Mo Qingbei's killing intent appeared. Senior apprentice sister, who are you going to deal with? Asked Ning Chen. Leave that dead fish face to me. You can leave that pretty girl to you. Once you beat her into submission, you can bring her back to warm your bed, said Hua Zhongye casually. I'll try my best, Ning Chen replied, and the sword in his hand began to hum. In the next moment, his sword split into black and yellow as he mercilessly slashed out. Young master, your killing intent is too strong. Luotian raised her hand to receive the sword. Sword intent overflowed, taking lives. In this chaotic world, how can a person be like a lady, untainted by dust? The divine sword in Ning Chen's hand spun. Thousands of murderous intents were added to the sword's power. The sword slashed across the sky, and the heaven and earth were boundless. The endless killing intent under his excessive rationality was simple and direct. Every move was aimed at the vital points of the woman's body. This was a completely different killing sword, causing everyone to sigh in admiration. Luotian moved, receiving the sword and dodging it. Although her expression was calm, she didn't dare to be careless. On the other side, Butterfly in the Flower challenged Emo Qingbai alone. The god of sabers faced off against the human sovereign. The battle had just begun, and it would not end until one of them was dead. Desolate rain, desolate wind, in the desolate rain, the saber is red, one saber and one sword opens a path to life, not entering the Yellow Springs to be a ghost hero. It was a world-shocking battle. Wherever the aftershocks reached, mountains collapsed and the earth was destroyed. Everything within a radius of 10 miles sank, and everything within 100 miles sank. Sword style, air severing. Ning Chen condensed his primordial energy and slashed the air with his sword. Heaven and earth moved at the same time. 100 zhang-wide gust of wind and rain appeared, tearing the void apart. A strange light flashed in Luotian's eyes. She lifted a delicate hand and motes of watery light lingered around her, forcefully blocking the sword intent. Crimson Remnant. After air severing, Crimson Remnant appeared once more. The figure that had instantly vanished was so fast that it seemed as if it would die in the blink of an eye. Crimson Remnant's breath, the sword passed through the heavens. With a ripping sound, her clothes were torn apart and jade-like skin appeared. Luotian leaned to the side to avoid this life-taking sword. The strange light in her eyes became even brighter. What a fast sword! Seeing the woman in front of him easily block his two swords, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He was well aware that this battle would be difficult. The brilliance of the sword changed and suns rose into the air. The 100 miles of rain instantly dissipated. The martial arts of the extreme Yang Heavenly Book appeared in the world once more. The Book of the Sun? Luotian's mind focused. She flipped her hand and blue waves of water overflowed around her, turning into waves that surged forth with earth-shattering momentum. The two moves collided and yin and yang reversed. The primordial land that was already riddled with holes suffered heavy losses. Mountains collapsed and the earth caved in, destroying everything within 100 miles. The shocking shockwaves also affected the distant battle. The Butterfly in the Flower and Emo Qingbai leapt up, avoiding the shockwaves. Saber and palm collided once more, causing space to shatter. This was a battle between the strongest powerhouses in the world. The two people who went against the flow of the world were facing an unfavorable situation. Their saber and sword souls were raised to the peak. The chains in the sky swayed. This was the great Tao's recognition of their martial arts. The battle became increasingly intense. The corners of the two people's mouths were dyed red. In an instant they exchanged opponents. The sword moved like a meteor, the saber moved like a black moon. They cooperated with each other in tacit understanding. After one move, they returned to their original positions. The saber and sword suddenly changed. Emo Qingbai and Luotian blocked each move, and both took half a step back. The battle actually showed signs of balance. Mi Fei, are you going to keep defending? Don't forget what you promised me. Emo Qingbai shouted with a cold expression when he saw that the battle was in a stalemate. Luotian gently sighed. Helpless. With a helpless sigh, Luotian's slender hand stirred the world. For the first time, an unprecedented domain strength appeared. Instant eternity. With a word, the world became solemn. The space froze. Everything stopped. The flowers stopped fragrant and the birds stopped chirping. It was as if the world was dead. Even though she wasn't a mortal realm sovereign, she displayed a domain strength that even sovereigns would find difficult to control. The battle instantly changed. Emo Qingbai's saber slowed down. He slammed his palm down, and his blue robes were dyed red. Senior sister. Ning Chen's mind shook. His figure flashed as he caught Hua Zhongye, who was sent flying. Luotian narrowed her eyes. What's going on? Her word was actually useless against him. Your sins are unforgivable. Seeing the blood flowing out of Hua Zhongye's mouth, Ning Chen could no longer suppress the murderous intent around his body. Don't lose your mind. I'm fine. Hua Zhongjie staggered when she saw the demonic bloody light in Ning Chen's eyes. She stretched out her hand and touched his face. She forced a smile. Ning Chen immediately regained his senses. The bloody light in his eyes gradually faded as he returned to his original state. I will do my best to suppress this woman's domain strength. Senior sister, you should also be careful. After giving his instructions, Ning Chen clenched his left hand, and the demonic saber appeared. He quickly attacked. An even stronger sword combined with an even faster saber. The combination of strength and speed completely suppressed Luotian's opportunity to attack. Facing the extreme attacks of both saber and sword, Luotian first focused. Her slender hand condensed energy and blocked wave after wave of attack. Sun scripture, rising sun in the east. The red robes flashed quickly. The divine sword on her right condensed into a sun. The rising sun illuminated the world. Luotian gathered water to block the sun. Then she saw the saber flash. The swift saber was like the wind, threatening to kill. The peak combination of saber and sword appeared for the first time after the battle with the Nether King. Although the foundation was no longer there, the mastery of saber and sword was stronger than before. With a ripping sound, her clothes were torn apart. Blood dripped from Luotian's left arm. It was the first time she saw blood since the battle. On the other side, the injured Hua Zhongjie was facing the powerful attacks of a mortal realm sovereign. She was originally at a slight disadvantage, but now she was completely at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Ning Chen took a strange step. Light flashed rapidly. 9 suns gathered on his sword and condensed into one. 2 moves appeared at the same time. 9 suns burning the heavens, rising sun in the east. A heavenly might descended from the sky. The earth cracked inch by inch, and the entire primitive land began to shake. The terrifying might made the world mourn. Emo Qingbai and Luotian blocked with their palms. Vast Yuan rose and blocked the power of the sun. Humans, you've crossed the line. At this moment, an aura as heavy as a mountain rose from the depths of the primitive land. In the next moment, a white-robed figure appeared, shaking the world. She's finally here. Ning Chen's gaze moved. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Senior sister, find an opportunity to retreat, said Ning Chen. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. Hua Zhongjie swung her saber to block Emo Qingbai's palm. Don't worry about me. I won't have any worries if you leave. As he spoke, Ning Chen's feet flashed as he charged toward Yao Qilua. Humans don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yao Qilua's expression turned cold. Her pale hand gathered the power of heaven and earth and slammed down. The red-robed figure turned around. The phoenix dodged the palm and arrived 300 meters behind Emo Qingbei. Yuan energy condensed on her sword, and the ultimate sword reappeared in the world. Nirvana! The magnificent sword transformed into a stream of swords that shot out. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed and everything was destroyed. The strongest sword had stunned everyone. The stream of swords arrived in the blink of an eye. Yao Qilua didn't have time to think. She flipped her left palm and blocked the sword intent. Yuan condensed on her right hand and slapped toward Luotian. With a loud explosion, the 9 heavens fell. Yao Qilua was as immovable as a mountain, blocking the sword's peak attack. On the other hand, Luotian was struck by Yao Qilua's palm. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Even with her calm temperament, she couldn't help but feel a trace of anger. Silent samsara. It was the second type of domain that was shocking. This time, it was filled with murderous intent. Facing the demon Venerable who had once brought disaster to the world, Luotian didn't show any mercy. She raised her hand and used her strongest attack. Yao Qilua's expression turned serious. She condensed her monster essence to resist the corrosion of the laws. I didn't expect there to be so many powerful cultivators among the humans. As she spoke, an illusory figure walked out from the depths of the primitive land. His aura wasn't any weaker than Yao Qilua's. It was the second energy-shaping realm, Yao Qilu. Shrouded in mist, the primes reappeared. They waved their hands to disperse the power of laws that had descended on Yao Qilu. They turned to look at the human cultivators in front of them. A look of interest flashed across their eyes. Everyone is finally here. Seeing the second Yao Qilu walk out, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Next, it would depend on who was lucky. Senior sister, let's go. With that, Hong Yi moved instantly and arrived in front of Hua Zhongjie. With a flip of her palm, she sent her out of the battle. Then, she drew her sword and blade. The aura around her exploded. Endless killing intent gathered into a ferocious, mutated rock that rushed into the clouds. The 9 heavens suddenly changed and rumbled. In the next moment, endless hellfire descended from the sky, punishing the world's greatest sinners. Millions of hellfire karma gathered in one knowing destiny cultivator. The unprecedented hellfire tribulation was brought down. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 feet was covered in hellfire. 3 Yao Qiluo faced the same tribulation. In addition, there was Luotian, who wasn't any weaker than a human sovereign. Endless hellfire engulfed everyone. At the edge of the hellfire, a blue light flashed. Hua Zhongjie rushed out. She turned around and looked at the disappearing figures in front of her. Tears flowed from her eyes unconsciously. Chapter 468. In the academy, Qi Yanxia, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt a throbbing in her heart. She opened her eyes and walked out of the stone room. In the distance, karmic fire burned the sky for hundreds of miles. The terrifying scene was like the end of the world. An ominous premonition came over her. Qi Yanxia suppressed the throbbing in her heart. She moved quickly and rushed towards the primitive land behind the academy. In the pavilion in the lake, Yi Qingqiu stood up and looked at the terrifying scene in the distance. Unconcealable worry flashed across her beautiful face. How could this be? Didn't he say that he could pass this tribulation? Boom! In the sky above the primitive land, thunder from the 9 heavens rolled. The karmic fire for hundreds of miles formed the most terrifying forbidden land in the human world. All living things died out. Millions of sinners, the heavens were furious. They didn't leave any chance for survival in the tribulation. They wanted to completely wipe out the sinners to show the heavenly might. The 3 venerables in the tribulation were shocked. In the face of a destructive tribulation, even as a supreme being, they didn't dare to be careless. Their vital energy was raised to the extreme, and they used all their strength to deal with the heavenly might that could destroy the world. The 3 venerables faced the tribulation together. It was a scene that had never happened before. The karmic fire burned the world, and the lightning descended. The tribulation of tribulations intensified the power of the tribulations. Eternal instant. In the karmic fire, Luotian raised her hand. The power of the laws spread out and froze time and space. However, in the next moment, the fire burned the city walls. The laws quickly dissipated. The power of the karmic fire destroyed everything in its path. It was an incomprehensible heavenly might. The 4 of them became serious. Even when they faced the tribulation, they didn't feel such a heavy sense of danger. Roar! The grayish-black strange rock screamed in the sky. The karmic fire burned around its body. The karmic fire of millions of living things gathered to form a strange beast. It had already materialized. It was shocking. It had never been seen before. In the center of the karmic fire, the void was distorted. The shadow in the fire, the body in the tribulation, the phoenix faced the sky. The sword will around it kept rising. In the rolling blood mist, the dark murderous karmic fire surged. It didn't yield in the slightest in the face of the heavens' punishment. The forbidden divine sword and the calamity demon's saber trembled. Ever since the fall of King Yanluo had never been able to unleash the full might of the Yama dual weapons. But at this moment, the Yama dual weapons shone with the most resplendent radiance as they fought against the wrath of the heavens. Thunder and fire erupted, and a world-destroying might descended once more. Hong Yi grunted, The corners of her mouth dyed red, and she staggered. His body had reached its limit, and he could not hold on any longer. His human form dissipated, and in the next moment, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from the 9 heavens. A huge phoenix image appeared, and the world shook. Feng, Huang. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards the primitive land, their faces filled with shock. After a brief moment of shock, the powerhouses of the human world tore open the void and rushed toward the primitive land. We're both demons, yet you're working together with humans. Damn it! A cold glint flashed in Yao Qilua's eyes amidst the flames. Her figure flashed, and she soared into the sky, shaking the 9 states with a flip of her palm. With a rumble, the lightning struck again with the overflowing flames of karma. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. Large swaths of space ruptured, reaching thousands of feet away. Yao Qilua could not block it in time. She suffered a backlash from the flames of karma and was forced to retreat several steps. The world-shocking great calamity was filled with killing intent. Even supreme beings found it difficult to travel far. In the fog, another demon venerable turned and avoided the bolts of lightning. He looked at the phoenix in the sky, and a strange look flashed across his calm eyes. There was actually a phoenix in the human world. What an unexpected discovery! Mo Qinbai flipped his palm to disperse the lightning and flames of karma. He looked at the peak of the 9 heavens. Compared to taking the life of the butterfly in the flower, he had found something that interested him more. Boom! With an earth-shaking explosion, boundless lightning descended. There were at least tens of thousands of bolts, drowning the entire primitive land. The great calamity of the end of the world caused ghosts to weep and gods to mourn. Luotian and the other demon venerables blocked the tribulation at the same time. At this moment, they could no longer remain as calm as before. Their blood surged, and they retreated half a step. What has this lunatic done? Yao Qilua wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. The first calamity of karma was actually so terrifying. Help him transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, the flames of karma on us will become stronger and stronger. It will never end. Another martial highness in the mist said in a deep voice. How can we help? The more we interfere, the faster the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase. Yao Qilua could not hide her killing intent. She clenched her fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. They had been forced into such a state by a junior. This was the greatest humiliation of their lives. Use our blood to help him return to his ancestral state, said the demon venerable in the fog. Did you hear that? If you don't want to die, then help us, shouted Yao Qilua as she glanced at the 2 humans not far away. I have no objections to joining hands with the demon venerables, laughed Mo Qinbai. I'll buy you 2 breaths of time. Luotian raised her hand, and her domain spread out, enveloping the 4 of them and temporarily blocking the descending lightning and flames of karma. Leave it to me to open the path. Mo Qinbai flipped his palm, and a powerful palm energy shot out. A bluish-white light flashed, opening a flat path. When the 2 demon venerables saw this, they both activated their vast yuan. A drop of blood flew into the sky. However, at this moment, there was a loud rumble, and a dazzling light illuminated the world. Another 10,000 bolts of lightning descended, and the demon venerable's palms were blocked. Just as the demon venerable's blood was about to be submerged in the sea of lightning, a phoenix spread its wings and swooped down. It opened its mouth and swallowed 2 drops of blood. Lightning fell, and karmic flames covered the phoenix. A mournful phoenix cry rang out, and a blood-red light shone from the 9 heavens. Below, the sea of lightning descended. The 4 of them retreated once more, their bodies dyed red. Before the end of the tribulation, it was difficult for sovereigns to do anything. They had killed so many people in order to send back the Nether King. That was so terrifying that it made people's hearts tremble. Today, retribution was coming. Mournful phoenix cries rang out in the sky one after another. The phoenix had abandoned its human form and revealed its phoenix form, but it was still unable to resist the fury of the grand Tao. Blood dyed the 9 heavens. The demon Venerable's blood merged with the phoenix's body, constantly repairing the phoenix's body that had been burned by the karmic flames. Specks of golden light circulated in the phoenix's blood. The signs of atavism were closer. In the sky and on the ground, the power of the karmic flames continued to strengthen. Luotian and Mo Qingbai found it more and more difficult to deal with it. Every time they blocked it, more terrifying lightning and fire would descend. Outside the heavenly tribulation, many strong cultivators arrived. They stopped and did not take half a step forward. They were afraid that they would be implicated by this shocking apocalypse. It's him. In the distance, a beautiful figure suddenly turned around and looked at the phoenix in the sky. Surprise flashed in her eyes. The next moment, she took a step forward and rushed toward the direction of the Great Tribulation. After not seeing him for 10 years, he actually came to the Central Plains. What about him? Did he come too? In the primitive land, the invisible karmic flames had already burned for several hours. In the east, the sun rose and the first rays of dawn shone down. The power of the karmic flames intensified again. In the academy, blue flames rose above the heavenly fire tower. They were actually attracted by the heavenly tribulation and summoned true heavenly fire. With a rumble, the 9 heavens filled with lightning. The heavenly fire and karmic flames drowned the primitive land. They were endless, as if they would never stop. The phoenix's figure became more and more illusory. However, the might of the heavenly tribulation became more and more terrifying. The pressure on the 4 people below also increased. Kill him, or we will all die here today. Seeing that the karmic flames' tribulation would never end, Yao Qilua shouted angrily. No! In the mist, another demon Venerate immediately stopped her. We are already in the middle of the tribulation. If we attack him now, the heavens will not stop being angry. It is very likely that an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation will descend. Wait patiently. Yao Qilua snorted angrily. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and flipped her palm to block the lightning and fire descending from all directions. She could not kill him, nor could she retreat. How useless! On the other side, Mo Qingbai and Luotian were also not having an easy time. The karmic flames were endless, and there was no way to retreat. This terrifying tribulation was unheard of. Several hours had already passed, but there were still no signs of it weakening. It seemed that the heavens did not intend to let the person undergoing the tribulation successfully pass. The heavens' fury burned the entire sky red like blood. When will this tribulation end? Thousands of lightning bolts descended. Yao Qilua's palm rumbled loudly. Blood splattered everywhere, and her white robes were instantly dyed red. I don't know. Let's wait. The karmic flames burned the world, and the mist temporarily faded away, revealing a pair of star-like eyes. The next moment the mist rose up again, covering their line of sight. For thousands of years, no matter if it was the human world or the primitive land, such a situation had never occurred. They could not gamble. They could only pray that this person could pass this tribulation. It's still not over. In the distance, the experts of the human world were quietly watching the apocalyptic tribulation. Their expressions became more and more shocked. Just what kind of heaven-infuriating thing had this person done to cause the heavens' fury to never end? Heavens, what right do you have to unleash your fury? Thousands of miles away, a beautiful figure galloped over. A cold expression flashed across her face. If millions of lives had not been sacrificed in the war of death, the entire human world would have been buried. At that time, where were the heavenly laws, justice, and wrath? Scroll of the moon, moonfall. With the help of a palm, the palm energy swept out rapidly, reaching thousands of miles away. At the same time, 2 sword lights appeared at the same time. One was inky white and the other was incomplete. They swept toward the primitive land from different directions. After the two swords, another crimson arrow light streaked across the void and swept toward the 9 heavens. The experts who survived the last battle in the Divine Prefecture sensed the crisis of the knowing destiny state. They helped at the same time and did their best. Outside the primitive land, the experts of the human world were shocked. Since when were there so many unfamiliar experts in Zhongzhou? That arrow light! In the central heavenly court of the Mizang Imperial Palace, the 5th Grand Elder of the Zhao family saw the crimson arrow light in the sky. There was no mistake. It was him, the traitor of the Zhao family, Luo Xingchen. He dared to return to Zhongzhou. He was really courting death. In the primitive land, above the 9 heavens, 4 kinds of forces entered the body. The illusory phoenix shadow became more and more solid. The phoenix cried again. The blood of the azure dragon and the black tortoise merged into the body. The phoenix regained its full strength and soared into the sky for the last fight. The heavens were furious. With a boom, thunder and lightning flashed. The hellfire turned into a meteor shower and fell from the sky. The knowing destiny state can't lose. All over Zhongzhou, familiar eyes looked at the primitive land and whispered. They had survived the most desperate divine tribulation. How could they bow before the wrath of the heavens? Everyone in the human world could bow to the heavens except them. Chapter 469. In the primordial land, a phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its cries resounded for thousands of miles. The heavens were furious. Lightning tribulation raged, and karmic flames burned the world. This was the most terrifying tribulation since ancient times. The sky was filled with lightning. Nirvana. Phoenix transformation, using his body as a sword. At this moment, man, phoenix, and sword all merged into one and streaked across the 9 heavens. Boom! In the end, a heaven-shocking sound rang out. The entire world was shaken, and the entire world began to shake. The heavens above and the earth below both suffered the final tribulation, and in an instant everything collapsed. The 3 human supremes vomited blood at the same time. They had been heavily injured by the final tribulation flames. Ugh! Specks of blood dyed the primordial land red. At the peak of the sky, the phoenix image vanished, and the tribulation clouds also disappeared. The sky was clear and bright, returning to normal. Ning Chen. Outside the primordial land, Hua Zhongjie anxiously soared into the sky to search for Ning Chen's figure. Is it over? Then it's time for us to take action. Not far away, experts of the mortal realm also rushed into the 9 heavens. A living phoenix was a great medicine that was more precious than anything else. Luotian, is our agreement still not over? Below, Emo Qi looked at the sky and said, Can Venerable Qingbai still fight? Asked Luotian. Even a tiger can't be bullied by a dog. You go and block these people. As for killing Hua Zhongjie and the phoenix, I alone am enough. Emo Qingbai's lips curled into a cold smile. Humans, it seems you've already forgotten where this is. How can you allow others to covet something from the primordial land? Said Yao Qiluo. 2 demon sovereigns are also interested in the phoenix? Since that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. Emo Qingbai calmly replied. His figure flickered as he soared to the peak of the sky. At the peak of the sky, after the tribulation, 1,000 miles turned into nothingness. Terrifying spatial turbulence filled the air. Hua Zhongjie didn't hesitate and directly charged in. Hong Yi floated in the void, sleeping peacefully. Her aura was calm without any fluctuations, and no one could sense any abnormalities. After Butterfly in the Flower entered, Emo Qingbai, Yao Qiluo, and another primordial land's demon supremacy also entered the turbulence to search for the phoenix. At this moment, 4 figures walked over from the void. They were familiar faces. After 10 years, they finally met again. Long time no see. The moment they looked at each other, they both understood. They exchanged simple greetings, expressing their feelings of parting. You go in and find them. I will block these people with Luotian. Madame Luo glanced at the human powerhouses not too far away. Just now, I felt that woman's power was somewhat familiar. I didn't think that you would actually know her. Luo Xingqian laughed softly. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. There are still 3 sovereigns inside. Regardless of whether or not we can find him, we can't let those 3 sovereigns succeed so easily, said Mu Qianshang calmly. Supreme? That's really troublesome. Luo Xingqian felt a headache coming on. You're just a heavily injured Jizuan. You're no different from a toothless tiger. You didn't die even when I beat up the Hell King, so you won't die this time either. Jian Er said indifferently, and then he took a step forward and flashed into the endless void. Your words are crude, but your reasoning is not. Mu Qianshang nodded approvingly and also followed in. These boorish people. Luo Xingqian shook his head helplessly. His figure flashed and also entered the void. Outside the void, Madame Luo raised her hand to block the attacks of the human powerhouses. She said in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Visiting a friend," Madame Luo calmly replied. She flipped her hand and a cold moon rose. The moonlight poured down, and the surrounding space instantly froze, making it difficult to move. "Have you found the person you're looking for?" Madame Luo circulated her domain power at the same time. Eternal Instant completely sealed the surrounding space. "No, but these fellows are all here. I believe that he will also appear soon." Madame Luo flipped her hand and activated the 9 Heavens Frost Palace. A divine palace appeared in the moon, and it fell from the sky with the power of the heavens. With a bang, blood and bones flew everywhere. The human powerhouses were unable to withstand the extreme power of the moon, and their bodies collapsed. In the endless void, 3 figures rapidly moved forward. A snow sword emitted an ink-white brilliance, sweeping away the spatial turbulence along the way. "It's only been 10 years. How did you all improve so quickly?" Behind them, Luo Xingqian spread out his spiritual sense, and asked unhappily while searching. "It's not that we're fast, it's that you're too slow," Jian Er said indifferently. Luo Xingqian chuckled and asked, "Where's Xiazi? Has anyone seen her?" "No. She's most likely completely bedeviled. Even if we meet, it's hard to say whether she's a friend or a foe." Mu Qianshang swung his sword and slashed away the turbulent storm. "That makes sense. Then it's better not to meet her." Luo Xingqian nodded. "Let's split up. It's too slow." After searching for a while, Jian Er waved his hand and took out his sword. He directly walked in another direction and left alone. "Forget it. Let's split up then. We'll meet again." Luo Xingqian clenched his hand and pulled out his star bow. He shot the other side of the turbulence and left. "These people are really hard to get along with." Mu Qianshang shook his head. His handsome and cold face did not have any ripples as he continued to walk forward. An hour later, 2 figures met at an unknown location. They were both wearing white robes, but one was calm and reserved while the other had oppressive demonic qi. Without saying a word, Jian Er moved his sword. An ancient sword slashed across. The sword had not broken, but the heart of the sword had already been broken. The cold and murderous sword light was simple and emotionless. Yao Qianluo's expression hardened. She was heavily injured and did not want to fight for a long time. She flipped her palm and condensed yuan. The heavy vast yuan converging palm struck out. Jian Er swung his sword. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to infinity. A completely different sword appeared in the void and collided with the sovereign's palm. With a bang, her white robes were dyed red. Her ancient sword let out a mournful cry, unable to bear the sovereign's palm. Cracks appeared on it. "Not bad, but you'll still die without a doubt." As she spoke, Yao Qianluo condensed her vast yuan once more. Vigorous demonic qi soared around her body and turned into a roaring wave. Jian Er's expression did not change in the slightest. His ancient sword turned, and endless sword light condensed into one to meet the palm. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ancient sword broke. The corner of Jian Er's mouth was dyed red again. However, at that moment, the broken sword gave off an even more dazzling brilliance. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were cut apart. A sword that had never been seen before destroyed the void wherever it passed. The chaotic flow dissipated. The sovereign received the sword and retreated half a step. The sword intent affected its injuries from the previous calamity, and it staggered and vomited blood. Whoosh! Just as the sovereign was injured, a scarlet arrow suddenly tore through the sky. A dazzling arrow light swept past from afar, pressing towards its life. Yao Qianluo was furious. She suppressed her injuries and condensed Yuan Qi in her palm to block the deadly arrow light. With a bang, the aftershock shook the area. Another sword light tore through the void, chasing after its soul. Yao Qianluo moved and dodged the sword light. She knew that there was no point in wasting time here. Her figure flashed and flew in another direction. Did you find it? Jian Er wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked. No. Let's continue searching separately. In the distance, Luo Xingchen responded and left again. Jian Er nodded and turned to leave. In the depths of the void, Hong Yi floated up and down. After an unknown amount of time, white mist filled the air. The sovereign appeared and walked forward step by step. Phoenix, should I let you stay? The sovereign raised its hand and specks of light appeared. In an instant, rays of sword light spiraled around Hong Yi. It was the sword intent that had yet to dissipate from the previous calamity. At this moment, a palm energy appeared behind the two of them without any warning. With a bang, it imprinted itself on the sovereign's back. Ugh! A pool of blood appeared and mist filled the void. The sovereign groaned and staggered a few steps. It turned its head with difficulty and saw the green-white figure that had arrived at some unknown time. It said hoarsely, "Despicable! A sovereign and a phoenix. This trip was truly worth it. Once I refine the medicine and enter the next realm, I won't forget your sacrifice," sneered Emochi Bai. "If you have the ability, then come and take it," the sovereign shouted from within the white mist. The mist around him surged and his long black hair danced. He brought Hong Yi with him and disappeared into the white mist. Emochi Bai's expression changed. He took a step forward and scattered the white mist with a flip of his palm. But he could no longer see the two of them. Half a day later, the three of them walked out of the void. They looked at each other and shook their heads. "You didn't find him?" Luofei's figure flashed, and she arrived in front of them. "We can't find him alive, and we can't find his corpse if he's dead. How strange." Luo Xingchen was rejoicing in their misfortune. "We've already searched all the places we should. Even if we continue searching, we won't find anything. Everyone, until we meet again," Jian Er calmly said and then walked away. "How cold-blooded." Luo Xingchen glanced at the departing figures and then also left. "He has the phoenix origin protecting him. As long as his soul doesn't scatter, it'll be difficult for him to die. I'm also leaving. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Mu Qianshang waved his hand and put away his sword. He turned and headed north. "Your friends are really cold," Goddess Luofei softly said. "Perhaps," Luofei calmly said as she looked back at the void created by the great calamity. After saying that, Luofei looked over at the woman beside her. She lightly said, "For the matter of you attacking him, I can tolerate it once because of our past friendship. But don't do it again. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. A senior might be coming soon. I can't guarantee whether or not he will tolerate this matter." A strange light flashed in Goddess Luofei's eyes. She asked, "A human supreme?" "Not a supreme, but a legend. A true legend," softly said Luofei. "The storm caused by this great calamity would soon spread throughout the world. That senior should be arriving soon." In the endless void, turbulence surged. A beautiful figure in blood-stained blue robes walked through it step by step. Specks of blood dripped from her small white feet. A day and a night passed, but the butterfly within the flower still refused to leave. She worked hard to find him. Her injuries had flared up, but she had endured it. That helpless petite figure wandered through the void. Her beautiful face was in a mess, and she cut an extremely sorry figure. Ning Chen. She called out again and again, but there was no response. The anxiety in the butterfly's eyes grew stronger and stronger. From time to time, she would cover her mouth and cough. Blood seeped out between her fingers and dyed her blue robes red. However, the butterfly didn't seem to notice. It continued to cry out helplessly. It was like a moth flying into a flame, searching for that light in the void. Ning Chen. Where are you? The butterfly that disappeared into the darkness began to stagger. She called out again and again, looking for hope in her despair. Chapter 470. In the southwest of the Central Plains, the phoenix appeared and disappeared in the catastrophe. The news quickly spread throughout the Central Plains. The primes of the mortal realm, the primordial lands, and the saber god. These were 4 mysterious experts. Their names spread out one after another. The number of peak experts involved in this calamity was somewhat frightening. No one knew what the final outcome was. They only knew that after that day, the primeval land was almost completely destroyed. The 2 energy-shaping realm demon lords were nowhere to be found. The supreme being of the human race was also severely injured in the disaster. Many of the strong fighters who came after were either killed or injured. As for the 4 unknown strong fighters who suddenly appeared in the sky above the primitive land, no one knew who they were. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. They had no background, experience, or even names. Luo Xingchen. The people of the Zhao family guessed the identity of one of them. They were angry and shocked at the same time. In just a dozen years, this person had become even stronger. They had high hopes for this peerless genius of the Zhao family. It was very likely that he would become the next leader of the Zhao family. However, things did not go as they wished. Luo Xingchen's betrayal became an unspeakable pain for the Zhao family. The stronger he became, the deeper the wound in the Zhao family's heart became. Send someone to kill him. Kill him as soon as possible and take back the Star Scar Bao. The Zhao family's elders roared. The Zhao family would not allow such a disgrace to exist. No matter what, this traitor had to be killed. This catastrophe attracted many people's attention. The situation in the Central Plains changed. Everyone was watching and waiting to see how things would develop. 10 days later, in the primordial land, a figure dressed in luxurious green robes walked over. His face was calm and handsome. Behind him, there was a beautiful young lady with a sword rack on her back. 5 different swords were in her hands, and the sound of swords could be heard. The peak of the sky returned to normal. The space turbulence also dissipated. However, the figure in red was nowhere to be seen. After the final calamity, the primitive land was devastated. Almost everything was destroyed. As long as the creatures in the final calamity had sinned, they were all burned into nothingness by the karmic fire. When the 2 arrived, the deer ran away in fright. The squirrel ran into its hole. Because of its kind nature, it survived the catastrophe and survived. "Let's go to the Bailu Academy," the legendary warrior said calmly. "Okay." The girl nodded and followed. In front of the Tiantsang Academy, the figure in green walked slowly. The dozing old man immediately opened his eyes and stood up as if he was facing a great enemy. "Let him in." The head courtyard's voice rang out. Hearing this, the old gatekeeper didn't say a word and stepped aside to open a path. As the legend passed by, the pressure from his sword caused the old man, who was a demigod, to feel suffocated. The little girl walked in after him. Her nimble sword heart was as clear as jade, becoming more and more dazzling. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, the supremes of the human world would meet legends and discuss knowing destiny with the moon. "So the senior he spoke of is your distinguished self," said I Chingqiu politely. "What happened?" Prince Yen asked calmly. That is the truth. Ichingchio recounted the events in detail, including the day they fell into the trap at the Knowing Destiny Pavilion. Basically, everything went according to plan. The only accident was that they didn't expect Luotian to appear. Luotian, Emochi Bai. Prince Yen nodded and stood up. Thank you for the information. Goodbye. With that, he left without any hesitation. A man followed with his sword on his back, not saying a single word from beginning to end. Unbelievable swordsman. Ichingchio sighed softly. She thought that the young man was already shocking enough. She didn't expect there to be such an incredible legend in the sword Dao. Although she wasn't sure yet, the origins of these people were gradually becoming clear. Eastern Divine Prefecture, Forbidden Land of the Gods. Only this conjecture could explain why there were so many top-notch powerful people in the Central Plains for no apparent reason. On the banks of the Luo River, in a secluded paradise, Luotian stood quietly, waiting for the arrival of the legend. Her picturesque face was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful that people didn't dare to look directly at her. On the 11th day, the legend appeared and walked over. Luotian's eyes narrowed. This was the first time she felt the pressure of an ultimate martial artist. 100 feet away, Luotian watched quietly. She didn't interfere or persuade the legend to fight. A man put down his sword and walked to the other side quietly. One sword, regardless of life or death, said Prince Yen calmly. Please show me your move. Facing the most terrifying opponent in her life, Luotian didn't dare to be careless. Prince Yen waved his hand and sand swords condensed. Strand by strand, they converged into the sharpest sword. In the next moment, a beam of light shot out. Luotian calmed himself down and lifted his hand. Eternal Instant and Silent Samsara were unleashed simultaneously. His words contained the power of laws, wanting to block the ultimate sword. Domains and swords collided. 100 feet away, Luotian sighed and turned her head. She didn't want to watch. However, within the 2 domains, after a brief stalemate, the sand sword dispersed. At the end of the domain, the most brilliant brilliance streaked across. The extreme sword edge cut through the power of the laws. Wherever the sword passed, all laws were shattered. Ugh! A sword pierced through her body. Blood sprayed out and sprinkled down on the banks of the Luo River. The paradise was dyed red. A man, let's go. The sand swords returned to their scabbards. Prince Yen turned and left. A man walked forward, picked up his sword, and left together with him. On the banks of the river, a beautiful figure staggered. She clutched her left shoulder. Blood dyed her clothes red. A sword was 3 inches above her heart. Luotian walked over and poured her essence into her to help her heal. Many thanks, said Luotian softly. It was hard to imagine that such a sword existed in this world. The word legendary was too light. You don't need to thank me. You aren't the main culprit. Otherwise, even if I was here, I wouldn't have been able to save your life, said Luotian calmly. White Emperor City, in a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city, a legendary cultivator arrived. However, there was no one there. The butterfly left to continue searching for life-knowing cultivators. Senior, can you help him vent his anger? Asked a man softly. All right. Prince Yen nodded. An hour later, the 2 of them left and set out on their journey north. On the 17th day, in the White Wolf Plains, a legendary cultivator blocked the path of a chosen. What advice do you have? Emo Qingbai's expression darkened when he saw the person blocking the path. He felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Help me get justice. Please, said Prince Yen calmly. You! Emo Qingbei snorted. He didn't ask any more questions. With a flip of his palm, a vast origin energy connected the heavens and the earth. The moonlight illuminated the darkness. In the distance, a man silently watched the battle. The chosen had begun their battle. Prince Yen waved his hand, and a dark sword flew out from the sword rack. The sealing sword had reappeared in the mortal world. When the sword and palm met, heaven and earth tilted. The White Wolf Plains instantly collapsed. Sand swirled and waves surged. One sword forbidding martial arts. There is no Tao in the world. The forbidding martial arts sword swallowed everything. Black light flickered and everything fell. There was no Tao in the world. Mo Qingbai condensed his yuan to block the sword. But with a bang, his yuan was swallowed up by the sword light. Blood splashed out and he was forced back several steps. How could this be? Mo Qingbai vomited a mouthful of blood, once again triggering the injuries left behind by the karmic flame's tribulation. He staggered. Cripple your martial arts or keep your life. Choose for yourself. Prince Yen gripped his sword. Arrogant! Mo Qingbai was furious. He forcibly suppressed his injuries and flipped his right palm. He gathered the energy of heaven and earth, pushing his cultivation to the limit. Heaven and earth rumbled, and a giant dragon gate appeared. When the dragon gate appeared, heaven and earth became boundless. The ancient dragon gate made of stone suppressed everything. The heavy pressure caused the space within 100 miles to distort. The primes went all out. Prince Yan's eyes flashed coldly. His left hand shook, and the halberd flew out from the sword rack. A heavy sword appeared, and heaven and earth sank. When the sword reached death, the primes blocked it. The ground collapsed once again. It was a shocking battle. Each palm was heavier than the last, and each sword was heavier than the last. They faced each other head-on, and the ultimate martial art reached perfection. Blood splattered all over the wilderness. The injured human supremes couldn't block the extreme sword intent. Sword wounds appeared all over their bodies one after another. Impossible! Mo Qingbai was furious at the unacceptable defeat. He reached out to grab the sword, wanting to seal the sword user's move. Prince Yan's expression did not change. He turned around, and his sword was as fast as a swan. One sword cut off the palm, and blood gushed out like a tide. Sword sound, flying swan. Before the blood fell, the green clothes disappeared. The two swords left his hands and broke through the prime's protective true yuan. Then, he condensed energy and broke through the prime's sea of qi. Ugh! With a muffled groan, blood spurted out, and the dragon gate collapsed. The prime's martial arts were crippled, and they fell to the ground. Impossible! It was an unbelievable result. Blood continuously dripped from the corner of Mo Qingbai's mouth. His rapid breathing became weaker and weaker. Gradually, his consciousness faded, and his arms fell powerlessly. Prince Yen waved his right hand. Abyss condensation and halberd returned to their sheaths, and then he left. A little girl appeared in front of the sword rack. She picked up the sword rack and followed him. "Senior, is he dead?" asked a man softly on the way. "No. For some people, crippling their martial arts is worse than death. This punishment is enough," replied Prince Yen calmly. "Yes. Killing people isn't good." A man nodded. In the wilderness, the howls of wolves rang out continuously. The two people, one in front and one behind, disappeared into the darkness of the night. 1,000 miles away, a beautiful woman in blue was walking on the street. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked travel-worn. Behind her, Zhao Yusu followed closely. Looking at the woman in front of her, her face was full of worry. "Uncle, have you seen a red-clothed youth? He looks very delicate, and when he smiles, he's very gentle." "No." "Young miss, have you seen?" "No." Although she was filled with questions and disappointment, Hua Zhongjie still refused to give up. She constantly asked, looking for her final hope. In just a short dozen days, Hua Zhongjie, who was heavily injured and hadn't slept at all, had a trace of frost on her hair. Her mind and body had both reached their limit. Her heart was filled with regret and self-blame. She had completely fallen into the devil tribulation. Emotion tribulation, devil tribulation, and all life tribulation. Before becoming a chosen, there were countless tribulations. Only these 3 tribulations were the most difficult to pass. The emotion tribulation and the devil tribulation were the most difficult. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Hua Zhongjie stopped and coughed violently. Blood seeped out between her fingers and dripped onto the ground. The people on the streets were shocked. They hastily moved away, not wanting to get involved in this trouble. Sister Hua Zhongjie, you should rest for a bit. Zhao Liusu hurriedly stepped forward and supported the dying butterfly. She said worriedly, I'm fine. He's injured. I have to find him quickly. Hua Zhongjie pushed Zhao Liusu away and continued walking. Chapter 471. In the endless abyss, in an unknown land, red clothes floated up and down. Unknowingly, over a month had passed. Corpses and bones could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, birds would fall from the sky, but they could no longer spread their wings. They could only wait for death to descend upon them. Not far away, white mist filled the air and blood flowed. The demon Venerable was heavily injured and was also unconscious. Emo Qingbai's sudden attack destroyed most of the demon sovereign's heart veins. He barely managed to use his last bit of strength to return to the place where he turned into a flood dragon. Above the 9 heavens, the cold moon shone down. The white flood dragon was the first to wake up. He struggled to get up, but just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly staggered and vomited another mouthful of blood. The white mist gradually dissipated, revealing a pair of starry eyes. The white flood dragon waved its hand. In the distance, a bamboo hat beside one of the deceased flew over and was placed on its head. The black veil draped down to cover its eyes and face. In the next moment, the white mist scattered, revealing a blue-white figure. The supreme being of monsters was like a phoenix. She loathed the greedy humans and didn't want anyone to see her face. Up ahead, the red clothes floated up and down. They seemed to be guided by an indescribable force, so they didn't fall down. The white flood dragon stepped forward and raised his hand to collect the demon clan's origin. As danger approached, the sword intent protected his body. With a tearing sound, a strand of his clothes was cut off. The white flood dragon let out a soft cry of surprise. He gathered what little true essence he had left in his palm, wanting to forcefully break through the sword intent protecting the former's body. At this moment, the red coat opened her eyes. A dazzling sword radiance flashed past and collided with the demon Venerable's palm power. With a loud tremor, the two of them retreated at the same time. The white flood dragon staggered and vomited blood again. The two pairs of eyes that looked at each other were equally emotionless. One was born of nature, while the other had experienced a myriad of things. At this moment, they were both on guard against each other, not daring to be careless. What is this place? Ning Chen frowned when he felt that his true essence was almost completely gone. Burial stream, the white flood dragon said hoarsely. You want to kill me? Ning Chen's expression regained its calm as he asked. I'll only be able to leave after I recover. The white flood dragon didn't hide his killing intent at all. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability right now. With that, Ning Chen turned around and walked into the depths of the burial stream. Since his cultivation was suppressed, the demon Venerable would not be any better off. Otherwise, he would not be alive now. Right now, the most important thing was to find a way out as soon as possible. The white flood dragon quietly followed behind, waiting for the moment when the former was careless so that it could snatch the phoenix origin. Ning Chen didn't care. Even though the demon Venerable couldn't do anything to him, it was equally difficult for him to kill the demon Venerable. The moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down a cold waterfall. In this lifeless canyon, there were white bones everywhere. After walking for a long time, Ning Chen had no choice but to stop temporarily. He sighed in his heart. This time it was really troublesome. This was indeed a dangerous place with no way out. There were cliffs on both sides that were more than 10,000 zhang tall. Climbing up was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had two choices. The first was to give up a portion of the phoenix origin to help the demon Venerable recover. At the same time, he prayed that the demon Venerable would not kill him and was even willing to take him out. The second option was to climb up and pray to the heavens that there wouldn't be any accidents and fall down halfway. However, neither of the two choices seemed reliable. No matter which one he chose, he would only die faster. As the cold wind blew, Ning Chen felt chills all over his body. After losing his cultivation, he could clearly feel the cold weather. Not too far away, the white flood dragon that had lost most of its strength was also in a bad state. Although snakes liked the cold, there was still a limit. The night in the valley was indeed a bit too cold. Chi-chi! The sound of wood being drilled rang out. Gradually, wisps of smoke came out of the wood and sparks flew out. There really is no harm in learning more things. Ning Chen sighed. He placed the dried grass he had found on the hole where sparks were coming out of. He blew on it bit by bit, occasionally choking on it and coughing. Not too far away, the white flood dragon was dumbfounded as it watched Ning Chen start a fire. In front of the fire, Ning Chen sat quietly. As he warmed up, he thought of a way to get out. He could feel his strength draining away with each passing moment. He estimated that in a few more days, he wouldn't have any left. Falling into this damned place was truly unlucky. The white flood dragon walked up and immediately attacked. Its power was completely different from before. At this moment, even Ning Chen, whose strength had been suppressed, felt quite a bit of pressure. Ning Chen stood up and formed a sword with his fingers. He took the demon venerable's attack head-on. After a loud explosion, he was forced back several steps. The white flood dragon vomited blood. Ning Chen also didn't feel good. His qi and blood surged, and his chest felt stuffy. After the attack, the white flood dragon stood beside the fire and didn't attack anymore. Ning Chen frowned. He didn't understand at first, but after a while, he understood. After weighing the pros and cons, he had to swallow this loss for the time being. He walked far away and started a new fire. At this moment, a demon supremacy and a sword supremacy were actually fighting over a pile of fire. It was truly indescribably absurd. The first night passed peacefully without a word. Ning Chen was vigilant, and so was the white flood dragon. When they were resting, they almost turned a blind eye. If there was any movement, they would immediately wake up. On the second day, Ning Chen reluctantly summoned the Yama sword from the Phoenix Shadow. He thought about whether he should take the opportunity to kill this demon venerable. After thinking for a while, he had to give up the idea. Their strength was about the same. Even if he could kill him, he would probably be seriously injured. If he got injured at this time, it would be no different from courting death. When the white flood dragon saw the former take out the sword, he subconsciously distanced himself. His eyes became even more cautious. Humans were all sinister and cunning. He had to be more careful. Boom! When the sun was in the middle of the day, dark clouds suddenly rolled in the sky. Before they could react, heavy rain poured down and extinguished the fire left behind by the two. The two former peak experts were also drenched. Even Ning Chen, who had a strong temperament, couldn't help but curse at this moment. When it rains, it pours. Before he could find a way out, he was going to freeze to death. The white flood dragon didn't have any other ideas. He just quietly watched the cunning human in front of him. Ning Chen didn't care about the idiot in the distance. He hurriedly found some fallen branches and leaves from the cliff and tied them with withered vines to build a simple shelter from the rain. Seeing this, the white flood dragon immediately stepped forward. Without saying a word, he wanted to fight again. Ning Chen was furious. He picked up his sword and went forward. Reality proved that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The demon venerable, who didn't have much strength left, was still slightly stronger than a certain someone. A certain someone was beaten away and fell to the rain outside. The white flood dragon sat on a rock in the shelter and looked at the cunning human falling to the rain. His mood improved a lot. The sky of the burial stream and the woman's face changed quickly. After a quarter of an hour, the sky above the stream cleared up and the sun shone brightly. It happened so quickly that it made people dumbfounded. The white flood dragon walked out of the shelter and drew a circle to declare his sovereignty. Ning Chen gave him the middle finger and turned around to leave. He could tell that this demon venerable didn't understand the ways of the world, not to mention having any sense of shame. He did things based on his demonic nature and instinct. When he saw something good, he would snatch it. He was simply a bandit. As the saying goes, bandits aren't scary. What's scary is that bandits are uncultured and unreasonable. What's more frightening is that he couldn't defeat him now. On the second night, the withered branches and leaves were all wet from the rain. They couldn't start a fire. The two experts on the cliff stared at each other in the cold for the whole night. On the third day, the two's strength loss became more serious. However, the order of strength didn't change. At night, Ning Chen started a fire and was beaten away. On the fourth day, it started to rain in the stream again. The shelter was overturned and the two were both drenched. Fortunately, a wild wolf fell from the cliff and was picked up by someone. Although the innate phoenix body wouldn't starve to death, eating something would warm him up. Only then would he have the strength to fight with the monster and think about how to get out. Reality proved that when the fire was raised again, the monster came to snatch it as usual. Wait! Ning Chen directly took out a stone trough from behind and threatened, "If you come any closer, I'll put out the fire." Facing the threat of the cunning human, the white flood dragon obviously hesitated. He stood there for a long time and couldn't make up his mind. That night, Ning Chen enjoyed the warmth of the bonfire alone. He also roasted some wolf meat to eat. He was in a very good mood. When the sun rose on the fifth day, Ning Chen took the fire seed and put out the bonfire. He then secretly hid the wolf and continued to look for a possible way out. The north and south of the burial stream were steep cliffs. The east and west direction was long and narrow. Not here. Not here either. After searching for an entire day, Ning Chen's neck started to ache. However, he still couldn't find a way out. The mountain was too steep and the weather was unpredictable. If it rained when he went up, it would be very troublesome. When the sun set, Ning Chen went back and prepared to start a fire and eat something. When he walked to the place where the wolf was hidden, he was furious. The wolf was gone, only a few strands of wolf fur were left. In the distance, the white flood dragon had a wolf beside it. It held a wooden stick in its hand and imitated a certain person to start a fire by drilling wood. Unfortunately, after drilling for a long time, there wasn't even smoke. Ning Chen walked 20 steps away and leaned against the mountain wall. He didn't hide the disdain on his face. Robber thief. As the saying goes, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Therefore, a certain person mocked. The white flood dragon raised its head. Anger flashed in its eyes that were covered by the black veil on its bamboo hat. The anger that couldn't be lit was about to explode. "You can't light it, right? You can eat it raw." The certain person continued to pour salt on the wound. The white flood dragon couldn't stand it anymore. It stood up and immediately wanted to punish this despicable and annoying human. Seeing this, Ning Chen knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He ran away. The two of them chased each other for more than an hour. They were so tired that they bent over and panted. They almost didn't have the strength to stand. I want to discuss something," Ning Chen said while gasping for breath. "What is it?" The white flood dragon struggled to stand up and took half a step back. "What kind of attitude is that?" Ning Chen felt that his self-esteem was hurt. He said with disdain, "I'm not interested in men. No, I'm not interested in men. Give me half of the wolf and I'll help you start a fire. If you don't agree, you can eat it raw." Hearing the former's words, the white flood dragon's eyes were first filled with anger. Then it struggled. After a long time, it nodded and said, "Okay,